needs to be another one of those shining bright days. Otherwise, it's going to look really bad for MnM.
At the break of dawn, turn to the hill at the east, and you will find the light with the riders awaiting to come down and save the day. That's a reference for those that'll understand what I'm on about. Though, let's see which maps we're going to be playing on in this series. Again, the 7-map pool does not change, remains the same. There's no saving strats coming up into Invitational, so there's our first pick in a long series, a best of 5 series. You go pick, ban, pick, and then deciders last one. Consulate, Villa. Cowana picking Consulate, MnM going for Villa. The ban on Coastline from Cowana. What'll be the second? Oregon is out. Very interesting. Well, I'll get your points in just a moment here. Clubhouse picked by Cowana as our third map in the series. Theme Park, the last one, leaving Cafe as our decider. Now, overall, how does this look like? Why banning certain maps? What's the sort of mind game that these two teams are setting up as?
I think it's really interesting. Consulate to be the starting map is probably the most exciting one because MnM have got elements of the old crazy roster that we're in, quite literally called crazy. I'm not calling them like nutcases or anything. They used to be called crazy as a team. And they were regarded, at least by me, as one of the best teams on Consulate. They were fantastic at taking yellow stairs, for example. Cowana, as a team that really liked playing this aggressive style with Sloth, for example, they shine on this map too. So I think you've got a really good close map to kick things off. Villa maybe a little bit less so, more of a lean towards MnM. I'm looking straight down, though, Jess, towards Theme Park and saying to me, that's the spicy pick here as map number 4 that might trip one of these teams up.
Actually, I'm not surprised that MnM is okay with that sort of being the second last map if it does get that far, of course. So I think they beat Gamma, they beat... did they beat Penta on it as well? Or was it Homeless and Matchgo on there? So I think that's the 3 teams that they managed to beat on that. And the only loss was to Vitality. That was quite clearly through the quals, of course. So I think to myself, they're probably not that bad on it. It's a map that sways really one side on one side of the map, as we know. So that's something we'll probably keep an eye on. I'm not surprised about most of the bans, I'm going to be honest. The Oregon one was probably the big one that jumped out on me. Not going to be there, but that's okay. I think the other maps will really, give us a solid identification. It's a best of 5. I always say a best of 5 will show you which is the best team. You can't outrun it. Which is the most versatile and best team. We will see it no matter what.
And you definitely need to, taper your energy over it. A best of 5 can be very long. It's very exhausting for those who've never done it. Trust me, it is not an easy one. No matter the game that you're competing in anyways, it is always exhausting. Though, yay or nays? Cowana winning Consulate?
Yay for me. I think, personally, I'm with the kind of the lesser group here, I think, but I think Cowana win the whole thing. And I'm not allowed to say that because I'll curse them. Therefore, I'm saying MnM are going to win the whole thing. But Consulate's going to be a very big 50-50.
MnM lost to Gamma. I reckon they lose to Cowana on it too, so we'll see.
Fair enough. All right, let's take it on to Consulate. It's time to pick us some visas on the way there into EU League. So let's toss it in for our casters. Dev, Gio, have fun.
Thank you, Milosh. It is time for the final of the Challenger League. We're kicking things off with a bash of UK teams. Maybe you're going to have to lead me through this one, Gio. Cowana and MnM, it should be a tight one. It's a best of 5 series, and we could well see all 5 maps.
Well, yeah, given how these two teams performed in Challenger League, especially against each other, the one time they played each other in Challenger League came out as a draw. I am would not be surprised to see this go to all 5 maps. And as Jess just said at the end there, when you're going all the way in a best of 5, you're going to get exhausted, but it really is going to show who the better team is. And this is the final time we're going to get to see that.
And this is for all the marbles as well, isn't it? Whoever wins this punches a ticket directly into EUL for 2021. The loser of this match, it's not all hope lost. They get to play our friends over at Rogue for that final slot. So essentially, this game is a playoff for Chaos's spot, who, well, unfortunately has departed. Auto-relegation is like that, but it means that one of these teams gets a chance. It is here on Covana's map that we kick things off of Consulate, and already the bans are underway.
You know, just one of the things you mentioned there, the fact that whoever loses this game does have to face off against Rogue. Part of me wonders if these teams are more nervous to face each other than they are against Rogue, just given the recent history of each of these teams. Interesting ban coming in with the Jaeger, not one that we often see, and especially as he's undergone his more recent changes to his ADS. I was going to say ADS systems, but that's an active defense system. His ADSs, but having him out of play means that if any projectile stoppage is to happen, it will have to require a Wamai.
And isn't this just going to create such an exciting environment for these teams to play? We've already seen some pretty stellar attacks from BDS earlier tonight on Consulate, and here we are with no Jaeger. Well, projectiles are certainly going to be let loose and let to fly free and do as they will. But on top of that, that Nomad ban does enable a bit of that aggression from the defense. Might see a couple of runouts. And so, I mean, knowing these teams, particularly MnM.
Yeah, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I think both of these teams have it in them to be able to exhibit that kind of aggression that you're referencing just there. And the best map, or one of the best maps to do that on, is Consulate. It's one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. Coastline has been banned out by Cowana for this series, so you don't have the opportunity to see it on there. And another sort of map where you'd expect that, for example, Border, not even in the map pool anymore. So Consulate's really where you're going to most see that. And that's going to be an interesting way to start off the series, because straight after this we're going into the more tactical map of Villa, so you'll definitely get two sides of that coin. For now, Cowana, they're just setting up their defense. I did mention the fact that you may have to rely on the Wamai a bit more because the Jaeger's been taken out, and you can see that straight away. Grizzly has picked that operator for himself. Not seeing as much Wamai in recent history because of the changes to Jaeger and just to the game in general. So having him in there is maybe going to be a bit different to what some people have seen recently.
Indeed, I'm really excited to see how this Zero may work out as well. Of course, we haven't had that many tournaments and events in Rainbow Six in the top tier 1 circuit since we've had, obviously, Neon Dawn released, all of the changes that have come with it. You mentioned the Jaeger one, and of course, as the 3-month little evaluation period has subsided, we get Zero. Heard him talked about a little bit last month, and I'm really excited to see the potential that these pro players could get out of those Argus cams. I like to call on the Sam cams. Sam Fisher. Got to pay homage to our favorite 4th echelon agent, if I'm getting that correct.
I would not be able to correct you. I mean, one of the...
I played some Splinter Cell games. They're a lot of fun.
I never have. So, but one of the interesting things about bringing him is because Nomad's banned out, she's your typical flank watch, you actually have those SAM cams that you talk about that you can use for that instead. So he's been a great addition from that perspective. Just catching some of those roamers, jump down to the bottom. That's a nice headshot to start things off from Jonker, using that information really well.
I mean, there it is, ladies and gents. If you want to see how Zero can be utilized, that's it. Enabling a kill, watching the flank, getting that information. Unfortunately here, I'm assuming Kayak can see through that, but for some reason on our client, it's not visible.
It's just a new kind of mirror window.
Running blind through that mirror window. Kayak taking a lot of damage here. MnM shaping up outside of lobby. Bit of time left for the execute. This mirror window is proving it has it.
Yeah, some damage to be taken there by Nave, but it'll be Fonkers the next one to fall. That's the Ash down, but at this point, you've got just under a minute remaining. MnM should be able to continue to make this push.
Forza versus For the Plant. Going down now, uses to cover from above, taken down. Yonka now on the spiral stairs. Finds one. Plant still not settled. Stopped upstairs, has these vertical holes in which to deny. He does. And now it's all on whether Yonka can take down this player upstairs. Couple shots go through, but that's a second now. Sloth is going massive, secures it. 3 kills on the round, all on Dats. No Plant down. L85 in hand, but not a lot of hope for this round against 3 players from Cowana. It looks like MnM has given it their all. But Dats knows there's just about no chance he can win this one. And Cowana start their map pick strongly with a lobby. defense.
Now, by the end there, you could tell that that constant balancing of the man advantage / disadvantage was just taken straight away, and Cowana didn't really have to make any moves at the end. I mean, MnM made a couple of attempts to put the diffuser down. Always love a bit of objective play. But the thing is, one of the things that came back to bite them was the fact that they hadn't fully cleared out that top. And that is one of the things that you do find when you do have an operator like Nomad Band, where defenders can rotate back up of the building, things like that. When you haven't fully cleared it out and you're holding a lobby defense, or you're trying to attack onto a lobby site, there's still that risk of the vertical angles being held. That makes it all the harder to be able to push in and make a plant, and that is what MnM ran into in that round.
And now for Cowana in the basement for their second round.
Yeah, they're coming all the way down to the basement. So what we would have previously expected to be a kind of primary site for this map, which is all the way on the top floor, that's fallen a lot out of fashion in recent history. And instead, they started on that middle floor, heading back down to the bottom. Once again, we're seeing this, I don't want to say reliance upon Wamai. It's obviously not like he's the only operator in play, but that need to bring him along because of the lack of Jaeger. Because you've got Gorgona playing on the mirror as well, that's going to give you a lot more information, a lot more power in your positions as you set up. Well, it looks like at least one of the mirror windows is down in security. I was wondering if he was going to place one in the public bathroom upstairs, where you frequently see a defender be placed. It doesn't look like they've actually placed one in there. Instead, they've just fully reinforced the wall, and they'll have Anarchic sitting in there instead.
Little setup here, holding in public bathroom. Gorgona has placed that second mirror window, but as of yet, I haven't quite seen where it is. I do like that hole upstairs, though, especially with a mute. There's a lot of information you can deny. Some beautiful spots for those jammers. Oh, there you go. Both of those mirror windows here. One in the red hallway, one actually in security. Quite unusual, but I think that gives the defenders some really good vision, even deep into the plant spots in garage.
I love it when a defender gets deep. The attackers are going to have to get deep, though, if they want to make a successful push on this round, which they couldn't do last time, is when MnM actually got to the point of getting deep. They were picked apart pretty well because of the use of the vertical angles from Cowana. And because we're down in the basement, there's the risk of that happening again. So Dat's all the way upstairs. He can actually open up some of that flooring, as you saw just then in CEO. That can give him some eyesight down into Piano, where he is now. And you can just tell that he's trying to clear out whomever may be above.
A good map clear now, and that means get to work on the floor. And Piano, a classic element of the attack here onto any Consulate garage attack. You really want to open up that Piano and the anti-chamber floor. Really enables you to flush out those players from the bomb site. Now why we see the mute roaming. He's just going to get himself back onto the bomb site with a nice shot of the shotgun to open the hatch. That does forfeit control of this middle floor, however, leaving MnM to basically run free and open up that floor and start to displace some of those anchors.
Yeah, but I mean, look at how much time has been eaten before they even managed to get there. It was under a minute when they got the bathroom wall open. So I would say that that hole from Cowana was pretty successful. Now MnM have to focus more down on the basement as they send in the ash charges and use those vertical angles, but time is running out.
30 seconds left. 5v5, and still the garage wall completely intact. As I say that, Nath finally does manage to detonate some Selmas, a second one as well. Those electric claws finally dealt with. 15 seconds to go, and this is no doubt going to have to be an explosive execute here, but MnM start it strong. Fonkers finds one, immediately traded. Nath going for the plant, completely gassed out, not a chance. And now MnM desperately trying to regain this position, but Kayak has the perfect position to just swing, denying the plant and getting Cowana a second defense round on Consulate.
MnM really forced into a difficult position at the end there, where they were very cognizant of the fact that time had significantly run out. And you could see as they were running in from outside of the garage, Nath was already incredibly low on health, and they were trying to wait for some of that gas to subside before he made the move in, but ultimately he just had to go for it. he didn't have enough health to last. Users desperately trying to make it work at the end, but you're surrounded by defenders that have not yet been dealt with or cleared out. Even when they began to make the push at around 30 seconds, there were still 5 members of the defending team alive. That is everyone. Everyone was still alive. And MnM so far in these first 2 rounds have not been all too successful in getting early kills that give them an advantage that allow them an opening later on. And that is where they're getting eaten up, is in the very late round when suddenly they have to face the fact that there are these defenders surrounding them everywhere who can bite back.
Well, this has definitely been a strong start for Cowana, no two ways about it. Both of those rounds very convincing, both actually concluding from the timer elapsing of all things. Not the diffuser going down and not all players being eliminated, but the timer. It's consistently MnM's #1 biggest enemy and their biggest threat. Now Cowana takes us to a reasonably unusual bomb site. That's not too unusual a spawn peak, but maybe unusual that Nath would be sitting out the whole round. The MVP of Yukin, but now he's just going to have to sit and watch.
Oh, it's just such an oof. And especially when it's your ace as well. You don't want your hard breacher to be the first one you lose. A big loss there for MnM. It's just incredibly early. That gives Cowana extra strength. And you mentioned spawn peaks are not uncommon on this map. It's Consulate, it's more window than it is wall. But when you just consider, yeah, well, not quite gonna breach with the C4, but at this point, does it even matter? You've still got an early advantage, and it looks like MnM are keen to try and make it through into admin, sending in the Sam cam, but it doesn't last for very long because Sloth can just get rid of it. MnM still lacks some of that information. Finally, a kill coming out from Dats as we hit just about the 2-minute mark.
Welcome to Consulate. If in doubt, repel on a window.
Located by attackers.
But it works both ways. And Cowana still have good control of this top floor. Sloth in particular in admin. Very difficult corner to be flushed out. Denying those info, and wow, what another shot there with the Roni. The 1.5 takes down Yonka.
Have recovered their diffuser.
Now 3 players left for MnM, still just outside of the building, repelling on windows. Kayak may be injured. Not finished off as of yet. As I say that, the nade goes on through. Kayak. Well, the Yak attack is more like just a Yak sitting on cams at the moment. 3v3 though, and I still favour Cowana in this situation.
Oh, me too, especially when you consider the fact that Gorbona is still alive. He still has a C4 in pocket, and that was completely premeditated. Sloth knew exactly where Dats was going to be. He gets traded out. We're back to the 2 versus 2 with a minute remaining, and that C4 has finally been expended. This could give MnM some room to push in.
Seconds left. Bit of a desperate push now, but Bonkers does get the refrag. Pulse taken out. 1v1. But the tides have turned. Fonkers has the bomb site. This is the best chance MnM have had. Taking a round. Easy skin on the T5. Grizzly goes for the pre-fire, but Fonkers manages to clutch out the 1 versus 2. And the first round is on the table for MnM.
Finally, things looking somewhat more even, as that was probably one of the more messy Archives Tellers rounds that I've seen for a little while. Constant backwards and forwards. A lot of the players knew where their opponents were. It's just about picking them off and isolating them. And I think MnM dropped the diffuser about maybe a million times in that round. But I was concerned that time was going to run out a bit much. But because Cowana were quite separated in their defensive positions as well, for example, when we saw Kayak go down, he was able to be brought down by the nade because Sloth wasn't actually close enough to him while he was holding admin to be able to help him. Because it's all split over different levels, you have to use all 3 floors when defending that site, and you don't have quite as much support from your teammates to be able to help them up should you find yourself in those positions. Eventually, MnM got the better of them. They could team up in their final duo, pair up together, move down, and actually make them move in. And I think the final shot being given by the Oryx at the end gave away his position and gave MnM the round.
Sometimes it does come down to those tiny little narrow, I don't necessarily want to say mistakes, but just narrow margins, right? You can argue hindsight's 2020, right?
5 seconds left.
Maybe don't pre-fire there and your position's not exposed and you win that round, but it's the kind of thing you can't dwell on for now. Little mistakes though, little tiny things that pop up do make the difference in these rounds. Now for Cowana, revisiting this bomb site, they've previously won lobby and press room, but a bit of a revamped operator lineup. We didn't see the Echo last time, that's in place of the Lamai. We also didn't see the Smoke last time. It's now been replaced by the Mirror. That's an aggressive shot from Kayak. That's a double spray. Excuse me? And all of a sudden, 30 seconds in, Dats in a 1 versus 5. This nade might do something, but it's a bit of a desperate attempt. Bit of a sad and sorry one at that. And surely Dats is not long for this world. He can find one consolation frag, but up on the roof, he's got 2 minutes to rethink his life choices.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have to move anyway, because as soon as the nade was thrown out, they know exactly which window he's on. They could all, in theory, jump out at the same time, and guaranteed someone's gonna get him. But it is a very precarious position for him to be in now. He's still carrying 1 nade, but I don't know if that's going to be able to work. That effectively over 4 people at the same time. So much time, they can just spread out and completely separate. You've got a Narkic down below. He didn't even have time to bring out the C4 as Grizzly just finishes Dats off. And what a brutal round for MnM.
Brutal, savage, wrecked is a term I've heard before, and I feel like there is no more apt a situation as what we just witnessed. That was, I mean, it started with an absolutely disgusting, I'd like to call it a collateral shot from Yak on the attack with the SMG-11. My God, MnM was shredded to pieces. And they're down in the series as well, down in the map, I should say. 3-1 on their attacking half. Now, we've been anything to go by as of late, Consulate's become more and more attacker-sided. That's not at all what we're seeing right here, though, Gia.
No, I just saw in the replay that shot, those 2 shots from Kayak again. It's just beautiful. But you are right. Consulate has become more attacker-sided. It's become, well, just more aggressive over time. And one of the big calls is, you know, a lot of people are hoping that at some point there'll be a rework to Consulate, because it's one of those maps where people have kind of figured it out for the most part. It's been around for a very long time. And the more you figure it out, the better you're going to become at attacking it. That's why we also see the change in preference of what the primary defensive sites are. So far in this game, we have not even seen the top 4 be defended, whereas a few months ago, that would have been pretty much unheard of. So people constantly trying to switch their footing to bring something new. And as, you know, as people just know more and more about it, attackers are constantly going to get more strong.
It's not what we're seeing so far, though, so that really is just more evidence to commend Cowana for their progress thus far. And I will say again, these rounds have been dominant. The only one MnM has on the table was the 1 versus 2 clash.
Well, at least they're all still alive at this point, so they've made it further than they did on the last round. Once again, back down into the basement site. Now, before Cowana really knuckled down and kind of locked themselves into that public bathroom where a Narkic could escape relatively unscathed, and it took MnM ages to be able to open it up and actually make their move down onto the site. Jonka will be the first casualty of this game, so those SAM cams not available if he hadn't already used them, and still that presence in the bathroom is there from Cowana.
Already this is looking better for Cowana, and I feel like I'm saying that all day long. If you remember last time Garage was defended, MnM successfully cleared the map, but it took them about 2 minutes to do so. This time, well, they haven't found a kill. It's getting close to that time where they really should have the map cleared. They haven't, and they've lost a player to boot. Junk has not been having the time of his life. Nice nade potential from Dats, but perfect timing from Anarchic. I don't know whether he heard that nade get pulled, whether he just decided his time was up, but he's back on the bomb side now. All 5 players from the defense on this basement floor, leaving MnM in a very unenviable position.
Yeah, I mean, also notice how one of the changes is that the introduction of the Kaid this time round means that they do have to get rid of those electric claws before they have the opportunity to open up the garage wall. That is how they got in before, very, very late on in the round, but we did, of course, see everyone get kind of eaten alive by the pernicious gases brought out by the smoke. Finally getting the door open, and these angles from upstairs being held by Fonkers, but MnM's still yet to make their push.
The longer this timer elapses, the more powerful the 3 smoke babes from Kayak will become. 30 seconds. He has enough to bait out the entire rest of this round. He knows it. And so the first one goes for 24 seconds left. Uses a concussion or 2. The explosive likely to follow up. Concussions once again. Uses goes deep. Plan starting to go down. Not as of yet, in fact. It is going down behind the box, and Users does manage to cover just barely. But MnM, they're getting as much as they're dealing. Plant still not down yet. Fonkers desperately trying to regain that diffuser. Dats has to cover. Fonkers forces his plant down. Dats for 1. Gorgona! All he has to do is deny the plants, and he does! Cowana up 4-1.
And Nath was so close to getting that first plant down as well. It was literally in the final millisecond that he got deleted off the map before securing it and forcing that post-plant situation. And right at the end, there was very, very little time to work with. It was in the final second that he actually managed to be able to grab the diffuser and attempt to place it. Gorgona, despite being on his own, he had the cover of the white van. He knew where the placement was being done. He could just come in and get the kill. But my God, that kill feed was so backwards and forwards with the orange and the blue and C4s and guns and everything. But once again, perhaps another instance in which MnM are leaving it too late to push, given that they have not forced out certain utility. The real main one, the real kicker in that round was definitely those smoke babes from Kayak. He still had all 3 of them. All 3 of them. By that very last moment, they hadn't forced any of them out, and that slowed down the push, which they had to make in already limited time.
This half is just getting more and more convincing here for Cowana. Their map pick of, well, any map in the pool. They had the choice. They wanted to go to Consulate. MnM perhaps knew that this was coming, but remember, this is a best of 5 series. A BO5 is a marathon, not a sprint. Cowana got a leg up. They need to keep that and continue the momentum. This 3-round lead might look like a lot now, but who knows? These things can slip. The flash of a rifle. For the first time, Cowana have taken us to that 4th and final bomb site. Objective choice on Consulate. Consul and meeting. These days, becoming more and more attacker-sided. This is the objective that no pro teams want to defend. While you might see it a lot in ranked, not so for the pros, as they're getting so very good at attacking it. Let's see if MnM can hack it.
Well, looks like they're being a bit more proactive, and they're just hopping on those cameras. Once again, utilizing the SAM cams. 2 more still in pocket. Drone throw, not necessarily going to work out. And it looks like Cowana are probably going to be playing quite vertically as well, as you've got Grizzly and Sloth both on the prowl, or on the roam. If those don't get cleared out, which is something that MnM have been a bit lackluster in doing so far, then they could come up later on in the round and turn out to be quite a problem. Out go the discs, that's going to prevent projectiles being thrown in through the floor. The Selma's going to get eaten up by one of them as well, and a projectile to head straight back out. Now, another disc being thrown out means that Nave could find the exact same situation happen again, and he only has 1 Selma left.
Finally, that magnet burns. I believe that breaching... Wait a second. Gorgona getting aggressive in the bomb site. Looking to contest the window. Sloth as well downstairs. Gorgona's made himself in a very precarious position that the attack will have to deal with. I don't believe they know. And MnM have so much on their plate to deal with right now. Players downstairs, 2 of them, with the risk of denying vertically. Steal those echo drones on the table. And now this player deep in the bomb site. He did get spotted, but still, this is going to be so difficult to flush out.
And nade thrown isn't going to find anyone, but it does open up that hole much wider, which means he could find himself being spotted out. But it doesn't look like Sloth is going to relinquish his position just yet. MnM are in the final minute. Once again, a situation we've seen many times, but Sloth's just waiting. However, it will be Fonkers to find that first kill.
It's exactly what MnM need right now. Find that first pick. Make it work for them. 30 seconds to go, and well, they might have a numbers advantage. It doesn't look like they're any closer to making this work. So many ways that Cowana can deny this plant. The gas is just one of them. The Yokais as well. Nath knows he has to repel on in. Spray of the rifle to try and cover the sound. Nath has to push deep. 2 gases out. Gunfire's come alive. Nath knows he can't plant. He knows he has to find this kill. Grizzly below may well have a C4. Plenty of info from the Yokais. 5 seconds left and it's just ticking away. Kayak can deny this plant, but no! The Yokai taken out! This may well go down! Grizzly doesn't have the info! Pre-fire through the floor. The C4 ineffective. A 3-player. What is this? Grizzly now trying to come up the yellow stairs. 2 versus 4. This could be the best shot now for MnM. Grizzly knows that there's a player in the bomb site, but he doesn't have the capability to deal with it. Kayak goes deep, finds one, and now he's all alone. Nath cleans it up, and that's MnM. A decent shot at the end of that half, and they do manage to get 2 rounds on their attack.
I said those roamers could end up being a threat in the late game, but what... A roamer is only as good as the information it has. But let's have a quick break before coming back to the second half.
We are back for the second half of map number 1 in this best of 5, which could potentially take a very, very long time for a slot in EUL 2021. Cowana versus MnM, the grand final, effectively, of the European Challenger League. And, well, it's been a pretty good half so far for Cowana on their map pick.
They definitely look to be taking the lead right now. Cowana have looked incredibly strong, especially just given how little time they have allowed MnM to have in a lot of their pushes. But whether MnM will be able to recreate the same effect onto Cowana on this half remains to be seen. It does look like Cowana are going for something slightly different than MnM did. That was, yeah, get rid of the utility nice and early. Why not? I was going to mention the fact that Gorgona was playing Blackbeard instead of relying on the Sam Fisher or Zero, as MnM were doing on their own attack, trying to put more into the flank watch through the use of cameras. With the Blackbeard, Gorgona could just sit on a window and just be more of a physical kind of flank watch and cut off rotations.
A Blackbeard is infamously associated with this map of Consulate. We've already talked about the repelling game. How much of attacking Consulate is sitting on a window or repelling on a window and holding an angle? Well, guess what? It's nice and easy to do that when you've got a face shield to protect you. Sloth finds the first kill. Nice entry with him and Kayak. Takes down Dats. It's a significant threat off the board. Pulse and his scan are completely gone for the rest of the round. And Cowana, it looks like they're just doing a dry run at this point. So pristine. Removing utility, removing players.
It's a major loss as well, because that Evil Eye got taken out so early. You don't necessarily have the other cameras that the rest of your team have brought for that extra information, defensive information. So with the cardiac sensor gone, maybe a major source of the info that you were relying upon is no longer there. Nade trying to dislodge Nade. It doesn't quite take him out. The C4 doesn't look like it'll be successful. He has to move on into the bathroom, but he's joined by a drone. And so far, as you said, it looks like Cowana kind of dry running. They look incredibly comfortable.
And there's a headshot as well to finally finish off what was left of Nade. Fonkers knows the presence is downstairs, but there's a drone watching for this position. He shoots it. That flank watch now denied, but his flank also. Sloth in aggressive position here. The yellow shoulder machine. Jonker on the stairs, checking what Evil Eye does he have left. Just this one in piano. Sloth is watching for his ingress. Users above. Plenty of coverage for a piano execute, but not so for lobby. Sloth sprays out, and then backs off.
The Battle of the Yellow Stairs. In fact, you can actually tell that the staircases in general are trying to be taken control of, but Anarchic, he sees the opportunity to go straight in with the plant. Kayak's going to get rid of the default cam, but now it's a post-plant situation for MnM Gaming, who didn't seem to attempt to contest.
Defenders have located the
Very, very
diffuser.
difficult post-plant as well. One of the most difficult maps to post-plant on retake, and Grizzly just polishes off users without too much trouble. Another one as well. Gorgona on the Blackbeard. Fonk is 1v5. Look, I haven't seen this before. I don't think I've ever seen this before. There you go. Finally, he can find one. The trade comes through, and at the end of the day, it's a very convincing round once again for Cowana.
The big question coming into this half was, can Cowana recreate the results that they had on their first half as they switch into the attack? We mentioned the Consulate these days has become more and more an attacker-favored map. And so far, the answer looks like it's going to be yes, as they sit just one round away from match point. And I think one thing that's really worth mentioning here is that despite the fact that MnM did technically on paper do better in the main Challenger League season than Cowana did, they went completely lossless up until the playoffs. Because the playoffs weren't a double elimination bracket, you don't have someone coming into this final with a map advantage. So MnM aren't carrying one map already under their belts like you see in competitions like the Six Invitational. It is just clean from the ground. So whoever gets this first map, that is the first point that's on the board, and it looks like Cowana is set to make it theirs.
This is a very important game. What riding on it, as we've said. You win this, you go straight into EUL. You don't have to bother with trying to face Rogue, and Rogue have everything to play for tomorrow. And while Rogue have certainly not quite been on the form that we feared of them in the past, I definitely do not want to go up against even a frightened animal once it's backed into the corner, once it has everything to lose. And so that's why you need to play hard out here.
You're from Australia, so I'd imagine you've been taught to be afraid of any frightened animal that may be out in the world.
No, not at all. In fact, we learn how to live harmoniously along with the Australian wildlife. You know,
like the spiders and the alligators.
Yeah. Couple redbacks in my backyard, some tiger snakes out as well. But it's alright, we get along. We have a good old yarn.
Yeah, you really strike me as the kind of like badass Steve Irwin type.
Ah, thanks, Gio. And thanks for not sounding sarcastic whatsoever.
Oh no, you're totally welcome. It was sincere.
I like this mirror window on the garage wall. Makes it much more difficult to pull off an exothermic charge. Of course, it's the ace here. May well be able to impact trick through the mirror window should the defenders pop it. Let's have a look. Oh, impact trick through the drone hole, but it doesn't deny the Selma. Actually, it did destroy the second explosion of the Selma, so this is proving to be a little bit of a frustration now from Cowana.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, they have the lines of sight. They could crouch in through the second one, I guess. And, one thing I have to commend them for is the fact that it's, at the very least, earlier progress than MnM made when they were attacking onto this site. Gorgona's just watching onto the yellow stairs should there be any rotations, and I imagine that there will be some attention from Cowana onto the first floor, in through piano. You've got Fonkers downstairs as well. He'll be relaying a lot of that information, and it looks like Grizzly is maybe getting ready to come in through one of these upper floors.
Time ticking away, still a 5v5. Cowana, unlike MnM, going for a full garage take, and they start to move in. So much time on the clock, it's unexpected. Sloth makes his move. M1911 in hand, finds another kill, and now jumping into security. It seems like Cowana have this all in their pocket. It's a retake for MnM. 2 players upstairs, and this vertical potential clearly not taken advantage of. A C4 goes forth, but shot out. Plant gone down inside a kitchen. The Yuzu's sees that diffuser after it's been planted. He knows now where needs to be retaken. Yuzu's another kill. This 2v5, now a 2v3. Make that a 1v3. Difficult position for Dats, especially going against that Blackbeard. A tiny sliver of HP left, but he knows he needs to take these 3 fights. Rear window open, that's not going to be of much use. Has to spray on, has to push forward, finds another one, but the refrag comes up for Cowana. And they take themselves all the way to match points. Map number 1 of the series.
It feels like it's gone so quickly. And I have to say, that is not the first time that we've seen so far in this game Dats be the last one standing from MnM. It just looked like Cowana had things so much more coordinated and together. And even when they first made it through the garage door, they just went straight in. I mean, Sloth just doesn't care. Just doesn't care. And he is one of those players who we've definitely spoken about before. We spoke about on the desk as well. You just expect him to be ballsy and be aggressive with a lot of the things he does. And the fact is, Cowana don't look like they're scared of MnM. And I think that is incredibly telling so far.
Now, a term we've used already quite a lot today in the previous match is just another day at the office. And we use that to describe BDS just doing as they will against Na'Vi, but I feel like it's the same thing here with Cowana. It's another day in the scrim server, really. I mean, not even the scrim server, it's another day in the dry runs. A lot of these attacks just look like Cowana is doing... they're playing a musical instrument or that they've played 1,000 times before. They know exactly where their fingers have to go to hit the right notes. It's just a matter of doing it and doing it together in time. And well, it's very impressive to witness and very difficult for MnM to really have anything to say about it.
One thing I would like to bring up, however, is the fact that this was Cowana's map pick. So naturally, you will always expect the team that picked the map to be the team that performs better. And even though we've given MnM a little bit of flack so far, just because of the disparity in the performance of these two teams, their map pick of Villa is to come up next. And maybe the tables will turn when we see them play in that.
It's also not the first time we've seen MnM struggle on this map. They lost 2-7 to Gamma in the Challenger League in that super important match that actually qualified them for this relegation or this promotion match right now. It was the only one that they lost on that series, and they managed to come back and win Cafe and Theme Park. Now this is a long game. It's a best of 5. Cowana, they can win Consulate. Doesn't spell the whole game. Gonna have to still win 2 more. Look at this, though.
So coordinated. They're ready to go in together. Kayak taking a decent amount of damage, but Fonk is the first one to go down.
And that's a very nice, aggressive take of Archives. Now, Cowana, fairly unusual, but so together, so coordinated. Now, that's a constant pressure point against MnM. Still presence upstairs, but what's it matter when Cowana have control of half of the basement? Giving themselves some more rotates. Sloth moves into storage. Very cautious now of Spiral Stairs. And now Cowana, with all that control and that pick, can essentially just play this more traditionally. Try and get the main breach open and try and work from there. But it's easier said than done when there's a Kaid in play. And so right now, in the mid-round, Cowana has to do some problem solving.
Well, actually, what I really like is the fact they've got a Narkic placed outside the garage. He'll be able to open up the door and hold onto the yellow stairs, but he's not holding onto the diffuser this time. That's been given to Gorgona. In fact, Grizzly's just going to pick it up. So the person who's going to come in and make the attempt to plant is actually coming in from the other side of the map, where these multiple players are together. That means a Narkic can just focus on getting that wall open, holding onto the yellow stairs, and Sloth can focus on killing Jonker.
And he does it so well. Cowana in such a strong position, only to get stronger. Nafe knows he has to make a play, but Sloth says, sit down. And now it's all on users. 1v5, and it slowly but surely slips away. Cowana, an incredibly dominant first map here in this final for a spot in EUL. They take it 7-2.
They say the best of 5s are supposed to be quite long, but if all of the maps in this series end up being like that, I think that this is going to be over before the Na'Vi BDS game. Absolutely insane performance from Cowana that we've seen so far, and I can't even say, you know, UK Massive, because that's both of these teams.
Yep, it's difficult to pick a favorite if you're a UK fan, so perhaps the long-standing fans who've watched UKIN in past will understand the rivalry and be able to see which team's going to take this on top. But Cowana already up 1 map and a dominant one at that. MnM will have to retaliate. Let's see if they can do so. We'll be back in a minute with the analyst to break down map number 1.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What a map one. Expectations were set for Consulate, and it looked like Cowana ran away with it. MnM being grilled like the the marshmallow they are in our first map. We'll see how things shape up for Villa in just a bit. But Jess, there's a lot to look out here, and I think first I want to give the space to my friend Desachu right here to brag, and then we can move on.
Nah, I don't want to brag about it because it's a best of 5 and you never know really what's going to come into this one. But again, lots of people were writing Cowana off coming into this, and you really can't afford to. Again, Sol said to me yesterday, you've seen us at 50%. You haven't seen this version of us. And round number 7, I said to you guys earlier on when we were watching the game, it was just unbelievable. From the second the round started in the droning phase all the way through to the end, it was a near flawless round. The only kill that went the other way was a trade anyway. So I guess if you're looking at it when it comes down to pure stats, it was near enough flawless. They just know how to deal with everything that was coming at them. And is part of that down to the map? Absolutely. I think the space that it gave them to play with, where there wasn't really a large distance between getting to the building and getting on the site and executing, really played into their favor. But as the replays play out, you can kind of see where MnM struggled at times to deal with players like Sloth, who were just an absolute nightmare. I think, Jess, you said, like, you can't deal with a single player inside of admin killing 3 of your team. It's unbelievable.
That was really disappointing, actually, for me, because I thought to myself, actually, this is the one opportunity for MnM to dismantle some big hitters from Cowana. And I think that's probably the big issue. And we spoke about it before, Des Milosh, about how I thought that MnM was kind of a stark contrast at the other end of the spectrum of Cowana on that map. Look at those stats on the screen. And I don't think this will particularly speak to what I'm talking about, because it doesn't have it on there per se. But MnM lacks the trade capability that Cowana is really good at. So a lot of Cowana is pushing as a unit, pushing as a team, having those capabilities for both crossfires and refrags, whereas MnM a lot of the time on both sides of their attack and defense, they were unable to trade out numbers. I oftentimes saw SMG11 on Yuzu, and it's just him gunning people left, right, and center. Not enough ammunition in that mag for him to be able to gun everyone down, but he's by himself. Why is that consistently the case here for MnM? Are they too in their own heads? Are they all tunnel vision? Are they not communicating appropriately? Why they lost so feverishly there is probably down to little minute details of not being close enough to trade out. You go through a few of those rounds, look at the outlines of some of the MnM plays and think to yourself, are they really close enough to trade out here? Not particularly, and not really ever.
I'm just going to put it down to the P10 Roni. That's what really won the map. I'm part of the Pepperoni gang over here. So, yeah, Sloth really handled it well. But as we saw in the end with the statistics of both teams, it really was that teamwork, as you're highlighting, Jess. This is something that brought Cowana forward. MnM couldn't really deal with. But now the big question is, we're pushing into Villa. What are some of the differences between Consulate and Villa that MnM have to be extra careful about? And what do they need to learn from Consulate in order to be prepared for that, Jess?
It's a really good question. I know that Cowana have banned Villa against them once before, so that's obviously something that they've thought, okay, we don't want to go up against Villa against this team, but when it comes to a map ban and it's best of ones and whatnot, you're sort of going to have that happen anyway. I don't have a lot to pull on MnM for, but if we just go back to that last map and then relate it to this one, trades are so important on Villa. One of those maps where it can be super defender-sided, I should say. And as an attacker, if you're going to be MnM, you cannot be losing players without the trades. You have to even number count. But conversely, on the defense, you can lose a number or two and feel pretty confident you're going to clutch it out. So maybe on the defensive side, MnM could sort of give themselves a little bit of an advantage. But I don't know. I reckon the momentum's on the side of Cowana at the moment, unfortunately. I love MnM, but it's looking tight.
I think it is, but I'd also still give a lean towards MnM on this map. I do think they'll do well on Villa for a couple of reasons. One, we saw in our series earlier on that a 7-0 on Consulate or a really strong showing on Consulate doesn't mean the second map's going to go the same way. I think they're stepping into a larger map where they'll have a little bit more time to breathe. And third, and probably most importantly, the one strength that I always give to MnM over Cowana is I think their more supportive players like Nath are just a lot stronger. And I think on that map where he was going 2-8, had 0 impacts on the game, that's not the Nath that we all know. He wasn't the guy who actually dropped 20 plus kills crouch walking around Villa against Na'Vi and Yukin, for example. I think give him a bit of time, they will warm into this a little bit better, but that wasn't MnM at full strength on the last map. Yes, Cowana were absolutely prolific and well organized. That wasn't the MnM that we all know and love. So give a bit of time, see if they warm into it, but if this ends up being a 2-0, cut it short, Chief, it's done.
Well, I want to roll back into a specific moment on map 1, then on Consulate, and give it more of an open question. What stops Sloth from sitting like he did in Consulate in open area and doing the same thing in bedroom when it's a statuary defense, or also sitting in in game room, or sitting in kitchen, sitting in mudroom, also a very common area for a lot of lurkers. What stops Sloth from doing that?
I think more breathing space, personally. I'd say.
I think they need
had to start in
adaptation.
admin, right? They had to jump in admin to start. It's where they committed their attack to. They had to get rid of Sloth, and their coordination was, frankly, crap. And I think, again, give them a little bit of a breather. They'll have talked about it. They'll have said, look, coordination was our issue. We know we can do this. We chose this map. This should be a much more comfortable affair for them, personally.
Coordination is more where I wouldn't to lean. I definitely think you're right. I mean, it's easy on Consulate to get stuck outside of the map because that's where the entry points just happen to be. It's a repel-heavy map. Go figure, huh? But I think on Villa, there's a lot of places for roamers to go. There's a lot of ways they can slippery slide their way around the map. It can be very time-consuming to get rid of them. I hope they adapt and go, actually, we have a really big problem with their roamers, with their fraggers. Let's isolate them first, go get rid of them. And actually, it's something you and I spoke about, Des, about that top floor when they were playing lobby. Do they go and actively clear everyone above? That way they have the active control, or do they just hold a passive angle on it and just apply really sort of passive-aggressive pressure onto the top floor so there's no verticals? Guess what? It worked against them, didn't they? They've got to clear them. It's not working for them playing this passive-aggressive game. They've got to snuff them out before they get to site.
Even more than into it, Jess, and I would like you to continue on that point if you have it to add to it. Jackal, Lion, Dokkaebi. Where do they fit into this equation, and do they fit at all, if that's the strategy?
Looking
MnM.
over compositions, not for MnM particularly. No,
No.
I expect soft breaching operators.
Is
I
it the
expect
right
hard
reaction,
breaching operators.
though?
That's it. I don't think they're bad at droning by any means. I don't think MnM is a bad team just because they had a bad showing on one map. I don't think that they're a team that cannot isolate a roamer, as we saw with Sloth, and coordinate upon it. I think their showing of how they use coordination was not appropriate for that particular map, but going on to Villa, they might have the opportunity to do so. Maybe, let's be honest, this sounds ridiculous, maybe on the repels, they just weren't confident. They weren't confident to repel on in, to engage this person by going into the window. On Villa, you can sort of get around that by just jumping in. You're good to go, and then you're on even footing then.
I think you can make it work with drones, being honest. Like, I know some teams do lean towards a Lion, a Dokkaebi in more individual circumstances, but a great example is how well Cowana controlled. I forget who the player was. He was sat in antechamber. They caught him on the Twitch drone. A grenade came right through. They blew the hatch from below and then gunned him from below. There was 2, 3, 4 forces at work there to deal with him without the need for those kind of operators. If you're comfortable on these more soft breach ones, like Jess alluded to, stay on those and just play with a bit of team play. Like she said, coordination is as complex as it gets. If they get that down on this map, it will be a lot more competitive.
So before we head in, because we still have a bit until a final player kind of irons out some issues, I thought it was and we were all sitting together and watching the game. It specified that moment where a Twitch was selected to deal with a Maestro, and it was also planned and timed correctly. That was super beautiful to see. How do you deal with that adaptation? Do you have to be more careful? Do you bring out the Mont music the mute music Mozzie combo? I don't know why I'm stumbling. The mute Mozzie combo.
It's a tongue twister.
Do you run that to deal with those sort of utilities? How well does it work on Villa in this case?
I would be surprised to see teams not running a mute. On Villa, it has been a popularized operator because, I mean, you need a shotgun operator. Some teams will run a smoke instead, plant denial behind vault door and everything like that. So at least one shotgun operator is expected of some kind. Some people will just default to the Maestro instead. I do expect to see one or the other. I don't know how helpful it will be, that's for sure. But one thing you have to be careful of is the fact that what happened on Consulate with that Evil Eye is that bottom floor, or rather lobby, is quite an open space. It's just because they were setting up above. I will be honest, it looked like they missed out on a very easy to shoot drone, but everyone was setting up above. He took the opportunity to sneak on in. It's easy. On Villa, the only site you can get away with that, particularly, I guess, is if you zoom it through laundry and people are setting up above for the kitchen defense. Otherwise, you're going to struggle on the top floor sites to get a Twitch drone in. So I don't think we'll necessarily see it again to full effect.
Yeah, they just caught them off guard a little bit, I think, because in the next round they had both drones dead inside 60 seconds. They knew what to do then. They didn't make the same mistake again. It's kind of a one-off, so I wouldn't put too much weight into it, to be honest.
Do you expect extensions, or like, do you expect teams to really barrel down the hatches, like reinforcing all of bedroom, even if they're playing inside of Aviator game room, or do you expect them to play like statuary with a half reinforced bedroom wall with castle being brought? Do you expect these more elaborate or more
extended
fail-prone
holds, right? That's what you're going towards.
Say again?
You thinking like extended holds and things like that, like holding down other areas of the map? Yeah, I think MnM would. I don't know about Cowana, because Sloth strikes me as the kind of guy that can't sit still for more than 5 seconds, so he wants to be up and down stairs like a jack in the box. You aren't going to keep him in one room for too long, that's for sure.
So, Villa, who takes it just very quickly, because their game is ready?
If there's no mirror ban, maybe MnM, but otherwise Cowana.
I think MnM for this one.
All right, fair enough. Then I'm very interested in seeing how this will go, as of course our analysts have switched sides when it comes to our predictions. I'm very interested to tell the story of it, and to aid us in all of this is down to our casters. GeoDev, enjoy.
It's a split desk, it seems, among the so-called experts for who's going to take this one. We'll see whether MnM can make it a series. Map number 2, it is their pick of Villa. Cowana on hot form from Consulate. But it's a best of 5. It's a marathon. And MnM, we're now on their leg of the split. Let's see if they can fight it back here on Villa.
I think this is going to be a really important map for MnM for mentality more than anything. Even if they lose this map, there's still the opportunity. Oh, hi.
Nice.
I always do that because I stand up when I cast, so if I hear them, I've got to come back.
Standing desk like me. In fact, I'm standing too high.
I'm not made of money.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe I'm short enough that a regular desk is fine.
All right. I was going to make a joke about how you have a family seal or something, but look, let's be honest. People don't
a crest? Well,
a crest, there you go.
It's nothing to do with money. Well, either way, totally lost my train of thought. This is going to be an important game for MnM, not just because of whether it's possible for them to win the series based on whether they win or lose this, because of course it's still possible, but this is their map pick, and it's really important, especially after a map like that last one, for them to find their footing through the confidence of winning the map that they've come in and prepared for themselves. If they are to lose this, then that could be disastrous just for their mental state heading into the rest of the series.
MnM are used to being on top. Whether it's UKIN, whether it's Challenger League, these guys, they're used to winning. Getting down, well, some people say could get them down bad. And losing their own map pick, it's one thing to lose Consulate, right? One thing to lose the map you're not favored on. 7-2, yeah, la-di-da-di-da. When you pick your map pick, you expect to win it. That's what's got to happen in a best of 5. So, a great point from you. Now, I do see a world where MnM have got a shot on the following maps. They're pretty good maps for MnM: Club, Theme, Cafe, but really, if you want to talk about form, if you want to talk about confidence, they've got to get themselves in the game right here.
And this is a very different kind of map style to what Consulate was, right? Even when you just look at like the shape, the size of the map, that's different, but the typical playstyle is also very different. Consulate, we spoke quite a bit about, a lot more aggressive, a lot more attacker favored. Villa is more strategical, and for a team that prefers those more strategic maps, you would assume that they're going to be better. I mean, you would assume that MnM are going to be better anyway, given the fact that they voluntarily chose to do this of their own volition. They would be kind of quite masochistic of them to pick it if they thought they weren't going to do so well. But they're going to have to prove it to us and everyone watching at home. And there are, of course, going to be people who are really big fans of one or the other because of the long-standing rivalry between these two teams, the constant backwards and forwards, how Cowana nearly took the UK and Ireland nationals, but it was MnM ultimately who won. And then MnM did better in Challenger League, but then Cowana seemed to have a much better playoff run. And now we're here watching them both face each other. It's a big deal, and MnM currently on the back foot. But they'll be starting things off on attack. Cowana chose the defensive side. It's the same side they started on in the last map, but maybe more of a disadvantage going into Villa.
It is very much what we're looking at right now. MnM, as you say, unfavored side on their map pick after such a troublesome Consulate. This is where they really need to show us that they've woken up, got it out on the wrong side of the, or got it out the right side of the bed this morning, and they're ready to play. Because if they take much longer to show up, then this is not going to be a very long best of 5. And MnM, we all know, have it in them to compete in the EUL, to win this game against Cowana. They've beaten them before, this rivalry. Today is just another installment.
This entire defensive composition from Cowana says to me that they want to anchor down in that site and make it very hard for MnM to push in. And that's the big problem that we saw on Consulate. MnM would take a long time to get to the point where they want to push into the site. It's very close. Where they want to push into the site and then would fail when the actual endeavor began. And Cowana seemed to have understood and bought into that. So far, MnM not caught anyone out as Sloth takes refuge behind the shield on the main stairs. We saw one of the players just trying to thread the needle, but not yet made it work.
Ambitious of Cowana to go for it. Main stairs hold with the Wamai band of their own volition. 2 ADSs, both burned, the smoke grenade as well. And that shield finally dispatched with both, in fact. Cowana forced back, but still, they didn't lose a single player. And the smoke actually afforded them a retreat. Now, MnM, they don't have info as of yet. They've got to re-drone that and learn that they've got that control. While it might be some good progress, there's no kill for it. Once again, as we saw on Consulate, 2 minutes have elapsed. 5v5.
Trying to support the rest of the team is Usus from below on the buck. One of those operators that fell out of favor for quite a while after he lost his nades. But you would see him played on both of these teams. I'd imagine that Gorgona will end up sporting him at some point. But still no one from Cowana has yet been dislodged. There's the first Toxic Babe coming out from Anarchic to push back the push from MnM. And 30 seconds remaining means they still have a way to go.
Time is bleeding away. Kayak finds the first kill with only 25 seconds left. Fonka, the Gemini, to get some info in the site. It's been so hard for MnM to find a way in, but finally they take down Kayak. Here's the execute. Fongas desperately, but Gorgona just reloading in Vault. He has the power right now, and MnM do not have a plant going down. Fonkas has to go deep. Dats has to get this plant down. It just ain't gonna happen with Gorgona swinging in there. And once again, MnM lose a round on time.
Yeah, made the attempt, and it looked like MnM were trying to anticipate a lot of movements from Cowana. For example, we had the repel on 90 to prevent, I think it was Sloth who was present at 90 by that point, and he did eventually get killed, but he wasn't really budging his position that much for quite a while, and that means that you have fewer reinforcements actually making the push itself. I think they also sent someone in from the north side of the map. I kind of caught vision of that, but I didn't see too much. And so again, they're all separating themselves out, not being as decisive. One of the things that Jess mentioned on the desk was a problem with Consulate was MnM maybe didn't have the confidence to actually make the repels in and push forwards. That's not a mistake that we can afford, or they can afford rather, it doesn't affect me, that they can afford to repeat again here.
Just feels like this has been every step of the way Cowana in the lead. They really they look like they've showed up today. There's never really been a moment where Cowana looked like they had to stretch. They had to really take a large leap and take a risk. It looks like they're playing
5 seconds to go.
something that they've played so many times before, something that they know better than the back of their own hands.
Attackers objective is
Here
to
is an
locate a
extended
bomb.
strategy. It's actually quite funny to me. We've talked about how we're on the verge of a meta change with Neon Dawn. Jaeger's been nerfed, Wamai's been nerfed. A bunch of our operators on the attack have been buffed. Ash has 3 breaching rounds now, so you can't just lean into the old utility sync meta, and yet we're still seeing Cowana hold the top of main stairs on an aviator defense. Hold, in this case, the closet on a stat defense. It's very unusual, but it seems to be working out for them.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And again, you have to consider that it's not long before the start of the EUL 2021 season, so assuming that these teams make it through, I mean, one of them's definitely going to make it through into EUL. Do they want to, you know, give everything away? It's not necessarily something you save strats for, right? Because this is more important. You actually have to get there first. But if you can make that more old meta style play work for yourself in this game, then you don't have to give everything away about how you would play deeper into the newer meta.
Absolutely no reason to save anything right now when this is everything on the line. Yes, you may lose this and still have a shot at EUL 21. You got to play against Rogue. You don't want to do that. You want to take it against the opponent that you know, the opponent that you've played so many times before. MnM now making the rotation, have some map control of the south side all the way up to 90 and looking to peek onto Stat. But the thing is now with Cowana's extension into Master, there's so much more room to play with. MnM's going to have to deal with that.
Selma's being used to open up some of the castle barricades. So far, not a ton of movement. In fact, some late barricades downstairs. Sloth is still very much off-site. Another player who may have to be dealt with by MnM, who look like they'll be moving up mostly from the south. They're not in too much of a rush as it stands. In goes the Gemini, gets caught out as Kayak is present in Statuary still, being able to hold vision onto Master as he's opened up those walls.
Here's the push for Yuzus. Finds one on the entry into Trophy. Smile for the camera, mate. That's a BPC on the other side. Looking for another kill. Fonkers finds it. And Cowana slowly but surely falling to pieces for the first time. MnM are looking so very strong. Sloth, though, knows he needs to make a move. Him and Grizzly trapped. But now it's a 1v5, 1v4. Sloth isn't afforded much more time. And MnM Gaming manage a convincing attack here. And that finally gets them on the board.
A setup that was predominantly designed to prevent some north side push, completely superseded by a south side one from the attackers. So they didn't have to deal with a lot or as much of that utility as they potentially would have had to have if they'd have come in from the north side. And so a lot of things placed down, positioned, specifically anticipating a certain attack. That's not what MnM came in with. And that's really nice to see as well. Because, well, I mean, we all saw Consulate, saw how that worked out. This is, of course, MnM's map. We've mentioned it a couple of times now, and they need to be getting the ball rolling on it. So as we head down into Kitchen, Cowana making a couple of changes once again to their defensive lineup. They've been definitely not shy to make changes and to try and adapt. This time, going to be using the Mozzie and the Oryx. That's going to afford them a lot of mobility, potentially a lot of off-site positioning, which is something that you would expect from this site particularly, is the general idea is you are present upstairs in the master bathroom statuary kind of area that is directly above the site, and that means that you can hold those angles down below. It means that the attacking team have to come and clear you out. If they want to have control of the site down below, it just uses a lot of time and a lot of utility. And with something like the Banshees out and the Goo Mines out, that's also going to make your life a lot harder as an attacker.
Oh, speaking of making your life a lot harder, that's pretty embarrassing there for Jonker. Lovely jump out there from Sloth. Perfect usage of those pre-opened barricades. Bit of info as well. Goes for the jump out. He takes off the Zephyr's head. Cowana already at an early advantage this round.
Really, really nice kill. Again, it's very symbolic of the confidence that we've spoken about that Cowana appear to be playing with so far today. That's holding on to the angle through into Aviator. And again, quite an exemplification of the roam that Cowana are liking to play. Just seeing a lot of movement from them down below, in fact, more so than upstairs, which is what I initially suspected. That means MnM do have some space to move forward, and they've still got plenty of time on the board as well.
Good map control now vertically from MnM above the bomb site, above, well, a lot of this area that Cowana has decided to take. They've extended their hold, as you said, with this roam away from dining where the bomb site is, even through MnM, and of course into living where we see the player residing at the moment. Users looking to put some pressure on the bomb site. The skeleton key to open up above those positions. Still MnM are a player down, and that C4 does miss. Good info though from Nath. May well afford a kill, especially with yet more angles. It looks like MnM is just focusing in on this bomb site. Cowana, these roamers are going to have an impact.
Yeah, I mean, opening up the laundry wall as well just gives them even more lines of sight and options for ingress to move in. Grizzlies looking around upstairs as they know that MnM took that control. They want to prevent players like Users from having those upstairs angles, but he doesn't win out the 1 versus 1. That means the butt can still remain upstairs and hold on tight. It puts Cowana in a much more difficult position as only 3 of them remain.
There's not a C4 to be seen on either of them, making Plantanal very difficult. Drone spotted on the flank. Kayak takes a lot of damage, deals a little in return. So many players low on HP. The Gemini taken down, but not before it can get some info. 25 seconds left. MnM starting to plant. Such a safe position now for Nath. Surely there's no way this can be denied. The cover comes through. Gorgona on for the flank upstairs. An R-kick on the bomb side. It's all on Gorgona now to make a play. And he gets up on the top floor, takes one down, but he's all alone. And the take against 2 players, well, this is so difficult. One loitering now in living, the other one well and truly safe outside. Gorgona has some info. The camera's still up, and that gets him 1 kill. This 1v3, now a 1 versus 1, but Nath has the holes directly above that diffuser. Can Gorgona get this? Nath, can he get an angle? He just barely sees the feet. And he makes sure that MnM don't let that round slip. That's the first time that they've been up on the series.
Leif looked very comfortable for a lot of that because he immediately went and took an angle outside so that he could cover that. And then once Dats got brought down, they had an idea that Gorgona was immediately going for that diffuser. He had absolutely nothing to impede him from making his commute up to Master, hold the angles from above. And it was just a really nice example of how MnM had set up their attack that meant that they can make the post-plant situation work for themselves. And you said it right then. This is the first time now that MnM are up on the series, and that's a really strong position for them to be in, and a really great position for them to be in, and hopefully their confidence will also begin to grow as the success continues.
We talked a lot about the start of this map, about how Consulate, we maybe think, yeah, attackers are looking pretty hot there. Wouldn't expect the defense to win too many rounds. And Villa's quite a different story. You'd think that the defense would have some kind of advantage here, and maybe a 3-3 split is good for MnM. Well, at the moment they're in the lead. It's Cowana push back time and time again.
10 seconds left.
Now, Aviator Games once again taken. MnM
5 seconds remaining.
had some flashes of greatness attacking this bomb site last time. I think a few things tied it up, and
Objective is to locate a
well, they
bomb
could
and
start to
defuse it.
really run away with this.
It's really important that we don't undersell MnM because of, you know, the kind of hard time we gave them on Consulate. And I don't want to make it sound like MnM being 1 round up over Cowana is a huge deal and this unprecedented thing. This is a very, very strong team. And MnM as an organization have a lot of history in Rainbow Six as well for being a feeder team, pretty much. And that doesn't mean they're feeding in-game, but it means that they have created champions. What we now know as Na'Vi was previously known as MnM. And this current roster of MnM is what came afterwards. And they are looking for their chance now to be the next great team, the next champions that Na'Vi proved that they could be. So definitely not a team to discount. It definitely looked like Cowana were more prepared for Consulate, and this is where we're starting to see just how close this series can become.
First pick for Cowana. Long angle understudy. Grizzly, though, taking down. Those Yokai's not going to be denying the plant. Aggressive position, though. For Gorgona, the Malusi. Spotted out on the drone. Takes a lot of damage to the nades. Sloth here, trying to hold on to the stairs. Gorgona is the player to support, but perhaps now in too aggressive a position. Fonker's completely denying his rotate out, but as he gets off the angle, there's a chance perhaps that Gorgona can escape. Maybe not though. Sloth and Nafe, well, bit of an exchange there. Yonka ends up on top, but we still have a 3 versus 3. Gorgona though in a terrible position. What is Jonka doing? Just tapping everyone from Cowana. Takes a lot of damage. Gorgona forced back now. A minute left. And Kayak finds his second on the bomb site. This is incessant is what it is as MnM start to file up top of main stairs. And Gorgona to reinforce off this wall. They're just going to push him. A 2v1. Jonka finds his third. Now Kayak has to make this massive a C4. A 3k on the rounds. And our users has to clutch 1 versus 1. So much time to play with.
Now they're just standing here staring at each other, waiting to see who will be the first to make a move. There's 30 seconds left on the board, so no rush really, but at some point Users has to go in for the plant. Maybe he's going to be starting now. Is he going to get off it? It certainly looks like it. Kayak sees part of his body, maybe. He knows that he's behind the bar, but he's waiting to see what side he pops up from. He got the predict right, and Cowana even things out. Now 2-2 after a 1 versus 1.
That was quite the round. Ended up in a 1 versus 2 clutch and a 4k for Kayak. A massive effort. That really was non-stop back and forth, back and forth. I've got to say, super awesome to see the way that MnM took that opportunity with 2 hands. I love the way that as soon as they saw that reinforcement being made over the rotate hole, there was that amazing just 2-player push directly into bar to refrag out that player. And then it all came down to Kayak. Can he clutch it? Indeed he can.
Yeah, I mean, it was perfect positioning from him to be able to get the C4 in the first place, which you just saw in the replay, and to get that final kill as well. A great read from him. Great for Cowana moving forward. And now things evened out once again. It just looks like it's going to be a backwards and forwards as Cowana head back to trophy and statuary. Now, this is where on the previous round, where then he came here, back in round number 2, they really lent into, as you said, something very reminiscent of that utility soak meta. Using things like the mute, they've got the castle, putting a lot of that utility in bathroom, in the closet, in these various points, potential avenues of entry, as Gorgona is demonstrating right now. But there wasn't a ton of attention that was paid down towards the south side of the map. And MnM were very coordinated, ensuring they all stayed together as they pushed through methodically and moved through the rest of the map. And then they just pushed straight in and they brought Cowana down to their knees. Now, MnM don't look like they're about to change that. A lot of them setting themselves up down on the south side once again. The question is, will Cowana read into that and be able to do something better than they had before?
Already we see a nice extended roam from Cowana. Already taken down 1 drone. Slowing and even stopping this ingress from MnM. Grizzly, aggressive position inside study. Calls out to his teammate. Perhaps there's a chance to peek the master balcony for a free kill, but it's a risky play. And he decides better of it. That's looking to get aggressive now. And he starts to take down some of this utility. Grizzly, though, finds one from study, completely unaddressed. And he'll also remove those Selmas from the wall, but now he's in such an exposed position. Surely he can't survive this. Somehow he does. And Nath misses that opportunity once again. Another Selma goes forth. Only 1 remaining for the bomb site. Already this is looking much worse for MnM than it did the last time around.
I mean, just such an extension from Cowana. They have retreated now, knowing that they've pretty much done their job in the same way that any roamer knows when they should return back to the site. Have you wasted time? Have you got a kill? Those are the big questions. And now MnM are following in their drones to move up further, but they don't have the Geminis to help them out this time, which was something that was so key to their push before.
And Sloth's actually taken 2 out of the 3 ADS devices from Jaeger out of the closet and into other parts of the bomb site. Expecting that MnM is... So there you go. As Medics has shown us, 1 ADS there. 1 placed in trophy. On the west side, I presume the final ADS will be protecting the shield inside trophy. Sorry, the previous one was in stat. Final one, I don't quite have vision on, perhaps in Astro. I like that maneuver from Cowana late round to ensure their utility is in fact where it needs to be. But here the push actually starts to come out. It looks like it's been read by MnM. They take advantage of the lack of ADSs to start to push in on Gorgona, but he can find a shot through the wall. Now MnM once again reeling.
Yeah, so nearly caught in a crossfire there, and the fact he was able to deal with it puts Cowana in a great position, especially with that kill from Grizzly straight on top. And that just looks like Cowana are going to consistently add on. Nave gets 2 kills at the end, but it wasn't enough to keep MnM in. And now the lead swings back into the favor of Cowana.
Believe a trade at the end of it was what met Nate's demise. Did get very close by the end of it, I will say. Still, we do see Cowana once again retake that lead, but this has been a very close game. It's been a game of close rounds, I would say as well. So many of these has been a hair's breadth away from swinging the other direction. That one in particular, it looked like MnM had a nice idea, and by the end of it, they actually found so many kills. But Cowana had more players up at the end of it.
I really like the adaptability from Cowana, the fact that they did change their attention to, I mean, even though it was actually quite risky how aggressive Grizzly got at the start, he could have very easily been brought down in Study or Aviator, but the fact that they actually made that quite ballsy play to push that far up, get that early kill onto Fonkers, and then retreat and be in a great position to deal with what MnM brought to them as they continue to move up as well, worked out very well from them, and it showed that they were willing to use the same skeleton of an idea as they did before, but change the meat on the bones very slightly so that they were better equipped to deal with MnM's choice of playstyle. And now they're going to be making some more changes from how they'd previously played. Round 3, MnM won that round and got a plant down as well. And if you remember correctly, a lot of that was because Cowana decided to have their roam using the basement quite a bit. They didn't have a ton of upstairs control. MnM took it very quickly. Users opened up the floor, and those vertical angles allowed for the post plant to work in MnM's favor and for them to keep or prevent Cowana from disabling the diffuser. But this time, we've actually brought along a certain Russian operator who we have not seen so far.
That cap can. These traps may make this a bit slower for MnM. It really does beg the question. The second time around, what's Cowana going to change? Grizzly does a bit of damage, looking to make this fight his, but no. Junker shuts him down. Gorgona already used the C4 as well. Sloth makes this an even trade at the end of the day. There's still some presence upstairs. Not looking to fall off as of yet. MnM were too good at holding their flanks last time and too good at utilizing this top floor control, but things have changed now. And it looks like Cowana are fighting tooth and nail for this top floor.
I mean, MnM are very keen to take this control, as you can tell, but they're aware that Cowana are going to try and prevent that from happening. User's just moving straight on in. He's going to get going on the floor once again so that they can have control of the vertical angles, have positions that will allow them to look down, clear out a lot of those players from below, and should they find themselves in a post plant like before, they can prevent the defenders from disabling that diffuser. However, they've got to get there in the first place, and having an early loss onto Jonker isn't going to help, especially as Cowana are a lot better positioned to deal with these attackers. As we can see, Gorgona just bringing Nath straight down.
An unsuccessful collapse thus far. Dax in such an awkward position here in the pantry. Kayak and a scary angle to contest, prone with hard cover. Dats would have to enter a crossfire to take that gunfight. But he is supported from players above. Gorgona feeling not much pressure. Users taken down. Kayak retraded. Dats gets that diffuser back in his pocket. A 2v2, very winnable now. MnM starts to make their move, all on Dats. Forcing this plant down. Now it's a 2v1. The retake. to come through. Sloth and Anarchic, they just need to retrade this. Can Dats find it? He sees a lick of the player on the other side, takes the headshot, but he loses so much health for it. Anarchic to chase him down with the shotgun. Now the SMG-11, and that is the shot to nail this half. The final nail in that coffin. Cowana do manage to get 4 rounds of their defense. Lost 1 to Anarchic. That's rough. We'll see half number 2 in just a minute, so stay tuned. Hope you guys have got some popcorn, because there is some shade being thrown, and you guys may as well add into the mix. Cowana finally managed to win that clutch in the 1v1. A bit of smack talk in the chat. Sometimes it's what you need, Gio, just to get the blood rushing.
Of course, I mean, that's the thing with the British, is if you want to get someone going, you just insult them.
Yeah, that's definitely going to do it, but got to be careful for Cowana if they incite the beast. Sometimes it's better to let sleeping dogs lie, and at the moment, well, MnM, I wouldn't call them asleep, but certainly haven't been quite the beast that we'd have expected them. Surely some of that fire running through their veins after the shade thrown is gonna hopefully bring some more fruit on their defense to what we saw on their attack.
Cowana have been aggressive and they've been adaptable. 2 things that when you mix them together create a recipe that makes something quite sweet. And we're starting to see the results of that. This is, if you are just tuning in, MnM's map choice. And so far, they are sitting on the back foot. We should bear in mind that MnM started on attack, and that is a side here on Villa that you would probably expect to be more likely to end in a 2-4 than a 4-2. So Cowana, now switching onto the attacking side themselves, have to prove that they can keep it up when in that role. They are going for a slightly different approach to what MnM did, as they're bringing out the Dockerby, most notably. That's going to really aid a lot of their information gathering as they hunt out those defenders, whereas on the side of MnM, they've been using operators such as Yana, and if you go back to Consulate, they really liked their Zero as well.
On the flip side, MnM take Goyo. Brings us to 3 shields on the table. Goyo. And once again, going for this top main stairs hold that we saw Cowana play to limited success, although they did win the rounds, just not in lieu of that hold. I do like that Dockerby pick, though, from Gorgona on the Cowana side. I do like a bit of creativity in the operator picks, and Dockerby really underrated these days. She's got nades. That's one of the buffs that came through with Neon Dawn. Oh, unfortunately, that Twitch drone is stunned out and jammed from the mute jammer. And unfortunately, as is our audio, but that's okay. A breaching round to try and destroy that mute jammer and cleanse the 90 wall of that mute jammer to enable that hard breach to come through eventually. But thus far, good map control, but a fairly quiet round.
Oh yeah, it's sort of it's got a kind of air of that's my impression of a mute jammer. Yeah, thanks. All right, well, Jonk is still holding pretty firmly onto Vault, as a lot of these members of Cowana are just outside waiting to open up the wall, and that's why you see the Selma going out onto there. If they can flush those defenders out, then that'll allow them to take more control of the site and also push them into unfavorable positions. With 4 nades on their side and just a Jaeger on the opposing side, it's going to make it a lot easier for them.
Bomb diffuser.
Good flank watch drones as well, as we saw flicked earlier.
Attackers have recovered their
The player at the bottom of the red stairs. Surely Dats is not long for this world. Sloth looking to make this fight his. 30 seconds left. Time's ticking away. Sloth distracted now. The bomb site will take his attention. Kayak also, diffuser in hand. Jonker starts things off. 18 seconds to go. No control of Study. The refrag comes through, pushing deep in the side. What are you doing, Jonker? You're shot in the back of the head. 5 seconds left. Gorgona, the only player for Cowana to make anything happen, but he doesn't have the diffuser. He can find another shot in the 1v1, though he can't clutch it. And MnM just barely scrape away with their first defense round.
Yeah, looking strong though, at least for the start. They kind of gotta look strong where they can. You say it's just barely scraping away with it, but when it comes to these two teams, I feel like the scale at which you have to look at the closeness of a round really differs because they just have such a close history. We mentioned it at the very start of the broadcast, but when you go back to the Challenger League regular season, these two teams played each other once. It was on Coastline, and the score was a draw. So there's nothing definitive in the Challenger League season to actually tell us which of these two teams were better. And then, of course, they were both in different sides of the bracket when competing in the playoffs. So, we don't have anything super definitive to say historically who is better than who. And so when you see these rounds, despite the fact them being relatively close, you can turn around and say, okay, that team looked stronger because we expect it to be close.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
It is getting closer in terms of the scoreline. Only one round away from catching up now is MnM, but they are really, I feel, the team that's got to step up. Already lost map number 1. This is your map pick. Kavana's already done better on MnM's map pick than MnM did on Kavana's map pick. If that's anything to go by, MnM only managed 2 rounds on Consulate. It was not a good showing whatsoever. Kavana's been quite strong here on Villa. My question is, how much more gas is left in the tank? Because this is, well, potentially a long series ahead of us, a best of 5, and a lot of these maps yet to come statistically have been good in the past for MnM. The question is, if MnM lose on their map pick after already losing so convincingly on Kavana's, do they really have what it takes for a reverse sweep?
Do bear in mind as well that whoever it is that loses this game will be playing again tomorrow against Rogue to see who is going to take that 7th spot in the EUL. Oh, I suppose 9th spot actually. In the EUL, if Rogue are going to stay in, or if the loser of this game is going to be going forward. So that's another game they've got to prepare for and have the energy for. Well, Gorgona is looking like he's prepared to win this one and not have to go through to the game tomorrow, as he's just peeking in through the bathroom. Cowana have actually come for a different attacking strategy than what MnM did, as they've approached it from the north side, whereas MnM much preferred to go from the south.
This crossfire is difficult for Gorgona to tempt with. A breach now on the master wall. This ADS is... both of them need to get burned before anything can happen here, but Fonka says, you take my device, I take your life. The logic bomb rings on out. What is the progress here for Cowana? And another shot takes down yet another player. Fonka, 3 kills from the Astro stairs. A nade goes on 4th, but it can't find him. It's chewed up by that util. Another nade goes through. That's the last one. And it doesn't find Fonka's. The Finn has done so much work, more than his weight in gold. And now Anarchic missing the smoke. This is a desperate position for Cowana to be in. It may well be that MnM can even this scoreline up.
It feels like they're really just going to have to fight with their hands here, but Gorgona gets a kill from himself. Can he get the second? Not quite. Seeks refuge outside on the roof as he decides to take a different approach. Narkic holding on to the breach that he's opened. They still know this player's here in Astro, and he does finally get brought down. And Narkic killing Nafe, and that puts us in a 2 versus 3, and maybe some more hope for Cowana, but the pressure is still on, and it doesn't look like it's going to be going very well.
Gorgona now against 3 players. one of which has already vacated the premises. Downstairs, Gorgona knows about that, but he also knows this diffuser's not going to plant itself. What a lovely shot with the C75, but uses... Well, he makes short work of that one, and at the end of it, MnM come out on top and even the scoreline 4 apiece.
One of the things with Cowana is clearly they really like playing with nades, and this is something that was actually very, it was very present back in the regular season as well. Back when these two teams played on Coastline together in the regular season of Challenger League, it was really common for Cowana to like to bring 4 nade setups. However, Sledge in this instance got taken down before he had the opportunity to use those nades, and that is when we saw the Dockerby get ready to cook hers and try and throw them forward, because that's what they were relying on to clear out that shield in Astro. She had the first one chewed up. Great, you've just had 3 nades taken straight off the board when you were planning to use 4. Just 1 more left, and suddenly the strength of your push and your ability to take control of that key part of the map have been unceremoniously ripped away from you. And that really didn't help Cowana in their attack in that last round.
Well, MnM, perhaps we underestimated them, perhaps we didn't give them enough credit. It may have been a slow start on their attack, but their defense has been flawless thus far. And credit to them, they're taking us all the way to living in Library. Not a bomb site we see super frequently. We were fortunate enough to get a couple of showcases from Virtus Pro in the November Major. Fortunately, for Virtus Pro anyway, BDS finally had their number by the end of it. Couple of games in NA, I believe. Teams have played this bomb site. The general premise is that you try and hold on to the top floor, because you can deny a lot of the plants on the north side bomb site and living from vault upstairs through the floor. Really, this is going to be a test of Cowana. How good are they at attacking this?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of said it there. So much of it revolves around specifically control over the vault, because that is the safest place really for the defender, and most effective place for them to hold on to the control down below. However, we have, of course, seen in the November Major an attacking team, rather than trying to attack onto the top floor and clear that space out, we saw BDS come in with the Amaru and go up from below, which turned out to be incredibly effective, but probably not something that's too good at being recreated. Either way, it is maybe not the site that Cowana were expecting to be attacking to, or attacking onto, I should say. And that might make MnM feel a lot more confident and secure if they specifically have something up their sleeve.
Breach charge ready.
Progress though for Sloth, opening up these avenues onto the bomb site. This is typically where you'll see the plant go down. Gorgona done some good work taking down one of these roamers upstairs, but it's really Fonkers who's primed to counter this plant. 3 defenders out of 4 from MnM are upstairs to defend these power positions. Begs the question, can Cowana pull off something cheeky on the bomb site? Nath with a flank. That was the only player who was on the bomb site, now vacated it. MnM are playing some serious mind games right now.
I mean, they are really keen to hold on to the red stairs with Nath still present there, and one of the toxic babes, and Nath's just going to push on forward and bring Kayak down as well. And look, MnM is still holding on so stringently to Vault. They have their Maestro present up here. He's ready to catch out anyone who may move in, but Anarchic looks like he wants to go for the plant regardless.
It's a very good spot to plant, but that gas is going to make it not viable, and Arctic quickly finds another one as Sloth covers. That's to refrag eventually, but this plant still going down, and that's the perfect cover from Grizzly, exactly what his team needed. And now it's all on Fonkers, the Finn, to pull off a 1 versus 2 clutch, holder in hand. A great weapon to clutch with. He has some info now, takes a bit of damage. And that's the first kill. Only 1 more to go. Can he stick this? The tables have turned. It's all on Grizzly. He has to bait this out. Bonkers, surely he's not going to stick it. He baits it! And the Finn has what it takes to win the 1v2 clutch. On Maestro, on Living Library, and MnM take the lead.
perfect example of how the virtue of patience pays off. Present upstairs, just sitting there chilling, watching down below for the majority of the round, and then when he had to step up to the plate, he could. And you can tell when he was coming down red stairs, he didn't know the exact locations of those players, but knew that they would be coming in from different sides to try and catch him out in some sort of crossfire or a pinch of some sort. It gives them a lot more control of the potential routes that Bonkers could have taken back to the site. Got the first kill. That was really great because it put him in the 1 versus 1. All he had to do was successfully bait the disable. There was no way that his opponent was going to be able to get upstairs in time. And he didn't. He decided to push on towards Fonkers, and it ended up being his demise. And that means MnM, once again, they are seeing the leading side of Villa as it's consistently flip-flopped so far. I'm getting whiplash. That was definitely a round they'll be proud of, especially as one of the less popular sites in the game.
You just know that MnM are having a good time after that one, especially when Fonkers drops the Lamau in chat. I appreciate a good Lamau in chat after you completely destroy your team on a clutch. It's always, it's just one of those things that friends like to do. You know? It's very, very friendly, all fun and games. I'm sure that Cowana saw that and they thought, ah ha ha, that's very amusing. That totally does not annoy me or tilt me whatsoever.
Well, I suppose that's the thing. We'll see how the mentality of these two teams continues to evolve, because don't forget, this is a best of 5, of course, and it could be a long time still before we know what the result of this series is. Let's focus on the present. I'm sure both of these teams are having a great time, despite the fact that the stakes are weighing down on them. And Cowana have decided to come in this time with a shield in hand. They put Gorgona on the Monty. Maybe going in for more of a brute force kind of attitude and kind of attempt as they look to move into AVG. You can notice how MnM have opened up the study wall, or at least one half of the study wall. That gives them that strong line of sight out onto the veranda, while the other side is electrified by that electric claw that sits just behind the bomb chassis.
Ooh, a nice nade kill for Kayak. Nath goes down, those smokes with him. Cowana digging a bit deeper into the strat book here, bringing out the Montaigne, and also changing their push from a north side map clear to a top main push through study. Grizzly finds one, and everything's looking so good for Cowana. Fonkers knows he needs to make a play. He's had some big ones today, including the clutch just passed, but this 2v5, especially with the Monty on the board, it's not an easy position. Fonkers trying to bait out some shots. That's just barely staying alive on the bomb site. They know they need to deal with this Monty, but it's so difficult to do so.
And look at this, Kayak is on the other side of the corridor.
Oh,
he's gonna come in through 90 and catch him out from behind, but he's not! He gets caught out himself, Gorgona. He gets the kill onto Fonkers, and it's just Dats on MnM.
Going up against 3 players with rifles. And the Monsane walking through the nade. Grizzlies covering the angle. And Cowana finally fight back with a left hook and take their first attack round on Villa.
Right, so round 11. What are the odds we're going to overtime?
Look, I haven't run the maths, but at this point, I feel like this is looking like an overtime game. MnM had
Feels
such
like
a... It certainly does. MnM have had such a good defense. But the fact that Cowana could break through it just then does give me some hope for them. But of course, it does mean that MnM's got more and more freedom as these rounds go on of which bomb sites they can take. And is that a clash I see?
Yeah. Fighting fire with fire. Shield with shield.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Well, I'm very excited to see whether this works out. I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to Fonkers during that 2 versus 5 last round. TCSG in hand, desperately trying to peek into study, feeling so helpless. He just wants to do that with a shield in front of his face, so he's going to do that this round. Make sure that he can repel that Monty for as long as possible. What was really pivotal to me that last round was the fact that Cowana found so many early picks onto MnM players without any form of refrag, right? That's how it got into that 5 versus 2. If the MnM players, especially those a bit further from the bomb site, can just be a bit more cautious and try not to leave themselves exposed early, MnM might find themselves in much more favorable positions.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how the clash is going to work out and how that fares up against the Monty and gives those players from MnM the extra protection that they might need and could definitely benefit from when going up against that kind of strategy. In fact, when you mentioned at the start that Cowana just had a really good showing on that last round, my first thought was, yeah, but are they going to repeat the same kind of attacking strategy now that it's just worked? The answer was yes, but that meant that MnM are also going to try and do something very similar in return. For now, Cowana are just sending in their drones to try and gather some information on where these operators are, and they will by now be aware that there is a clash on the board as she was 6-picked, and that is kept very secret from those players.
Excellent clearance of the Banshee. Second round in a row that we've seen Sloth clear that Banshee using that method. Now, did the shield get destroyed? Speaking of shields, Clash has a few words to say, and I'm afraid none of them I can utter on this broadcast. Fonka's ensuring that none of these attackers make their way into study, and ensuring that he can just deal piece by piece of damage onto those players.
Notice as well that the Clash is protected by at least 2 ADS that sit right next to her. There's going to be one of the nades from Yana eaten up by one. The shield also at the top of the stairs will have to be cleared out. It's going to be harder with the ADSs present. C4 won't be catching anyone out at the bottom of the main stairs, but Cowana still have just over a minute to even try and push up at all.
This is no doubt going to be bloody. MnM have such strong positions. The shield's still intact for Yuzu's. He doesn't have to peek yet, but he does. He loses his head for it. And now it's open season on the Clash. Cowana start to push forward, but Fonka's, the taser, forces them back, slows them down. 55 seconds left now. MnM have lost some ground, but they're still in an okay position.
The late reinforce over the rotate, designed for those players at the top of main stairs, means that MnM can be more strongly fortified inside the site as Cowana start to push up, and they won't be able to use that passage for themselves. Jonka is still holding on to red stairs here. He may catch out his enemy, but in fact gets caught out himself. 5 versus 3, leaning towards Cowana, but not very much time left. Down goes the attempt at the plant, but Anarchic brought down before he's even able to finish.
Gorgona is well taken down. Dats has gone massive and completely turned the tide of this round. Kayak has to find that diffuser. He has to get it back, trying to create some chaos. Grizzly goes deep with the diffuser in hand. What a shot. Dats goes down. It's a one-on-one. Nathan finds the kill. Shotgun out and shuts down Grizzly. MnM on the clutch. Managed to make it happen.
Oh, you said it was going to be bloody. You were right. You were very right. And now, MnM Gaming sit on match point here on Villa. If they take it, that means each of these teams have 1 map each. And that would be their selected maps, the ones that they had chosen. If it goes into overtime, then it still could be anybody's game. But Cowana have to win this next round if they are to force it into that position. Now, we've spoken about how well Cowana have played in a number of situations so far on Villa, but the truth stands that on this half, MnM have won 4 out of 5 of their defenses so far. That's an incredibly strong defensive round.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
And I don't think there's much reason to believe they can't repeat that.
Looking at this series as a whole, if you want any evidence of this being close, look at the fact that there have been 7 1 versus 1 situations across this series. And look, there may even be some that I missed, some that I didn't manage to track, but as much as I would love to say, look, MnM have won Staten Trophy before, and they should be favored to win this, their map pick, they've had an incredibly strong 4-round defense half so far, but
5 seconds to insertion.
if there's anything that we've learned from these two teams and the rivalry that they have established, it's that you can never count out either side.
Well, here's what's interesting to me. Cowana have gone for a slightly different approach. Before, they brought the Dockerby, and we saw what happened when Sledge got brought down very early. Dockerby didn't get the option to use her nades, and you had a lot of the attackers very forcibly bunched up in the north side towards the bathroom. But actually this time they're putting Gorgona back on the Blackbeard, which we saw him on earlier on today, and they're attempting to come in from the south side. So they'll get the opportunity to clear out very thoroughly the top half of this map, or the top floor, I should say, as they move up. And maybe not be quite so forced into a small enclosed space while they attempt to clear out Astro while being unable to actually get rid of that utility. That was truly their demise last time. This gives them a new lease of life and a new opportunity to change things up.
Good control of Red Stairs. Unfortunately, that drone taken down. Sloth somewhat more exposed now to that flank without the drone there. Time management just over half the round left. The Grizzly looking to get some more information now. What's the play for MnM? They're sitting pretty on the bomb site. Cowana not looking to take Master as of yet. In contrast to what they did the last time they attacked this. Kayak just looking for a head to pop up. At the moment, no one in that position. MnM playing this patiently. They know that they're on the cusp of winning this map. They don't have to make any sudden moves.
Got the bulletproof being brought by Funkers as well, so that should give them some extra information about where these attackers are coming from. Sloth currently just on his own, very far forward, but Dats is ready and waiting for him. He knows that this Ashe is just outside the door. She is being droned to provide some information, but doesn't want to be too overzealous and actually is just trying to catch someone out from a very narrow angle.
Calm before the storm, shoulder peek, and there's the shot landed, but it's a trade back and forth. Players are falling on both sides. Kayak so low HP now. Use us on the bomb site. Nath has the shield still to hold him. Jonka all the way downstairs. May well hold this jump in, and that's the diffuser down as well. 24 seconds left to C4 for good measure. And gas as well, the C4 misses. And now Grizzly and Sloth staring down match point, desperately trying to do what they can. The nade will go through. And now he's desperately pushing forward, finds the kill. 2v2, 7 seconds to go. Sloth has turned up massively. It's all on Us. Could this be the 1v1? Sloth with the knife kill. And Cowana pushes to overtime.
I was so ready for MnM to win that just because of the man advantage they had, and then Sloth, he started playing, man. He started doing that, and now we're in overtime, and this is where we're in that situation where, my God, this could be anybody's game at this point. MnM, they will be starting on defense, and that means that they get potentially 2 defending rounds, which will really work in their favor. MnM have looked much stronger on the defense, just as Cowana have respectively, so they're going to be thanking their lucky stars that they are on that side of things here. However, could Cowana have gotten so used to, or a lot more used to, MnM's defense that they're able to make the most of them, take advantage of them in overtime? That's what we're going to find out. I'm leaning towards MnM probably having this, but you just don't know with these two teams.
It's just so hard to call at this point. Which I feel like could become a catchphrase for any game between these two teams. When they faced each other during the CL season, it was a 6-6. Cowana had the lead 6-4, and MnM managed to come back on Coastline. One hell of a game. I think if there's anything we can learn from that, it's you can't count out MnM. Cowana may be up one map in the series, but they managed to come back on map 2. Even should they take it, I still see a world where MnM can reverse sweep. But it's a damn sight harder than just winning your own map pick. People say the way you win a best of 5 is you win your map pick, both of them, and then you win the decider. That's really what it's about.
Yeah, That's why, you know, it's not a huge source of heartbreak for teams if they don't win the map that isn't their map pick. And that's why I mentioned that about MnM at the start, because this was a really important map for them, given the fact that they were sincerely dominated on Consulate. If they didn't get this map as their map pick, that's not very optimistic for them. But once again, in classic Cowana fashion, this is an aggressive start to the attack, led by Sloth on the Ash. It's already opened up the soft wall in the skylight.
Good control now from Cowana. Change the attack once again here, attacking Aviator. Going for a master push once again. We've seen master pushes. We've seen study pushes. We've seen that Cowana have a depth to their strat pool. They don't mind going for different pushes. But it's so difficult to crack Aviator games. Gorgona, shield in front of his face, happy to peek. Still a lot of time left, and Cowana, they've just set themselves up. Nice, strong positions outside the bomb site. You can slowly make progress from here on out. The one big operator change here for Cowana is actually Kayak switching onto the Maverick, something we haven't seen from him as of yet. But I do wonder what we'll actually see come on.
Oh, well, 2 extra nades, I would imagine. As we mentioned before, Cowana definitely like to play with the nades. They want to get rid of those shields, or that one shield, but they're going to get rid of Dats first. He's the first one to fall, and that's on the side of MnM. This puts Cowana in the advantageous position. They only have 3 drones left, but they have the Geminis from Diana as well, so still the opportunity to gather intel. Gorgona's playing it very patient as he continues to hold on to this angle all the way through into bar.
Can Sloth dismantle that shield in bar, though? That just proved to be quite a source of frustration for Cowana. An impasse. Look at Maywell already have been destroyed. I can't quite see from the angle that we're on. Meg goes through, chewed up by the ADS.
Oh, no.
A flash missed. That's the kind of thing that may well punish you, Gorgona. Jonka just waiting for someone to walk on through. You hear that ADS is now reactivated. It's just a dry peek. He can find one, but he can't find the second until the C4 rings true. And now it's a 3v2. Make that a 3 versus 1. Kayak is a desperate man, and he's now on the ground. MnM once again take match points.
Cowana walked into a freaking minefield as they started to enter. It definitely didn't help, I think, that flash did not get thrown appropriately, because it meant that Cowana didn't have that first foot on the ground. They didn't hit the ground running when they wanted to make the push. They gave away location. Jonka was ready to catch it. He didn't get the kills, but it gave MnM the information, the positions they needed. Those C4s, was it 2 of them or 3 of them that came out? Because one of them got a 2K, then Users got one straight afterwards. C4s everywhere. And Kayak all on his own at the end. Just such a bloody mess for Cowana. I mean that in the sense of blood being everywhere, but it's British, so. And as you say, once again, we're on to match point. Now, Cowana themselves have moved on to the defense, which they also finished 4-2 on that half. So this could be all the way to around number 15 if Cowana can recreate the success that they had in the first half of this game.
The thing is, can MnM remember how to attack? It's been a damn long time, 7 rounds since. And if you want to stretch further back and say, when was the last time that MnM won an attack? Well, that was in round 3. We're currently on round 14. 11 rounds ago that was. And just to add insult to injury, salt in the wound, MnM have never won an attack during this map onto Aviator games. They lost it twice. Cowana have had a flawless record, admittedly one of which was a 1 versus 2 clutch from Kayak. Hopefully, Cowana will not rely on such a performance, which is why I desperately look at MnM here. What have they got to show? They're the ones on match point.
They're just going to go straight in. In goes the smoke. They're running in. Kayak's ready to meet them, but he actually gets down straight away. Nafe losing his life as well. Diffuser straight up on the ground. Cowana may just hold control here.
Desperate attempts. I approve of the gusto and I approve of the enthusiasm, but the result is an uneven exchange. Cowana up one player. They can fully reinforce off the site. No more hard breach to deal with that reinforcement. Still a mirror window intact as well. Partially that mirror window from Kayak facing into study proved to be the doom of that rush at the end of it, but there's still a chance here. All that we need is a pick.
It feels almost leisurely for Cowana at this point. They got rid of so much of the problems so early on, they can take a breather.
Ooh.
This could be
The
used
rotation's cut off.
Yeah, he could be about to catch out one of these players. That's Grizzly. This is just a
Seemingly
standoff.
unaware. Usus is holding the run angle, but so is Grizzly. Dat's on the balcony now. That's some pressure. Surely Grizzly here just falls back into Trophy. He doesn't have to move. And this is now something that MnM's going to have to deal with. Usus goes in deep, looking for Trophy. Has to face check every corner. Sees the spray. It's a 2 versus 1, but the C4 is shot out. Das looking for the shot as well. He's been so sharp today, and he finally nails that headshot. 45 seconds left in this 2 versus 2 winnable for MnM. Still on match point, but both players low HP.
Game of cat and mouse was had, and that wasted a lot of MnM's time. And Cowana still holding on to one of those C4s and one Toxic Babe canister. Just the breach charge being sent in from Dats. He's still got one more in pocket, should he need to get rid of any more of that utility. But even still, Cowana hold on to control of the site. There's the gas. That's going to make it way harder to move in, especially as Dats is so low on health as well.
Dats can't afford to walk through that gas, not even through a whip. The C4 may well spell the end of it, but Yuzus manages to land the shot. But Gorgona closes it out and denies that player from planting. Cowana take us all the way to round number 15.
This is a very far cry from the 7-2 of Consulate. Gonna be totally honest with you. And it just seems that the further we get into this map, we get no closer to an answer of who is the better team. I get a feeling that that's what this entire series is going to feel like. If Cowana win this next round, they only have to win the next map after this to take the entire series. If MnM win it, we've still got a little bit to go. There's so much riding on this. The winner of this entire best of 5 will be going straight into the EUL. They will be taking the spot that was vacated by Chaos for coming last in EUL 2020, and they will be nestled very comfortably there. The loser of this series will be facing off Rogue tomorrow, the former champions and winners of European Pro League. Are in that relegation potential zone, and they will face the loser of this series. So it is not all over for whomever loses here, but it's certainly a lot more work.
No one wants to go up against Rogue, one of the most accomplished teams in Europe, especially not when they're fighting for everything, for their spot, for their pride. You want to beat the devil that you know. It's better than the devil that you don't. That's the case for these teams here today, and now it's match point for both of them on this map, map number 2. Cowana, well, they have struggled on their attacks. They have already done this. They've already stared down at match point, attacking this very bomb site, Stat Trophy. And they have won it. That's how they managed to pull us into overtime. All they've got to do is same again.
Cowana opted to bring the Ying this time, another operator who we are seeing for the first time today, or at least the first time today between these two teams. That means there are 2 sets of 2 smoke canisters on the team, as well as the classic 4 nades, so plenty of projectiles to go around, and things that could help facilitate a relatively aggressive push if they want to stun out those defenders, smoke them off, deny them lines of sight, get in there quickly, and plant the diffuser. This could be a very aggressive push from Cowana when it actually comes to making it. You want to look at players like Nave particularly, who's sat on the smoke to potentially force back some of those players and some of the aggression that we expect to come out.
Good map control for Cowana. MnM pulling back, not looking to contest too egregiously as of yet. Drone spotted and taken down. Uses the frontline man. Vanguard first set of defense on Trophy, playing this incredibly advantageous position, hiding behind both the deer and the bomb. SMG-11's a good gun for it too. Cowana are taking their time. They still have plenty left. Get information. Once again, just droning out users. They know where he is. They've known for a long time. How are they going to deal with him? It's a very separate question.
Just opening up some of the windows again. We're just seeing so much patience being exhibited in this round particularly. The nade will lead in, but it looks like
patient.
this is the attempt at a push. Users cuts it off with a C4 though, and Cowana just seemed to be shut down. One player left, and it's Kayak.
Out of absolutely nowhere, MnM puts Cowana to bed. Users, he may be the only player who's fallen for MnM, but he has been the MVP of this round. Held down the fort. Nave says, come on in, welcome. We would be happy to oblige a guest. Kayak, come on inside. It's our beautiful villa. And it's on match point. MnM have looked so good. This spray's not going to get the job done. The player goes downstairs. Kayak can find one. 3 to go. Looking to create some chaos, but it's not going to happen. 5 seconds left until MnM locks it in. Their map pick of Villa is theirs. Good half. MnM, it was a marathon. 15 rounds of it, but finally they go out with a bang and take map number 2 of Villa.
Fought so valiantly from both sides to finally end in an 8-7 to MnM. And that means that there is definitely more than one map still to go here in this series. And we are no closer to knowing who it is who's going to take this best of 5.
1-1, and now if we reflect back and we look at the fact that map 1, such a landslide, we thought Cowana had it. We thought Cowana had a good start on map 2. Our expectations have been shattered. This is a series to remember for a slot in EUL 2021. Both of these UK teams are going to fight it out. We'll see you in just a minute. Don't go anywhere.
We might not have Milosha.
No, it's fine. Jessica Bolden, it's fine. Welcome back to EU League, ladies and gentlemen. Remind everybody that in the CL Grand Final on a best-of-5 series, the winner between MnM Gaming and Cowana will progress on to EU League to play and compete in the season of 2021. You can make your career in this game. All it takes is a win, and right now it's 1-1 between the two. After MnM were able to consolidate Villa way at the end of overtime. Massive improvements, in my opinion, coming out from Consulate. What's your take on this, Jess?
Probably the biggest thing was I said if the mirror wasn't banned that I thought MnM would win, probably because I thought they kind of use it as a crutch sometimes, gives them a bit of intel. That's something that allows them to win a few rounds. Do I think that was the difference maker? No. There were a lot of rounds, again, unfortunately, I had to criticize them on their inability to trade and whatnot. And actually, I'm going to highlight this sort of jump out there. That was a nasty one that I screamed about before, about Sloth. But they actually did a lot better with their team play than they did on the previous map. It's still not perfect, and I think that's why the scoreline went close. I actually think MnM, if they were far more coordinated than they are, especially when it comes to refrags and trades, they would have actually dominated Cowana on this map. It just so happens that Cowana had the better firepower in a lot of the rounds. That's literally all it came down to. So MnM putting a really well-needed map on the board, I think it probably looks upwards. Like it's upwards trajectory momentum-wise for them after this. And there's a couple of things to talk about here and there, but I think that's the same for both teams.
Absolutely. I think the biggest thing for me was we saw the style of play that we expected from Cowana, and I would be very, very surprised if we didn't have MnM reading into that. Like you asked the question before, Milosh, are we going to see them playing these kind of extended setups? Are they going to go and reinforce walls at the other end of the map? Absolutely. I think it was round number 6 was the one I referenced, where they had 2 players, Grizzly and Sloth. They were defending Trophy Statue, and they were as far south as you could be on the map. They killed Fonkers as soon as he entered the building, and Jess said, the one thing that's really surprising me here is they're just not playing for the trades as much as I thought they would. And I think the turning point really came when Fonkers had his 3K, when he won the 1v2 in the kind of post plant as well and just kept the round going for his team. That's when you really started to see MnM turn up the heat a little bit more there, and they did warm into it. So I think they got better as the map went by. The start was still good, but a little more shaky than maybe what we're used to from them. But either way, this is quickly turning into the sort of thing that we come to expect from Challenger League. I've said time and time again, Challenger League Season 10, final day was spicy. Challenger League Season 11, final day was spicy. Challenger League, the one we've just finished, after seeing the teams like MnM play against Homeless and, having Penta coming up against Cowana, they were both absolutely nuts series. And it's carrying on even now into the grand final. It's almost like, for me, impossible to not say this. Challenger League is quickly turning into one of the most exciting competitions to watch in the world. It is just so thrilling every step of the way.
You're learning about players, how you're seeing them, how they're kind of growing as individuals and as teams, but also how they take strategies that you see that are standard in EU League and other regions also, and then adapt them to their own uses against one another. It's something that takes a lot of, even with their situation right now, a lot of practice still, given the fact that I don't have as much experience. And I wonder how, even with limited support staff, like the amount of resources you can put into a CL team, how they're able to get that together. And I know you might know a bit more about that, Jess, from your experience.
Yeah, I think especially in the European region, we're very lucky. And I'm going to say we're because I'm kind of like an inductee into the European scene now. So well, wrap me in there. But back when I was working in the European scene, and I was working not even in a Challenger League team, I was working in a Tier 3 team, the financial input that a lot of these organizations are spilling into their team, the resources that they're giving is far beyond what any other region is getting, even in their Tier 1 scene. So there is a lot of interest, there's a lot of investment in this region particularly. I think that's why we see a lot of really strong talent come out of Tier 2, Tier 3 consistently. And MnM's fostered a lot of that talent throughout the entirety of what I've known sort of Pro League to be in Europe. So that's something I'm really interested in seeing, whether or not any of these players, I mean, Fonkers has already sort of caught a name for himself in multiple other rosters. I'm more looking towards, sort of Nath, Dats and stuff like that to really come popping out. I've been really impressed on the support flex of Yuzu, the SMG 11 play, caught my eye a few times, 15 kills there, you can see on the leaderboard. So he has been quite impressive. And I love that they do this as well. I don't know if you want to comment on it, Des, but they compare the players that we compared again and see how they went on that particular map, and look at the similarities between these two players is really unbelievable.
Yeah, it's the cost that you're kind of looking at there and just thinking for Sloth, the impact that he was having round to round to round. There's probably 2 rounds, I think, across the whole thing in which he wouldn't have had like a pretty stellar impact. So fair play to him on that front. A little bit quieter from Fonkers, but I think the rounds where he was left alive, like the 1v2 post plant, the 3K that he got in round number 8, like there were a couple of rounds that you point to and go, man, Fonkers pulled this one over the finish line when maybe the team would have struggled to otherwise. So fair play to him. Both players having high impacts, but both in different ways.
Yeah, you look at Sloth and Fonkers' stats, at least from the outside, especially when you go to headshot percentage for Sloth, you say, you know what, that's pretty nice. It's very impressive the way that they
Big nice.
Big nice indeed. They put in a lot of work individually, but you saw when we put up the graphic with all of the players on both teams that everybody was putting in the work necessary, cost, kills, etc. And that's how we got to max overtime on Villa. But that's Villa. Very quickly now, we'll wrap things around to Clubhouse. Got to talk about similarities and differences that teams both will have to look out for as we go into map 3. We know that this will go to a minimum of map 4 onto Theme Park. So who can take the lead and how does?
I always hate harking back to it. I know I did it for Consulate earlier on, but again, when I think back to Crazy, the roster of which most of MnM is now comprised, they were a very good club team. If not, that was their favorite go-to bread and butter map. They were a very coordinated team. They even said back in the day, we like starting on attack on this map because we know we can get 2 or 3 rounds and we can make the other side nervous. That's just how confident they were. So coming into this, I think like Villa, there's going to be a lot of kind of room to breathe almost for the side of MnM. I think they'll be feeling a bit more confident than maybe Cowana will. That doesn't mean Cowana are uncomfortable naturally because they opted to come here after all. I think it was kind of a surprise, but I'm really keen to see what comes out of it. It's not the same kind of aggressive map like Consulate. It's a chance to be more structured and show a new flavor to Cowana that maybe we haven't seen all that much of just yet.
That's probably a pretty good shout about it. I was really going to hark on about the fact that MnM had beaten Penta on it. I don't know how much of an achievement that is because, back in the day, Penta, the OG members that I worked with, Clubhouse wasn't the best map. So I don't know if that's particularly something that flowed on into them picking up other French players and becoming a full French roster. I don't know particularly. I don't have my stats up here with me. But they beat Penta at their prime, throughout the Challenger League season. And it makes me sort of think to myself, well, okay, they're obviously a pretty good team. They beat Homeless and Beacon on it too. Put a lot of stock in that, unfortunately. Not to say that Homeless hasn't really picked up. But, stats-wise, pretty good. Lost to Vitality and Matchco, though. So that sort of sits in my mind a little bit to say that, okay, they do have weaknesses. But, they're coming off a high. They've got the momentum behind them. This is their opportunity. It's a best of 5. It's your best opportunity to swing things in your favor really quickly is by getting that middle map.
All right. Let's see how Clubhouse then pans out. Des, Jess, thank you so much for your expert input. It is time to throw it back to our casters. They've had a breather, and I hope that you have as well watching from home, because this one is only gonna get hotter. We're on to Clubhouse, and it's MnM versus Cowana. Gio, all yours with Dev.
All right, it's time to get back into the game. Hey, MnM versus Cowana. Oh, I like it, Gio. A bit of that.
I decided to be a bit patriotic. I'm so patriotic. I forgot to do this for the first 2 maps, but I thought I would start now.
So my question is, if you're going for the UK team, which one are you going for?
So we obviously weren't asked for our predictions at the start, but I actually at the start. Even when I was asked about this a few days ago, I thought that Cowana had this series. Mostly just judging based off of playoff performance from both these teams. And then everyone on Twitter started going crazy about MnM. And so I kept quiet because I was like, oh, what if I'm wrong? But I don't think I am. So, what about you?
We've now got it on broadcast, so you can't back away from that prediction now. You've said Cowana. I've had a bit of a soft spot for Cowana since I saw the MnM v Cowana game on Coastline from the CL season, which was a draw. But I love the way Cowana played that. But that said, MnM do have the historical upper hand. But Cowana have that miracle run through playoffs where they didn't drop a map and played arguably 2 of the strongest teams in the whole league, Winstrike and Penta. Guess what? They beat Penta here on Clubhouse, where we're heading just now. So I think there's a lot telling me that Cowana is maybe not necessarily favored, but a team that I would not underestimate in this matchup, even going up against MnM.
Look, Clubhouse is one of those maps that is kind of infamous for British teams really liking. Especially throughout things like Yukon. So it does not surprise me that both of these teams have actually seen relative success on this map in the past. So I think, in my opinion, that makes it all the more exciting to see them both go up against each other in this series here on Clubhouse, because they'll both have something to offer. It's not going to be something like Consulate where it's so heavily lent to one side. I think this is going to be quite a well-balanced game. And as you mentioned, Cowana, they saw success against Penta, who are very good at this map. And you look at MnM in the last few months, they beat We Don't Care, they beat Homeless, they beat Be Kind, they lost to Vitality and Matchco. So, you know, it's kind of a bit more even from them. There aren't really any opponents on this map that they've won against who I would say are as impressive as the opponents that Cowana have beaten.
Yeah.
However, that doesn't necessarily translate directly to the present. They'll obviously have been doing a lot of scrims, a lot of practice between now and then. So you never know how that's going to change. But I think going into it, they're a lot more on an even footing.
I think when you look at the fact that this is Coawana's pick, I'm not really surprised if you have seen the results from both of these teams on this map. And yes, statistically, MnM actually looks pretty good. But like you said, once you start to look more qualitatively at that data, you see that, okay, well, they lost convincingly to Vitality. They lost to Matchco in Challenger League. They even lost to Na'Vi back in August in the UKIN. So there's some big teams. The UKIN, the UK.
Is that place in Canada?
All right, Gia, whatever. Just stop
It's
believing
a
me,
Yukon
please.
joke.
All right, I totally did not get that joke.
North
That's
American
okay.
geography.
It's clearly not something that they teach in Australian schools.
No, they don't here either.
Well, Gia, you're just full of fun facts. My
I know.
point was that if you look qualitatively at the data, MnM has had some pretty hard losses on this map. Most of their wins are, wouldn't say ancient history, but definitely a bit longer ago, and not necessarily against A-grade teams. I do see why Cowana picked this. It is a map, though, that we've seen good performances on from MnM, notably 7-0 over Homeless in CL. That's not something you can walk past. So this isn't going to be cut and dried for Cowana.
I think it's also a really important map for Cowana, particularly because the next map that would be after this is Theme Park, and that has definitely been a map that MnM have looked incredibly comfortable on, incredibly successful in recent history. And I don't necessarily know if Cowana would feel quite as confident, and I don't want to say prepared, because I don't know how prepared they are for Theme Park. They probably have prepared knowing that they're going up against MnM, but regardless, it's not necessarily a map that they would see as much comfort in themselves. So to be able to get that one up on the map prior to that, just to give them some cushioning, some extra protection going forward into a map that they are probably on the back foot for, that's going to be really important. And it's like the discussion that we had earlier, James, where we said in a best of 5, the most important thing for a team to focus on is winning the maps that they picked and then the decider. Your priority is not winning your opponent's maps. That's not what you're there. If you win them, then great. That's an added bonus. But that is not your priority. And given that this is Coawana's map, this is where they need to be winning.
That's it. I think this is a pivotal moment in the series for Cowana. They've got to win Clubhouse, especially because it is a map where, realistically, MnM has a decent shot. If Cowana lose this map, then MnM will only need one more out of the 2 remaining, Theme Park or Cafe, to take the series. Theme Park looks grim for Cowana. It's unlikely that Cowana would have practiced Theme Park very hard. Like, when you're preparing for a best of 5, you can't really prepare for 5 maps to a serious extent. It is so difficult to go deep and really prepare for 5 different maps. So Theme Park, where historically we've seen, piss all from Cowana, and we've seen so much from MnM, I wouldn't even be touching it for Cowana. Just assume you're going to lose that one and focus on winning 3 out of the other 4. And that means if Cowana lose Clubhouse, I just don't see them winning this series.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. We're just seeing some highlights on the screen right now, just of some of the plays that happened in that last game. And Villa, if you were just tuning in now, Villa lasted for what felt like a millennia. Went all the way to max OT, and finally MnM just clinched that one out.
I actually, so after that game finished, I dashed off to refill my water, and I looked outside. It's light outside. So
what time is it in your world?
Almost 7 a.m. right now. So
nice.
Our call time was 11 p.m. last night. It's been a long day, night. I don't even, can I say day or night? I don't know. It is daytime right now, but I don't know. Yeah. That was a long map. That was a long map. That's all I'm saying. But it's all right because I'm ready for another 3, Gia. I'm ready.
I'm actually really stoked for it because, you know, partially, I guess, yeah, I'm British. I love seeing the British teams go at it. But the people who have been following Challenger League and have been following the British scene, have been following these teams historically, will just... Not only do you know what the stakes are, but you know how these teams have played and how exciting that they have been. One of the most exciting games from Challenger League, from the Challenger League playoffs, was the Gamma versus MnM game. And that alone was like a precursor to this. And so when you actually get to see Cowana and MnM go up against each other, I think it's so exciting. Hence the flag. I mean, you could cut up one of your Australian flags and just have this part of it. Wave that around.
It's the worst part of our flag, though.
It's the best part!
all right, whatever you say. Right. I actually don't own an Australian flag, believe it or not. It's just not the kind of thing I happen to have.
I don't know why I have this. Like, there was never a point where I went out one day and decided I'm gonna buy a Union flag. But I have one. I've got an American flag as well, which is disgusting, to be quite honest. But I don't know why I own it, but it's certainly useful for a situation like this. It's just some gentle ribbing. They know.
Good old-fashioned banter.
Exactly. I was going to say something about flag. I don't remember. The point is seeing for a situation like this where you've got two British teams going up against each other, it's absolutely perfect to bring it. For those who are wondering, by the way, why we are waiting, there is just some connection issues with one of our players, and we're just waiting to see if he can get back in, what's going to happen. So we're just waiting for that. We're not just talking for funsies, as everyone loves to bring up when they're casting, and there are things like this. We just decided not to start the game yet.
Yeah, because it's 7 a.m. and I just want to keep staying up for longer, so I'm deliberately stalling the game for you guys. That's how it works. No, it's I think that we can dig deeper into Cowana and MnM though, and take a look holistically at this series. I mean, yes, it's a 1-1 series scoreline at where we stand at the moment, but very different maps we just saw. We saw the highlights from Consulate, 7-2 for Cowana. Not a map that we would expect much from on MnM's part, but Villa was seriously hard fought, and even though it ended up in MnM's score box at the end of the day, the fact that Cowana pushed it to the 15th round, pushed it 7-8, only to lose it, I feel like, I mean, if you just look at pure round count, Cowana is so much in the lead in this series.
Yes, true. The thing with Villa is it went really how you might expect Villa to go on paper. Both teams on their defending sides went 4-2. And then when we went into overtime, the team who was every team on their defensive side won. So it was super close, but it kind of went along the lines that you might expect, which then when you want to apply that to something like Clubhouse is kind of similar from that respect. So could it be that we end up seeing something kind of similar where these teams finish their halves on 4-2 after their defenses and can't get that one up on the attacking halves?
Well, I can tell you who starts on attack and defense. So starting on attack in regulation is Cowana. Starting on attack in overtime is MnM. And by your logic, yeah, it would actually favor MnM here. Of course, when Cowana picked Clubhouse, that then gave MnM the choice of which side they start on. MnM clearly have chosen defense, so they would agree with you that defense is favored. They'd be hoping to get a 4-2 split or better. I can see it happening. These days, though, Clubhouse, I think, has been affected quite a lot by changes in the meta. Back and forth, we've seen the game all about wall denial. Maverick and Thatcher, are they in, are they not? Even Qayyid is super powerful. And with the Hibana changes that rolled through with Neon Dawn as well, should Hibana go unbanned on those basement attacks, going through a kitchen attack, destroying that hatch, is so much easier than it was in the past when impact tricking was a real threat. Now, instead of shooting out 6 of your X-Kairos at a time, vulnerable to the impacts, you just do it 2 at a time. You've got 18 pellets all up. You can do that 9 times. There's no way the enemy is going to impact trick you 9 times. So I feel like there is a bit of a slip for Clubhouse becoming more and more achievable for the attacking side.
Yeah, that's very true. You mentioned the changes to Hibana, so you have a lot more control over how many pellets you want to use of the X-Kairos, whereas previously you had to use all 6. So We've just had confirmation that it's going to be a little bit of time for a player to reconnect. So while we're sitting and thinking about what's going to happen with Hibana, what's going to happen with Clubhouse, we're just going to throw to a short break and we'll see you guys very soon.
Down off canvases I painted. I just spent the rain day on shit I can't afford, but that's the price I pay for the memories I'm making. I've been going places, I've been shaking hands for a chance to really make it. This life is so abrasive, so I almost gave it. All this shit I'm laying, it's only the foundation. I've been going crazy, just trying to find a way. I was in the basement, trying to turn the page. I was going through the phase, nobody see my face. I was chasing at the paper, been all it for the ways, but everything again. I've been breaking rules, I've been making moves with everything to prove. Now it's going how I see it through my lens, but it's stuck in my head. I can't seem to get away from it. I went out of my way. I'm trying to feel the air again. I've lost somewhere in my head. I denied it all on my own. Holding tight to the patch. I'm somewhere near the edge of wishing we never met. I'm scared of being without you. Afraid no one ever know me. I'm not near the edge, and I can't get inside of my head yet. Looking like who I'm becoming, it's all I ever wanted. Never like me when you're sober, only like you when I'm lonely. Got me looking in the mirror, for the self-diagnosis. Feel like they villainize me, if they ever get to know me. They tell me that you need me, then your action didn't show it. Knowing that you play the angles, and I'm seeing through your motives. Way down on my shoulder, found a way to hold it. I can't keep my focus, barely keep composure. Hard when I've been coping with all the pressure that I fed. Make it hard to hold my head, make it hard to get to sleep. Like I'm slipping from the edge, struggling to get a breath. Right the wrongs with the lead, life is not a guarantee. Niggas dying by the clip, self-prescribed a dealer mess. Now the way to flee the scene, I've been trying to get a grip onto something out of reach. Life is speeding to a beat, it's how I realize that I'm not the man I wanna be. I've been running for myself, we all afraid to die alone. Scared that's all I'll ever be. I've been scrolling down a feed, afraid we never get to see the type of liberation that we really need to set us all free. I went out of my way. I'm trying to feel the air again. I'm lost somewhere in my head, but now they're all on my own. I'm holding tight to the pledge. I'm somewhere near the edge of wishing we never met. I'm scared of being without you. Afraid no one ever know me. I'm out near the edge, and I can't get inside of my head.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win in my I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't. It can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting with the old well, need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
Look, I don't play, I got woes, I got God, I got hope, I got self in my home, I got G, that's my bro, OB, on the beat, he got heat on the stove, if they keep playing with us, they gon' reap what they sow, whoa, yeah buddy, we gon' keep talking cold, and I hang with a few, cause the most do the most, wine bottles on the table, get the chairs and a toast, cause we didn't save ourselves, it was God as our boast, look, talking like they know me.
Welcome back to Europe for the promotion match into EUL 2021. We have had 2 British teams battling it out for the second last place in that coveted European League. Gio, it's been a pretty close one so far, 1-1 on the series in this best of 5, but now we're back onto Cowana's map pick, and we're just about ready to head in.
Yeah, we had quite a chat about whether or not this was going to fall in the favor of Cowana or MnM and what it would mean in each case. But the important thing here, as you say, it is Cowana's map pick. And as a lot of these individual rounds have been very close, it's incredibly important that they are to win their own map. But Clubhouse is a particular favorite of the British teams, and both of these teams do have a history on this map. So whether or not we will see over time grace our screens once more remains to be seen, but I can't say I would be surprised either way.
This is a pivotal map for both teams, but especially for Cowana. As you said, it's their map pick. They are the ones who have chosen to take us here. Should they lose it, they will be on the verge of losing the entire series. MnM will only have to win 1 more map, and we'll be playing Theme Park, which is an excellent map for MnM. That's why they chose it. And a terrible map for Cowana. So Cowana can't let it slip here. They've got to do some damage as they get the final defense ban for them. Valkyrie on board with Thatcher. Hibana also taken off the table. We talked a lot about Hibana before the break and how powerful her rework has made her, specifically on Clubhouse. But it does leave Maverick in as a very viable hard breach.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things is you do have 4 hard breaches in the game now, so losing one of them does not necessarily alter your ability to literally hard breach, but as we did talk about before, Hibana's recent changes, giving you a lot more control over how many pellets you use, does mean that she has a lot more free reign to open up those all-important hatches and have the utility to do that, and it makes it a lot harder to achieve things like impact tricking, which is an example that you gave before, because realistically, you're only going to bring so many impact tricks with you. So she is off the board, and that means the hard breaches of choice for the side of Cowana are going to be Ace and Maverick.
With Hibana banned, Church and Arsenal becomes the obvious first defense bomb choice. As, yep, Hibana, well, she's not present, so you're not super worried about that hatch, and in fact you could impact trick if you wish. We've got 4 impacts. Jonka has decided to change his name to Gonka, so that's fun. I'm definitely not going to trip over my words. Thanks, mate. But it's alright. I'm sure that he has a very valid reason for that. But he's brought these 2 impact nades on the Maestro, with those added to the 2 from Fonka's on Legion. It's going to be very difficult to breach that kitchen hatch, especially considering, in terms of hard breach, as you said, it's Ace and Maverick. Well, you're certainly not going to be Mavericking open that hatch, not without being highly vulnerable to C4s or even getting shot. And, well, Ace requires 2 Selmas to detonate on that hatch to breach it open. It'll be pretty difficult to do that with so many impacts on the table. Talk about impacts. Fonkas gets a bit overzealous on that run out from the balcony, but Teeter's back inside.
Yeah, loses almost half his health for that, which I suppose means he is still alive, but didn't get anything for it. But he's going to remain on the roam, at least for now. Grizzly's not too far away. He's not actually even on a drone. He's literally just holding onto the angle, and now he's finally going to throw his drone out. But he isn't going to find Fonkers in that position as before. In fact, Fonkers will get rid of the drone and remain around pool and bar area. He does not look too keen to retreat just yet.
Unfazed, really, by all the drones encircling him. He's looking for a fight. Has been since the round started. He'll keep on shooting drones, gets another one. As we see them trickling away from Cowana. Very aggressive defense from MnM, but they draw the first blood. As we see the first kill of the round and the map from Sloth. Cowana still playing to clear out this map, and Fonka's still aggressive on these stairs. Backs on off. And Cowana gently working away at this map.
And these again, we mentioned the hatches before. You've got Nafe directly below, ready with a C4. As the Maverick gets to work, you've actually got a couple of players sat just above the Moto hatch. Kayak's ready to shoot on through as it finally falls, but won't be finding anyone. Sloth is lacking a lot of health, very low on the HP, but still applying pressure down onto blue, as it's an important place to try and clear out if you are making this kind of push. Users has the C4 down below. Will it catch out Kayak? In fact, he narrowly gets under it. And that means that Cowana still persist.
What's the intended execute here for Cowana? Nafe equalizes that man count. Not every day you get to see a mirror played here on Clubhouse Basement, but she can be very powerful when used correctly to hold blue and the bottom of main stairs. 35 seconds to go. It's not clear where Cavana's going to push. Still that mirror on the church wall, undealt with. Breaching round from Ash goes forth as well. And finally, it looks like it is indeed the kitchen hatch, which is the intention. But that's just a no-go at this point. There's not enough Selmas left thanks to that impact trick. 15 seconds. Kayak's going to get desperate. Dropping down the hatch is going to be all of Cowana, but Jonka, Nafe, users, everyone's getting in on this action. Fonkers to close it. And MnM easily repel that attack.
MnM embraced their opponent with all the love and affection of a grenade. That was pretty brutal for Cowana at the end there, and one of the real issues, as we alluded to, was the fact that getting open those hatches incredibly difficult, especially now that Hibana has been moved off. It takes a lot more time as well. And when you just are lacking in time at that point, the point at which you have to start moving down onto the site below, it makes it very stressful. You have a lot of defenders who are anchored down there, who have retreated back into position, and they are just ready to meet you. Now, you do see in some instances, teams will prefer to attack by applying pressure onto the church wall and onto blue. Sloth didn't really have enough health to be able to put a really effective pressure onto blue, and there wasn't a ton of attention being paid by the attacks onto church, so they had to focus on those hatches and coming down vertically that way, and it just didn't work out for them. But MnM will be moving upstairs anyway, as they won that last round, can't revisit a defensive site that they won, and so that takes them to CCTV and cash.
I feel like we're already seeing the effects of this Hibana ban from MnM. It just wasn't possible for Cowana to go for a kitchen attack. They had really prepared for it. They looked like their setup was for it with the Bach trying to open the floor. But at the end of the day, as soon as that Selma was destroyed by the impact grenade, that's just not happening. It looks like MnM looking to keep this high level of pace in this round. An aggressive C4 primed and ready, but Usus backs off. A nice roam from both him and Jonker together, although somewhat separate. As at the moment, Cowana are just up in Nirvana on this main CCTV kennels wall. Bach to remove the soft part, and Maverick to remove the hard part.
Quite an extension as well from some of these defenders over towards the west side. You've got Usus up in the gym and Jonker taking position on the main stairs. And make it harder for any of the attackers to move in from that side of the map, as you oftentimes see a lot of attackers or a lot of attacking teams have focus coming in from construction as well. Mavericks is going to be deterred from the CCTV wall as the smoke comes out, causing him to cough and splutter and lose a decent chunk of health.
Forced off again. Not only is this wasting health, but also time.
A bomb has been located.
It's the good counter to Maverick is just to delay time. It's inevitable that wall will be open. Can deal a lot of damage to Maverick in the meanwhile. Good information on this Roma. Usus is not quite trapped. He has the hatch to retreat down. Is Kayak watching for this? No, he's not. He's not watching his backside, and the bait is perfect. Nate finds a kill on the back of it. So many players from MnM on this roam. And they are just predators encircling onto Cowana. And that's Usus to find one. Gorgona goes down, and now all of a sudden, Cowana are reeling. A 3 versus 5. It's a desperate attempt into the bomb site, and they find a little bit, but Grizzly on his lonesome in a 1 versus 4. Make it a 1v3. Lots of time left, but not a lot else. The ADS chews up the nade. A second one goes through. Scares off that player into construction. He has the diffuser. Planting it is easier said than done. Player below. Does Usus have a C4? He doesn't. Jonker does. Not really in a position to use it at the moment. This is going to have to be a retake. 3v1. Should be able to make this work. Grizzly. He knows he has to take some 1v1 fights. They're not going to give it to him. Or are they? Nafe eventually does polish him off, and that is MnM. Another very strong round.
Completely surrounded at the end, and you can definitely tell that one of the things that MnM feel very comfortable in doing on this map so far is not relenting on their roam. We've had it 2 rounds in a row at this point where they have had Aroma present in, for example, the bar area. It's caught out a player from Cowana, but they've not made any rush to retreat back to the site. MnM feel incredibly strong and comfortable when out elsewhere, even if they're hanging around for quite a while. And it puts them in a position as well, like we saw at the end of that round, where they can then just rush straight up the stairs. They can come and deal with that one last player who's all on his own, surround them, just have total advantage and total control. And that is not where Cowana want to be, given the success that they have had on this map in the past against teams like Penta.
Yeah, this is definitely a surprise to me. And it's not the fact that MnM's up 2 rounds or the defense. We've talked about this. I feel like the defense is pretty favored, especially with these bans. Yeah, Maverick's in, but especially those basement defenses, or those basement attacks rather, are quite challenging without your Hibana and without your Thatcher. You look at this and you think, well, MnM's up 2 rounds. We'd probably expect them to win 4 on the half if these teams are pretty even, and I think that's where we're probably heading. But it's the fact that these have been very, very one-sided, and the fact that MnM has looked like the better team from the get-go. On that Church and Arsenal defense, it looked like MnM had outsmarted Cowana. Going into this map, that Hibana ban clearly negatively affected Cowana, rather.
I mean, I'd say it probably negatively affected Hibana as well.
Maybe she's happy to sit out, take a rest day. That's totally fine. And moving on to the cash as well, a nice little roam game. I think MnM really clearly leaning into their strengths, which is they know that they're good at taking fights, and they know that they're good at playing off of each other and playing loose. So they did that to perfection. Cowana just couldn't handle the heat. Now let's see, on the 3rd bomb site, is this going to be the point where Cowana can break the trend? Because if not, I'm starting to get worried for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was going to say, is generally a good indication about what to expect from certain teams on a map is if a defensive team can make a full cycle of their defensive sites, that usually means 3 sites. On most maps, you do have the option of 4, but typically the 4th one is not played so much. If they can make the full defensive cycle, then you find yourself going into rounds 4 to 6 thinking, what can the attackers actually do to bring this in their favor? Whereas if the attackers were to win, for example, this next round, then you can say, okay, they got their foot in the crack. They managed to get a lodging in. They can use that to propel themselves forward. They know that they find a weakness. They found a weakness in their opponents. But if they can't do that successfully for the 3 sites, that's where you worry, because that's where you say, can they find the weakness? Can they exploit the defenders?
This is where it starts for Cowana. While they may well be satisfied with a 2-round attack half, it does potentially leave this up to the fate of overtime. Now, Cowana, should we get to overtime, Cowana start on defense. Not so as we saw on Villa. MnM started on defense. They won both of the defense rounds and hence won the map. Essentially, starting on defense, won in overtime, won MnM Villa. And it may well be the same case for Cowana here on Clubhouse, but MnM, they are very much riding this wave of momentum at the moment, and if they can do so to win a 3rd bomb site consecutively, I'd be very impressed, and I'd also be very concerned for the Cowana camp. MnM are looking so good on Clubhouse right now.
A big thing that we bring up at the beginning of a best of 5 is the problem of stamina. And that is that a best of 5 is very long, it's very exhausting, and you have to be able to maintain that energy throughout the entire series. It's too early to say at this point, but this is the midpoint of this series being on map number 3. And if this seems to be the point at which MnM's momentum is gaining and Covana's momentum is waning, that's where you have to question the ability of stamina. Now, as I say, it's a bit too early to say. We're only 2 rounds in. We haven't seen Covana's defense yet. There are so many different ways that this could go, but it's something you have to bear in mind.
Best of 5 is a marathon, not a sprint. Cowana started very strongly, 7-2 on Consulate, but like you say, it's a marathon. Cowana getting to work on map control. Step 1 of this gym and bedroom attack. Take control of kennels. Why do you got to take control of kennels? Well, firstly, if you can get kennels and cash, etc., construction, you can have an ingress onto the site, but Kennels itself is so pivotal for at least denying players inside TV shooting out any of your attackers on that balcony. At the moment, though, top red seems to be flushed out quite successfully, but no kill for their troubles.
Half the round has been eaten away. Once again, you see members of MnM relatively spread out. Dats and Jonka hand in hand as they move around on that first floor, or ground floor if you're British, watching these British teams. Fonkers has caught sight of one of the players, but behind the mirror window, he's decided not to go for it. Instead, watch out for the logistics hatch. They will, of course, be aware of his location, that he is behind that, and want to apply pressure on him accordingly.
Some creative use of verticality to clear the mirror window in logistic, but Fonkers on the other side still holding on to the office. Cowana have made some good ground here. Now construction as well. Time's ticking though.
They have got to make their way in, and it looks like Sloth is getting ready to do that, but Grizzly will be the first one to get a kill onto Nafe. The Maestro has been eliminated. Gorgona still downstairs, and Sloth is just trying to take control over towards logistics, where Usus is hiding.
Jonka below still has a C4. If it comes down to a plant, he may be able to deny. Fonker's in the bomb site, finds one. That's a double for the Finn. And now MnM have the advantage. Here's the entry for Grizzly. He almost nailed the wall bang, but the pre-fire is not there. Gorgona has to refrag, but Dats finds the last 2 kills. And MnM indeed do succeed. 3 defenses in a row.
And here is that version of events that we spoke about. If you are an attacking team and you can't get all 3 sites, what then? This is where Cowana look at themselves and they say, right boys, we got to do something about this. We got to step up. And one thing that Cowana have actually looked incredibly good at and effective at in this series so far is adaptability. It's changing the way they play their game based on how the opponent played the previous time they visited that site. So what I hope from Cowana going into this next quarter is that they will look at what happened, what went wrong, what were the ways that MnM beat them and bested them, and they'll be able to get some kind of one up. Because if they are just left looking floundering, that's going to be incredibly concerning going forward.
It does look like that's what's on the menu. For Cowana bringing that Montaigne, it's been a trick up their sleeve that met mixed success. I would say overall, relative success on Villa. Brought it the first time, they won the round. Second time, they lost just barely in a 1v1. And in this case, the Monty is replacing the Ash of the past, and it was a 6th pick, which means that MnM will have no forewarning of that choice. The real weakness to me of Cavana's attack onto Church and Arsenal last time around was the fact that they just really prioritized getting that kitchen hatch open. It seemed to be such a core element of their attack. They couldn't do so thanks to the lack of a Hibana and the impact trick from the defense. They were forced to funnel directly into the mirror windows in blue and bottom main stairs. Now, if Cowana can just address those mirror windows head on, maybe that'll have more success.
Have to see if that's what they're going to do. That's just putting a sad face in the chat since he's the first death, first member to go down from MnM. Still plenty of time as Cowana are working on opening up the hatch, for example, here in logistics. Usus is down below, just underneath. Might get droned out here, as he does, and has to change his position.
His rotate unaddressed allows him to start to make his way down the main stairs. An Arctic covers the angle, but with the barricade up, must be waiting on the call from a drone. Looks like Cowana not looking to hunt down these roamers so much as try to be aware of them, try to prevent them from having an impact. But Usus gets back to the bomb site safely. A 4v5 on site. It's pretty good now for MnM. Question is, can Fonkers or Jonker land these impact tricks. Fonka's taking a lot of damage. This is really on Kayak to make sure that these impact tricks cannot destroy those oh-so-coveted Selmas, because Cowana wants this hatch open.
And that's a big problem they had last time, is not being able to get the kitchen hatch open because of that exact reason. Usus has got the C4 in hand, and that is in Kayak's face. Deleted straight off the map with a successful kill. Now he can just hold on to the angle down towards the entrance of Dirt Tunnel. Narkic looking to get that hatch open. You're right, it absolutely could be.
Except the Legion just managed to get the impact trick off. Gorgona's giving the info, but there's no player from Cowana to contest those holes and deny that from the Legion. One last Selma remains. Hatch, has it gone open? It does detonate, and there you go, 30 seconds left. Now we have a game on our hands. 4 versus 3. Sloth just biding his time, and on the bomb site, Gorgona is being an absolute nuisance. Fonkers goes down. Nath knows that his chances are slowly dwindling. This Monty is a thorn in MnM's side, and Cowana start to execute, but upstairs, Nath is on for the flank. If he can deny this plant, this could be everything, but Anarchic has had the forethought to rotate all the way to Church. Gorgona started this being a hassle, and he closed it out with a pistol headshot. Cowana do everything they need, and it works against MnM.
Despite the fact that they still struggle with the kitchen hatch getting tricked, not being able to be opened when they wanted it to, they managed to make it work. Cowana just proving what I was saying about their adaptability and ability to change. And it looks like in retaliation, MnM have decided they want to return back to that same site. This is their primary site. They came to Church on round number 1. It's clearly where they feel the most confident and comfortable, and they know that there are things that they could change.
If you're MnM right now, you're probably thinking to yourselves, hey, we can win that bomb site. All we got to do is stop that Monty from pestering us so that we can successfully impact trick. MnM have got to be pretty happy with their contest of the buck, because Kayak, his job is to deny that impact trick. He opens up holes in the floor and kills whoever's trying to impact trick. He hasn't been very successful. It was the Monty last round that eventually stopped the impact trick and got that hatch open. This time around, though, Gorgona has decided to bypass the Montaigne, go for the Jackal instead. What I'm hoping we see here is Cowana completely change tack. I want to see Kitchen not even attacked. I want to see a full map clear with Gorgona, make sure that those roamers can't get back to site safely as we've seen in the past, and then go for a Church and Blue execute. Yes, there are mirror windows, but you can deal with that. You've got smoke grenades, you've got Aces, Selmas. You can counter this setup. You don't have to keep banging your head against a wall on Kitchen.
And given that they were able to secure that last round, Cowana will have a rejuvenation of their confidence that would have slightly waned after the loss of the first 3. We did sell it at the beginning as this probably going to be quite a close map, and MnM really started to dash those expectations in those first 3 rounds. That will have left Cowana, who obviously know the stakes of this game, kind of reeling. Grizzly not quite getting the kill down below in the oil pit, but it's going to be Sloth who gets the first one. Once again, that's the opening death for MnM.
Dats surely ain't having much luck here. A couple rounds in a row, he's really felt that pressure. Indeed, Gorgona and the rest of Cowana, for that matter, going for this map clear. Kayak making his entry. Previously, MnM had a roamer in office logistics upstairs. This time, not so. It was Usus previously on for that roam. He's back on the bomb site after getting tracked. He knows, okay, just about time for me to fall back. Now my question is, what's the next phase of this attack for Cowana? Are they going to keep going for this kitchen attack? Or are they going to try and put their pressure elsewhere? For now, Buck getting to work on kitchen suggests maybe that's still the idea. But they're leaving themselves the freedom to go for a Church attack if needed.
I want to see if the C4 is going to work, because so far MnM have been great at them, and that trend is not going to stop. Nath not backing up that time and definitely got what he wanted out of it. Means your Maverick's off the board. Yes, the hatch is open, but he probably still had his nades in pocket. That's going to be a big loss from that perspective. The rest of the team have to go on without him. There's still 1 C4 and 4 impacts on the side of MnM, who have been making the projectiles work very well for them so far.
Just to loop back on that C4, I will say that bar default camera was still up. Dats is dead. He was probably on that, calling to use this, exactly where to throw that. Now 35 seconds left. MnM feeling the pressure a bit here, but at least they don't have a numbers disadvantage, at least as of yet. Sloth's in such a good position, but the Legion rounds the corner. Fonkers finds that, looking to peek another. He's got the pistol, but he loses the fight to the skeleton key. Immediate refrag from the C4. It's a bloodbath. And MnM stand on top. Nave's going to hit him with that lol. A nice little shot at the end of it. Bit of a flick. And MnM managed to win Church and Arsenal.
They knew. They absolutely knew that if they came back to that same site, they would be able to do what they had to swing it back into their favor. And they did it. They secured it. And so far, this is looking like such a dominant half for MnM on the defense. Moving into CCTV and Cash, another site, which they had that same effect on Cowana. I mean, last time it was just one player remaining at the very end. I think it was Grizzly, if I remember correctly, on the side of Cowana, got completely surrounded as he was upstairs in CCTV. We had players from MnM who could just rush up the red stairs. We had control all over the west side. No one really had the option to come in through construction if they wanted to. And ultimately, Cowana really sat on the back foot. So again, another instance of them having to deal with MnM shenanigans. Are they going to be able to shut down their propensity for being quite far off site and having a successful roam? Are they going to be able to stop themselves from succumbing to the C4s? These are big questions, because as Cowana continue to lack in the score count, their hopes of making it into EUL directly continue to fall apart.
Like we've hammered home so many times, this map is so important, especially for Cowana. They picked it. If they lose it, they've got to play Theme Park. MnM's map pick. MnM is great on Theme Park. Cowana, not so much. And that may be where Kavana's fate awaits them. MnM has been so good here. They may be an aggressive team on the surface, but they've got the technique figured out here on Clubhouse.
You can tell that Cowana are very aware of where these roamers may be, as Gorgona is putting a lot of attention down in towards Bar. There isn't actually anyone there, though. Most of MnM are still upstairs, in fact. And so it shouldn't take too long for Cowana to drone things out and know where these players aren't. But it still uses time and resources to have your focus in essentially the wrong place.
That's roaming around Lounge. Surprised he takes that fight. Very ambitious, especially... Oh no, sorry, that's Fonkers. I just assumed it was Dats because he's on the Jaeger, but I think Dats has died too many times on this Jaeger early that Fonker says here, hold my Alder. Gorgona watching the angle. Sloth just to deny that aggression. And finally, Fonkers shut down. Gorgona's made some good progress. Wall also breached. Things looking good for Cowana up until the point when Jonker takes down Kayak. That's now an aggressive push. Where's the refrag from the player out garage? Nowhere to be seen. Now MnM once again leading.
This is a situation that they are used to at this point on Clubhouse. Having the lead just feels like home by now. Cowana having the man disadvantage means they're going to be scrambling to ensure that everything is done. You still have that presence downstairs from one of the players, just trying to ensure that relative safety and make sure no one's going to come round and flank. They're being put off by the smoke as well. Jonker brought down, puts it in a 2 versus 2 at this point after these two players, and this could actually be hopeful for Cowana.
Out of nowhere, a massive play has turned this around, and an Arctic pulls off to get the job done as well. Pulls off the plant when he heard that C4. And my god, Cowana managed to come back out of nowhere. We'll be back in just a minute to see whether they can make the comeback.
You need a break, actually.
We are back. Cowana pulled that round out of nowhere, but they're still down on the half. MnM look so good here on their opponent's map pick. But now they have the challenge of attack ahead of them.
This is where we could see things turn around, because that is exactly what happened on Villa. A lot of power in the defense for both of these two teams. And it wasn't a domination that continued past the boundaries of which side they were on. It was one that was definitely true for their defensive sides. So now Cowana could find themselves in that same position. It was a 4-2 at the half, as you can see on the scoreline right now. This is their opportunity to do that in return. And it's something that Cowana have looked incredibly comfortable on so far in this series. They're going to be starting things off on Gym Bedroom, not a very common first pick. But if it does throw MnM off, then that could definitely work wonders for their mental, especially after kind of being flattened somewhat in that first half. And that's really something that you want to, like, you take those.
Yeah, something to think about is it might have looked like Cowana got flattened in that first half. A lot of really convincing rounds there for MnM, but at the same time, at the end of the day, it's a 2-4. You win the 2 rounds for Cowana, and now they've also started this strongly with the opening kill. The Maverick, no less. Quite the spawn peak to achieve. Now it's up to MnM. Can they suppress this aggression?
Well, yet to see. Nafe's going to be going straight in for the jacuzzi wall. It looks like. He's got the support of Fonkers down below. So once again, both these teams very aware of the kind of roaming that their opponents may like to do. Just the drone in and out of the drone hole gives them the information they need about Gorgona behind the bathroom wall. And Grizzly's going to be the next one to get a kill as Fonkers down below is caught out.
5v3 now for Cowana on this defense. Options are looking slimmer and slimmer now for MnM. A smoke goes through, and a Selma lands on the mirror window, but is muted. Gorgona looks to peek this. Cautious of that nade was about to be sent through his direction. Dats barely survives the spray. Yuzus for a pre-fire, doesn't find anything as of yet. Nice. Blind C4 almost actually took down Yuzus, but not anything at the moment. Looking to push up the main stairs and backstab. Takes down the camera. Takes down the barbed wire. Still, Cowana in the advantage. That's a good opening, though, for Nafe. Dats goes down, but at the end of the day, Cowana clean house. It should have happened from the get-go. After that significant lead, and they get it done.
Yeah, it's really good that they are actually looking like they can do that. As I mentioned before, you want to start reeling back in the momentum to your own side. And it was on Gym and Bedroom as well. So maybe not the site that was to be expected from MnM or for MnM to be attacking onto. But now this is where I think potentially there's more of a challenge that could come in because we're going down into Church and Arsenal. This could be a site that MnM feel a bit more comfortable with attacking. I guess we're yet to find out. They're going to be going for a similar choice of hard breaches to what we saw Cowana do, which is use the Ace and the Maverick. So likelihood is there's going to be that same amount of attention around the Moto Hatch, for example. Whether or not Cowana are going to have such a focus down below, because they are not bringing any C4s, so they're not going to be sat with a mirror right underneath, but they do of course have those impacts that they can use for tricking.
There is definitely a distinct difference here in the way Cowana is interpreting this basement bomb site to what we saw from MnM. As you mentioned, the mirror is probably the most pivotal element of that. The lack of a mirror here from Cowana tells us, and along with the fact that there's all this roam set up, is that this will indeed be very much a roam-centric setup. Good information denial as well from the mute. In tandem with the vigil means that Cowana will be very difficult to dislodge on this roam. An R-kick as well. Not only does he have impact grenades to play the bomb site and deny the kitchen hatch, but also those Banshees from Malusi will make it very difficult for MnM to just go for a rush on the site and try and avoid these roamers.
Alright, well, all 10 men are still surviving, so that's at least a good start, especially for, you know, if your name is Dats, I guess, and you've been experiencing a lot of those opening deaths. But a lot of control still being maintained by Cowana. I do like the pick of the Vigil. It helps enable that roaming strategy a lot more than potential other options, and it means that MnM have a lot more of a task on their hands to actually clear that out before they can even focus on the site below.
Definitely going to take some time to clear out this top floor hole. Jonker investing so much time trying to deal with this main wall. Fonkers takes a hell of a lot of damage down to Gorgona. MnM looking to isolate these roamers, a difficult task with those drones impeded. And Gorgona's making it difficult for MnM to just take simple map control of Lounge at this point as well. If going in through Bar, could find Sloth. Do they hear each other? Sloth has an idea. He's going for the peak. They both know. But who can land the shot? Sloth has the high ground, but as we've seen in certain Hollywood films, that doesn't always mean the end of the day.
I mean, you ain't wrong. Sloth knows that there's at least one player through here in Logi. He's actually going to retreat. Whether he'll jump down is a different question, because he can still maintain some control, but he's actually starting to feel the pressure. Narrowly misses the shot onto Useless, and still got to check all these different angles. We're into the boundary of the last minute, and they finally finishes off the Vigil, and that means MnM have that control that they were looking for.
Sloth may have been a dead man walking at the end of that after being cornered like a wild beast, but he wasted so much time, and look at the health. On 3 out of 5 of the MnM players, it's going to be a very, very difficult execute. 30 seconds left. They haven't even opened the moto hatch. This is a great strategy from Cowana. Wait a second. I didn't even realize that church wall was fully soft. Kayak's leveraging the shield instead of the reinforced wall. This is a budget mirror window. Jonker's, though, just going to drop down straight into moto. Is Gorgona watching, though, to help out from the angle with blue? Naif looking for this one. He finds one onto Gorgona, but Kayak, the Yak, attacks. 3v3 now. Kayak finds another one. It's SMG 11s every day of the week. And Cowana win it on time. Dats gave it a good crack, but there's nothing that you can do against the Yak.
Absolutely would not let MnM have any leeway. You mentioned it when Jonker came down. The question was, are they aware that he is there? Gorgona was behind the reinforced wall in blue, so it's not like he could have immediately wallbanged from where he was, or even maybe necessarily heard him drop down, and he fell for it. But Kayak was ready. You mentioned the budget mirror window, so cool. I was thinking, when you can't decide which operator you want to play both mirror and smoke, you can just combine them into one. Kayak was in the perfect position to be able to deal with that push, and it meant that Cowana could collapse in to MnM moving inwards. And I think I really like the fact that they had, for example, Sloth on the Vigil out on the top floor, because it meant that a lot of that time that could have been used by MnM chipping away at the defense in the basement had to be expended dealing with the roamer.
Now Cowana even this scoreline as well, Gio. It was a very strong defense half for MnM, but it seems that this will continue to be a strong defense half for Cowana. Especially considering that Cowana already won Gym and Bedroom. They started things on the back foot for MnM, going for that, what most people would consider the tertiary site, the most winnable site for the attackers, and they won it outright. Now they're going for cash and CCTV with a strategy that I don't think I've ever seen played on this bomb site, which is that extension into master we saw during the prep phase. A mirror window on the bathroom wall, the kind of thing you would see perhaps when this is a gym and bedroom defense, but okay, there's actually no mirror window there yet. He does have one in the pocket though, so I think that he's waiting to see whether the push is coming from that direction before placing it, and if it doesn't come from that direction, he might place the mirror elsewhere.
Yeah, and as you were just showed by our lovely observer, the first mirror window has been placed at the top of red stairs, right by Anarchic. He's got it down at crouch height as well, and he's just taking refuge behind his shield. I think we just saw the second mirror window go up. Yeah, indeed. Yep. It has already been shot out, though. Well, I guess he did that.
Was it shot out? What?
Oh.
No, it's intact. It's,
for whatever reason, it looked like it had been shot out.
I don't blame you for that one. But there is a hole directly below it looking downstairs. So that's a really cheeky mirror window. It is soft. So a simple breaching round from Ash or Zafir would make short work of it. Ooh, that's a nasty shot there by Fonkers. And Garage control as well. Cowana can have all the nice strats they like, but if they forfeit Garage, this will be incredibly difficult.
It's one of those places where if you don't feel like you can take construction, then you should take garage instead. And MnM haven't spent much time having to achieve those means. That could mean a lot of that focus on the west side of the map by Cowana sort of becomes useless, as you alluded to. Evil Eye's been spotted out from one of the drones, and that shouldn't take too long for MnM to be able to deal with, as they can hold these crosses from the control that they've gained.
Little by little progress for MnM. Done a lot of good work on the bomb site. Lots of breach, lots of map control. Nades and soft breach utility, not only to take down those evil eyes on the bomb site, but also to open up those vertical holes in which we just saw that mirror window go down. Sloth now knows he's a player who needs to make an impact. Those holes opened by the defense work both ways. Kayak can deny that plant from Nath, and the gas as well makes this impossible for Dats. 20 seconds left on the clock. MnM have the numbers, but Cowana have the position. One gas left. Tosses it out. It's going to be enough to kill Dats. That's perfect. The C4 wasted, but it might not matter at this point. 3 versus 3. Fonkers pushing up red stairs. MnM have to go and go hard. Jonka now trying to cover. It's Jonka versus Kayak. Kayak, he didn't say the planter. How do you lose those? MnM win their first attack.
Oh man, I love the reaction because I was thinking the exact same thing. He can't find him. And MnM will definitely be grateful for that one, as it keeps them in the lead. Cowana so narrowly getting closer and ever closer to them. And now they will be returning back to gym and bedroom. But for a lot of that, it was very backwards and forwards, because MnM took such early control of Garage, a very important part. We spoke about it. We said it's so pivotal in the attacking control sites. But then, Cowana looked very prepared for their push in. Dats got brought down very quickly because of the Toxic Babes. And I did have one eye on Fonkers down at the bottom of red stairs, and he did get a kill from there as well. So that was some vertical support that kept Cowana on their toes, having to worry about multiple angles. But really, at the very end, that's all that mattered, is Users was able to finish things off by planting the diffuser, not able to be found by Cowana. Disappointing loss of a round there for, I was going to say the British team again, but you know how it is.
B Kayak. B about to 1 versus 2 clutch. Headshot the player who's covering with the SMG-11. Round the corner to kill the planter, and don't see the planter and die. That's what we here call a accident.
Oh, God.
I will admit, Our observer
had that one
medics.
prepared.
Our observer medics actually came up with that one about 2 hours ago, and I've been trying to figure out where to put it in ever since. The accident was inevitable, and I'm sure we're going to have a couple more accidents before the end of the match with how intense this one's been. The intensity certainly brings up the stakes, and it also brings up the nerves, and that does tend to cause a bit more of those unfortunate situations and predicaments.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay, good. Well, whether or not Cowana are done with their defense remains to be seen, as they still sit behind MnM, and that's certainly not going to help. The yak that you've just been lauding for the last 5 minutes will end up as the first death in this round. Is that cardiac sensor no longer available? The C4 in pocket also no longer available. Instead, he will be speaking from the grave for the next minute and a half.
The Sloth holding on as long as he can here to Cash. He's got a lot to contest. Might get aggressive here. No, thinks better of it. Just looking to delay time, but it's only a matter of seconds before MnM start to push this and take out his cover. Can he find a pick, though? That's what he's looking for. No, he can't. Fonker's been on fire. Sloth goes down. 5v3 for MnM. They've already lost this bomb site one time. The first time they look to attack it, and Cowana fallen to pieces. This time around, MnM look to be on a streak. A rotate open next to the mirror window. The ADS burned, and Arkic backs on out, knows he's vulnerable. Grizzly comes to support. Dats opens the hatch, but not as of yet pushing. In a matter of seconds, that ADS will be back and active again. Fonker's looking to reburn it, but Anarchic's already flushed off the mirror position. Grizzly all the way down below, watching that rotate hole.
And also bear in mind, MnM only have 2 make that 1 drone still out and alive. So they are running on very limited info, very limited resources. With Nafe and users and Jonka all going down in a matter of seconds. MnM might be able to fight this back, as Nafe looks like he's trying to do. Grizzly, the only one standing for Cowana. Is he going to be able to stop the plant? He gets 1 kill, but it looks like Nafe
Where's the
will be able to
cover?
finish it off. He gets him, sees him through the bathroom wall, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Grizzly on very low HP versus Dats. He's crouching down, lying prone, but he can try and get it just through the wall. Dats doesn't know where his opponent is. He's just trying to catch him out. Grizzly's going to have to play this very carefully.
He's faked it a second time. But there's so much audio for Dats to use, to rely on, to know that that diffuser is not getting activated. Grizzly goes for the peak, but Dats will make sure that round doesn't slip through his fingers. MnM have come back with a resurgence on their attack here, and they take a decisive lead and match point.
This is a palm sweaty kind of place to be. This was Covana's map. And next map will be Theme Park, a map that historically MnM have looked considerably strong on. And right now, Cowana are in a situation where it looks like it could be quite difficult for them to secure this map. If they are to do it, they're going to have to do it in overtime. But they've got 2 rounds to go before they can even get it to that point. And those rounds have to fall in their favor. Suddenly, the domination that Cowana has seemingly had in this series so far is starting to dwindle away.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Clubhouse is such an important map for Cowana. If MnM win this, we go to Theme Park. MnM only have to win that map, and then it's it. Such a good map for MnM. It's why they picked it. Such a poor map for Cowana historically. Cowana really have no choice. You win here, or you go to Theme Park. You thank your lucky stars, you cross your fingers, your toes, everything that you can, and hope that you can weather the storm and come out on the other side and take Cafe, but surely that is not the way that this goes. Cowana has to win here Otherwise, I don't see them winning this series.
So this is returning to the site that they just lost to MnM. However, looking back to round 7, they did win it. So I think it's fair to say that it could be a bit of a toss-up, because it's not like MnM just got the last round on luck. Even if you look before the final bouts of aggression, you had a 5 versus 3 situation much earlier than that. MnM weakened Cowana pretty swiftly. So it's not even like you can turn around and say, oh, well, you know, it was just a fluke. It just, you know, like, of course, Cowana. I don't think there's any of course here.
You commended Cowana multiple times this series for their ability to adapt and react to the way that MnM's playing and try to bring out these counter strategies. And that's what we're seeing here. Cowana, keep in mind, they actually have cash unlocked as a bomb site they could have gone to here. Even Church and Arsenal, which they're currently off, they've played it once and they won it that singular time. Whereas both Cash and Jim, they've won once and lost once here. Well, actually, Cash, they haven't even won at all. But my point is that it's quite a decision here for Cowana to go, as you said, to Jim and Bedroom. But the ace up their sleeve, the elephant in the room, is the Clash. We've seen Clash be successful in the past when MnM tried to use it to counter the Monty. But can Grizzly use it to stop the onslaught from MnM?
Problem is here is if the Clash is forced backwards or even killed relatively early, then that's just control of this entire east side to MnM. That said, if you look at the time that has been expended, we are already at the final minute. Kayak taking a ton of damage there and having to retreat somewhat. He's got a shield present in Logi, but he's just getting the C4 ready, but there's no one above. You don't want to be wasting that. No Dats, he's getting ever closer to that hatch. You could find them in a bit of a war between each other here.
The drone to come down. Textbook stuff here for MnM and what we've seen before. But they've got a good way of dealing with that mirror window in Logistics Office. A simple Selma. That makes that position nigh unplayable. Still the Clash remains, as well as the deployable shield to reinforce that position. Dropping the hatch would likely be suicide for Dats, but when pushing in tandem with an ace, maybe not so. 20 seconds left. MnM 5v5 on the execute for the map. The concussion goes through. Can they take down the Clash? Not enough shots land, and eventually it's like waves crashing onto a rocky cliff. MnM fall to pieces, but there's still a chance. Bonkers has to get this plant. Users has to cover, but there it is! The Yak to cover it all and make sure Cowana are not out of this yet.
Oh man, I was getting ready. I thought MnM had that at the end, but it just seems whenever Cowana know that it's the last hurdle, they somehow manage to spring above it. They're going to be feeling very good about that one, but before we get too excited about it, as MnM do still sit on match point and could very much take Clubhouse in the next round, we have to bear in mind that Cowana now have to go to one of the sites that they don't feel as comfortable on. That said, Church Arsenal, they did win in round number 8, but it definitely seems like they have such a preference for Jim. And how much that's going to make a difference here, given the amount of pressure that MnM have been applying to them in the last few rounds, that is what comes into question.
Overtime within reach, and should we go there, MnM start on the attack. Now, usually we would say that that is not the favoured side, but MnM have been so good on attack these last 3 rounds, even though Kayak managed to clutch that round just past. MnM have been very strong here, and I wouldn't count them out even in overtime. Cowana, though, before they even get there, have got to win another Church and Arsenal. They've done so before with that lovely little Vigil and Mute roam, but they've decided once again, as we said, Gio, this is becoming fairly typical of Cowana at this point. They change their strategies. They change tack, they change and adapt to the way that the enemy plays. And while they do have somewhat a mute roam with some mute jammers off site. There's not nearly the same number of reinforcements invested, and Sloth has moved over to the Malusi instead of the Vigil.
And the roam that was actually done on the Vigil before was something I commended Cowana a lot for because of the time it wasted and the attention that it used from MnM. However, having the placement of the Banshees could be incredibly useful for not only slowing down the opposition, but providing information of their whereabouts. And, it's not as if you can't have a roaming prowess with Malusi. We see her be used for that exact reason quite frequently. But it's just not quite the same effect. All 10 men still standing.
The operator that's actually new here in Kawana's lineup is the Maestro. It's an aggressive peak. Worth it there for Grizzly on the exchange, but it's the Maestro that's the new factor here for Cowana. Kayak previously played the Smoke. He's moved that on over to Anarchic. Anarchic gave up the Malusi to Sloth. And the Vigil is the one that we're not seeing. So I like the way that Cowana is looking to, I think, play more late round priority with the Smoke and the Maestro, making sure that even if MnM take map control, the side execute's going to be challenging.
Grizzly taking a ton of damage. He's still going to maintain his position behind the church wall. But as MnM start working on the Moto hatch, he could find himself being threatened very soon. In fact, Nafe's going to be droning in. Impeded somewhat by the mute jammers, but not entirely. And Sloth just getting ready with the impacts.
Oh,
those above
so much damage.
provide the threat.
They must know that Dats is low from soaking up Grizzly's shotgun blast before! That's it! And that's the end of him! The Super 90 finishes him off, and I didn't even realize Sloth was running the shotgun. Deep in Armory now. MnM, they still have this match point to take Kawana's map. There's a little bit of time left. Jonka wants to open up an angle to expose the position in church, but time is ticking away, and MnM are going to run out of steam before they run out of gas. Jonka just holding on. He sees the Maestro, but loses his head. There's a team kill, though, and that could be to Kawana's detriment. Nafe to force down this plant in the smoke is their denial. Bonkers to cover. Gorgona gets the pistol shot through the smoke, and the timer's going to hit 0. Cowana push us to overtime.
Oh my god. When I said they were going to have to make it through the next 2 rounds, I was at a point where I didn't actually know if they could do it. But of course, my fears and suspicions have been proven wrong, and we are heading into another overtime round. Now, one of the things that you mentioned, of course, is that MnM are starting on the attack on overtime. We've just seen them on attack in that last half. They looked pretty strong for a lot of it, but actually on paper, they only got 2 of the attacking rounds. They managed to plant the diffuser both times, but statistically, there's still a 2/3 chance that Cowana are going to be able to successfully defend, and they get 2 defensive halves here. What we saw on Villa is both of these teams in overtime won their defensive rounds. That favors Cowana here. And if Cowana take Clubhouse, then suddenly a lot of the expectations that were being set throughout the course of this map will be shifted on their head.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, this has certainly come down to a tense match. Quite the marathon, we've said many times. This series is... I don't necessarily want to say the culmination, because I feel like these teams will be playing each other for a long time in the months and years to come, perhaps even if they are both in the EUL come the end of this week. But this is definitely an installment in this continued rivalry between these 2 sister teams, if you will. And neither of them are letting up. Neither of them are letting the other team get too far ahead without saying, hey, wait for me, clawing them back down to their level.
Now, we noted the introduction of the Clash before as one of the adaptations that Cowana were making, and they've decided to bring that back this time. They are going to be defending once again their preferred site, and that's a very early kill there for Gorgona, straight onto Nafe, and that eliminates that ever important hard breach in the form of the ace. Especially on a site like this where typically you want to be attacking from both sides, that could be incredibly detrimental. They already have the server wall open, which is great, but even so.
Does mean that Junk is forced to rotate now. Fonker's now looking to sneak in through Strip, now into the Neon hallway. Jonker to support with the drone. Vulnerable to shots from above, through the holes in the floor. Fonker's job here likely is to breach the floor underneath Gorgona's feet and destroy that mirror window. MnM look like they're going for an aggressive drop. Uses straight down and straight off. An R-kick ready for that, not having any of those shenanigans. And MnM, well, it seems like this reeks of desperation in the 3v5.
Ooh, a nice shot there, however, from Jonker, but it might not be enough to turn the tables. Back in Villa, MnM, don't forget, did try to go in for a rush attack. That also didn't work then. Neither is that nade heading straight in towards Sloth, who can still sit relatively safely behind the desk here in logistics, knowing that there is someone just above at the hatch. MnM are running out of time as well, and Dats is bleeding out, so they're basically in a 2 versus 4 in this situation, and with an added kill from Gorgona on top of that, it looks like hope could be waning.
There's just about no chance. Jonker found 1 kill, but at the moment it's just a matter of humiliation. Dats fell off the roof and Gorgona's just lost his head. Poor Dats that round fell off the logistics roof. Devastating. And that is Cowana for the first time on Clubhouse Match Point.
Ooh, oh, how the turns have tabled. I have to say it at least once.
It's mandatory.
I don't want to be too confident for either side right now. And I think the Villa game is a really good template for expectations now, purely because in regulation time, the exact same pattern happened with the 4-2s to each side, defending side having the better half. Now we're in overtime. We've just had a defending team win their first overtime round. I am kind of expecting this to go exactly how Villa did. Now, what could change is, I mentioned how MnM on Villa attempted a rush attack. It didn't work then. And when they tried to get aggressive this time, it didn't work then again. Cowana also tried the same thing on Villa, but I do wonder if this time round they'll take a step back and say, all right, we tried that. Didn't work before. Now, the fact that they're bringing a Monty leads me to believe they're probably not going to rush. But I think that's an important thing, because from both these teams we've seen a rush attack strategy not necessarily be the answer, and all Cowana need to do is get this winning attacking round, and Clubhouse is theirs.
Something Cowana have consistently struggled with on this cash attack is the gas from Nath, which is making it really hard for Grizzly to successfully Maverick open this wall. A nice gas from Nath will not only take, well, a lot of damage, a lot of health off of Grizzly, but also makes it a lot slower to open up that wall. And in fact, we're actually seeing the Ace do the job instead. No mute jammers, no nothing, except for an impact trick from Fonkers. But of course, only 2 impacts. We've got the 3 Selmas, and that second impact is an airball. Fonkers, though, wants to get aggressive, and he takes down an R-kick. If I'm Fonkers, I'm going to take that trade. Might have the wall open, but I can take your life for it.
Big loss there for Cowana. They are still sitting on plenty of nades. You mentioned that, but it has been a pattern with them. They really like to put them to good use. They can continue to work on the jacuzzi wall, I believe. Sloth's holding out onto server, trying to cut off any of those potential rotations, any opportunity for MnM to be moving around. Oh, not the jacuzzi wall, I'm so sorry, it is the garage wall.
The garage wall.
The garage wall?
That's it.
They're working on the garage wall, innit?
In it, yeah, in it. Brov. Can I say brov? I don't feel like
sure,
I'm
if you want to be
brov.
from like 2003.
Alright, well, Cowanna's gone pretty hard at the moment, looking to take control of Garage. This is what the Monty excels at. Kayak can get rid of the Evil Eye as well. And the sledge will make the way onto that bomb site. Nice walkable hole for Gorgona. Question is, how are they going to use this Montaigne?
Or how they're going to use the Toxic Babes to hold them back. That's going to cut off some more of the time that Cowana could use to their advantage. You have to bear in mind, all the players from MnM are still standing, not yet been dealt with. Sure, Fonkers is very close to death. But as soon as Cowana move in, then they could just be collapsed upon. They are going for it. Kayak's going into the plant. You've got Gorgona very close behind, and Sloth will get the first kill of the engagement.
The plant goes down. It's just the Monty and Kayak to cover. Fonkers already downed outside. Kayak finds one in cash. Dats has to retake, but he might find the back of this Montaigne. Nafe solo HP. No gas to support. If it's a 2v1 onto the Monty, I would favor MnM in this situation, but Gorgona still alive, and so is Kayak. Nafe goes down, and now this is nigh impossible, but Dats makes that Monty pay for it. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Kayak to get it, and at the end of the day, Cowana finally comes up with Clubhouse after an incredibly tumultuous map. They take it. And there's only one map to go, standing in their way before EUL 2021.
I think tumultuous is definitely the most apt word you could have used, because that map felt like a roller coaster, and Cowana are the ones to ride it the most. It's just the fact that we are seeing this pattern, and we are actually getting a true idea of how close it is between these two teams. I cannot wait to see how Theme Park is going to go, but we're going to have to wait for that after a short break, and we'll see you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, yet again, a close map that we went to, not quite to max overtime. The Monty did it at the end.
Oh my god, Milosh, please.
How? I have it on. It says green.
Tell you what, new rule, Jess. You and I need to make sure that Milosh is refreshing his feed every single time we come back to the desk.
Production, is Milosh here with us?
It's going to refresh in a second. I don't know if they can hear me. It's... Oh my god. Okay, I can fix it.
You know what? Jess, can we do the two-man desk? Can we do the magical two-man desk?
Talk about Clubhouse.
Can we get Milosh out of here?
Yeah, can we park him? Just park him on the sub bench for a little bit. That sounds like a fantastic idea.
I'm the foreigner here. You can't play that card against me. So, have a chat about Clubhouse for a moment and how...
Let's talk about it then. And yeah, Milosh can go and do his thing. He keeps talking to us, but we'll carry on. So Jess, I mean, look. That was one hell of a game, right, to me. Hey, look, it's just the two of us. This is beautiful. Oh this is like good old times when we're normally casting. Yes. Amazing. Right, let's talk about it, because this series is getting real now, and it's getting real to the stage that it's living up to the hype of what you expect from a Challenger League game. Like, I thought coming into it, like round 3, I was like, right, big clutch coming out for Fonkers and Dats, a 3K for Fonkers with the beautiful swing, for example, in Gym and Bedroom. I was like, man, these guys have got it. There's no problem here. They can go on to win this map. And then you look at the last 4 or 5 rounds we've just been through. Dats falls off a goddamn roof. Some madness goes on in the final one with the plank coming in with the assistance of the Monty. It just felt like Cowana found a little bit of pixiness they've really needed in the dying seconds, no?
I really feel like as this series has progressed, you're absolutely right. We've really got a series on our hand. And the reason I say that is I don't really want to blame it on MnM needing to warm up. I don't think that's the right phrase I really want to use, but I don't really have the right phrase to get across to the audience. My kind of thing is that MnM took a while to get themselves motivated and understand who their opponent is and what they need to do. So for me, I'm sort of more sitting here going, all right, I actually think MnM are now showing us the team that they are. We're seeing both teams be squarely, or rather evenly opposed to each other and able to give us the battle that we expected from the beginning. I think the first map is really deceiving. And these 2 maps going max OT is sort of showing us, okay, yeah, this is what we should that shot's nasty.
All these shots are just nuts.
I mean, shout out to our production team who catches all these replays, because I tell you what, every time I scream at something, you guys have to, sit in the TeamSpeak and listen to me scream at random shots. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Welcome back, Milosh, by the way. But every time I scream and I go, oh my God, that's insane, I look over at the end of the game and the replay team's clipped the exact moment. They've even zoomed up on the 4 pixels of that one tiny pixel peak, and they do a great job. So it's good to see such a fierce battle finally upon our hands.
It's almost like we've got the best in the business here with us, making things happen. Jess, Des, yes, what a map. Though, I gotta say, both teams tried to adapt to one another. I think the Monty play in the final round was definitely something unexpected, but I think the experience that we were all having at the same time in our own channel here is so many of these rounds could have gone either way, swung wildly differently in a moment, and that's something that I'm afraid of.
Yeah, I think the one thing you've really got to give some respect to here is that as series wear on, players will get tired, more mistakes will start creeping in. This is going to be exhausting now. They've been playing for nearly, 3 hours plus? Yeah. They're in a spot where, like in that round there, the small things that you spotted, like the long-range shots or not being mindful of someone sat behind the bomb chassis, or kayaks springing out of shower and killing 2 people and winning the round. Like, whatever it is, there are small things starting to creep in, and that Clubhouse game, I think, was the most mental and volatile of the 3 that we've seen so far. So it goes to show that Theme Park might turn out to be absolute calamity, and I, for one, can't wait for it.
Yeah, I really want to highlight the fact that it does look like the uniformity that I've been seeing from these teams in the first map and the second map is slowly withering away as the rounds progress. Going into OT, map after map, on a best of 3 even, is tiring enough as it is. We're in a best of 5, and if these teams keep taking map after map off of each other, you go the full distance, all of a sudden you're seeing like an SI situation where it's a complete back and forth for 5 whole maps. That's a disastrous situation for players that aren't used to that kind of mental stamina. And to keep those comms going hour after hour after hour, that's a toughie to ask of players, especially leadership players. They don't get a lot of the stage. They don't get a lot of trophies. They don't get a lot of notice. But those leadership players who are trying to think critically beyond just their own gameplay, but what every one of their teammates are doing around them, they are the ones that are sitting there going, damn, I've been trying to IGL for how many, hours now? I'm hitting a wall.
I think commentators definitely know that as well. It's on the player side. Everybody that is working events in general, that after hours of focusing on time, it's not like you're sitting at the office. You can work on some stuff, and the time just kind of disappears, or you're focused on something and you can take a break later. It genuinely is total 100% focus every single second, every single moment. And you can't even take your eyes away from your screen whilst you're doing all this work, because one moment, everybody here plays Rainbow Six, at least I hope that they will if they have not. And a moment's mistake can ruin an entire round. Yeah. Even in the last second, all that preparation you've done throughout the round just disappears. And even more in this case, in professional play, where games are going into overtime, remembering that the winner of this game automatically qualifies to EU League and gets a big chunk of cash and makes their career for at least the next year. Huge on the line. Imagine the pressure if you're watching from home.
The stakes are so incredibly high. I mean, you got to imagine it's sitting on the back of their brain right now. They're all going, we got to win this round, we got to win this round, we got to win this round. But they're saying that 12, 14, 26, 30 something times over every round. I mean, that's exhausting. So I really feel for them. But you're right. This best of 5 is to prove who is going to go into tier 1 for an entire year. It's not just a season or a term or rather a trimester of a year anymore. You're hitting the big leagues for an entire year. So you damn got to prove that you earned it, and stamina's part of that.
So how does it go?
Look, it's going to be a real drain. And I think the one thing I do want to comment on as a quick one is Nathan, real quickly, is like a guy that was, 2-8 on the first map. And I was like, man, that's not what we're used to seeing for Nathan. That last map, he did get involved. And that is really worth commending, I think, because he's a player that we look at. And the number of games that he's dragged MnM through by being such a fragger as a support player is unbelievable. He's starting to turn online. Is it going to be in kind of reaching his peak on the next map? I'm sure hoping so.
Okay, well, theme park, what is the big question here? A lot of teams have been avoiding the map when it comes to competitive play here in Europe. Some others like to go under the radar, play some of the maps that a lot of people end up banning. We saw this banned earlier in our first series today. Everybody remembers quite a few hours now since then, but BDS kind of stayed away from the map. Expectations for theme park, given especially the ending of our last map. What's the take here, Jess?
What the doubts I have is their most recent, showing was SI quals against Vitality. They got 7-1, and I'm talking about MnM here. That makes me feel very uneasy. Yeah, okay, they could beat a few of the Challenger League teams, but if you want to make a tier 1 or get yourself a tier 1 spot and you get 7-1 by a team that, let's be honest, Vitality, their best map is not theme park. It's not like they got, rammed on one of their best maps. That's just not it. So I do worry. But at the end of the day, Challenger League, these are Challenger League teams going head-to-head. They've already beaten Gamma, Matchco and stuff on it, so maybe they can, add MnM to that bag as well.
I think I'm pretty much in agreement on that front. For MnM, I think the fact that they've gone to it a couple of times to show there is some confidence there. They've been prepping it and working on it. I would imagine Cowana, with the work they've been doing, will no doubt have thought about this as well and be somewhat prepared for it. Are they going to be prepared at the stage of MnM with, a full load of scrims on it, coming through prepared with strats and all the like? Maybe, but to what level is what I'm curious to see. And given, again, how the kind of fatigue is starting to set in across this series, I'm thinking, can this turn out to be even crazier than Clubhouse? Very well could be.
We might be coming off of Mr. Jones's wild ride come theme park, but who knows? We might be going for a map 5, all up to the game to decide us. Cowana and MnM Gaming playing for potential spot in EU League and a boatload of cash. All onto theme park now in map number 4. Jets, thank you so much for your input. Let's roll it down to our casters and go on the merry-go-round. It's Gio, Dev, enjoy.
It's a big one here for a spot in EUL 2021. Gio, whatever happens, you're going to get to wave that flag. So the question is it going to be this map? Is it going to be Cowana or is it going to be next map? Has MnM got what it takes to push it all the way?
Well, this is the point at which an astute observer may start to think that we will see all 5 maps, because this is not only MnM's map, but it is a map that many teams avoid, many teams do not like so much, and MnM just happened to be one of those teams that has done very well on it in the past. So we are expecting MnM to have a huge advantage here. When you look back at how Cowana performed on their equivalent of Consulate, well, they really took it away and are currently in the lead. But this could go either way, and we'll only find out by watching for ourselves, and that's going to start off with the operator bans, Nomad and Monty being the first 2 to be removed.
I'm going to have a look back on the across this. Seagull going is like, you're funny, mate. You think you're clever, do you? Well, probably a good idea here for MnM. That Jaeger ban's pretty spicy. I'll get to that in a minute, but let's dwell on this Monty. So on Clubhouse, we saw Montaigne taken by Cowana only twice, but both times it did lead to a round win, very convincingly, I would say as well. And if we look back onto Villa, map number 2, Monty was taken twice and led to 1 round win. If we look at map number 1, Consulate, Monty was never even required. But I think that it's suffice to say This Montaigne has been a thorn in MnM's side, and it's a ace up Coawana's sleeve they no longer have available.
Yep. That is certainly what it feels like, and MnM want to be eliminating as many of those options and comforts that they can from Cowana so that they can bring themselves back up to the even footing. Now, I suspect that there probably will be a number of rounds where it feels like things are on even footing because so far things have been exceptionally close. In fact, in the break, I was just looking at Twitter, and Fresh, who is an analyst for Chaos, who one of these teams will be taking Chaos's place, he said, can we just give both of these teams a spot in EUL after this series so far? Well, yeah, we absolutely could, because for those
You're just
who
going to
don't
have to
know,
say goodbye to Rogue.
yeah, whoever loses this series gets to play tomorrow against Rogue, and the winner of that series will get the second spot available. So either Rogue are going to keep their spot, the former champions of Europe, or we're going to have the second one of these two British teams going through. But that's something to worry about for tomorrow. As for right now, someone's got to win, and someone has got to take Chaos's slot.
That's it, and you said it was Fresh who tweeted that? Well, he was the one who lost his spot in EUL as the coach of Chaos. So I will say it's fantastic to see that players and teams who have been automatically relegated are looking at this talent that is in effect replacing them and looking upon them with admiration and respect. And that's exactly what both Cowana and MnM deserve. Now, it was no easy feat through Challenger League to get here. MnM had to get through an incredibly tough game against Gamma from the Benelux. Cowana had to take down two very strong opponents in the Russians' Windstrike and, of course, the French Pensa. But Cowana had a miracle run and took them both down. But it all comes down to this. If you can't win this today, you don't get that first spot into EUL, and you'll be at the mercy of Rogue tomorrow night.
Now, we're seeing the reintroduction of Sam Fisher, otherwise known as Zero, in Rainbow Six Siege, which MnM did choose to opt for all the way back in Consulate, if you're around for that, if you remember that far back. And they've been using him a lot as the flank watch, particularly when Nomad has been banned, which was the same on Consulate as well. Having his Argus cameras gives them those extra sights, extra information around the map. But for now, we're hearing a lot of explosions, some EMPs going off, as MnM move ever further forward on that top floor, edging towards the lab site.
Good information here. A lot of good spots for drones and Argus cams, or SAM cams as we like to call them. Fonk is in a good position upstairs above all of this twin floor. Exactly where you want to be as a sledge. So you can open up vertical angles and start to pressure down below. Top floor control seemingly taken now for MnM as the drone goes forth with DATs to back it up. And how likely we'll see them get to work, pressuring these players inside of lab and storage. Only partially protected by the very much destructible floor above their heads. But even are they to fall, MnM can still rely on those players out in Armory and Throne, of which I believe they have 2 players at the moment. User's going to put some pressure on them with the hard bridge.
Yeah, that's going to open up that space above Gorgona, which is why he's forced out of position and moving further back into Armory and Throne. As you just mentioned, they still have as an option. You still have those players upstairs who can provide that pressure from down below. But MnM could find themselves in a position here where they have the freedom to move out at least somewhat because they've taken that control. Out goes one of the toxic vape canisters as Anarchic are trying to prevent anyone from coming in through the window. But as you mentioned, time is very, very low, and MnM are going to have to move in. A brutal shot there from Jonka, but isn't going to be enough.
Clearly not, but wait a second, that's quite the shot. Dats doing some good work, but Grizzly now, he steps up, him and Sloth together, the C4, can that deny the plant? Nath sticks it, and he's actually in a decent position now. Grizzly has to retake, gets the shot, Fonkers to hold in the 1v1 post plant. Is he gonna stick this? Grizzly gets off, and he wins it! The 1 versus 2 clutch! And the quad kill. A massive round for Grizzly. And Cowana steal that out of MnM's clutches. Grizzly the Bear.
You know, Cowana are really well equipped with names that you can meme or make nicknames of. It's pretty convenient if you want to be memorable.
I love it.
Well, that's a good start from them, knowing full well that this is not their preferred map. And one of the things that we speculated upon earlier was the fact that knowing full well that this is a map that that MnM like, and that they weren't going to be banning it, the chances are Cowana have been preparing for it. They've been getting ready, knowing that they would be coming up against MnM. Of course, they're also starting on the favorable side. Given that it's not their map pick, they had the option. They went for defense. Theme Park is an incredibly defender-sided map. I'm talking, if you end a half on 5-1, you don't really bat an eyelid at that. That's kind of what you expect. And for a lot of teams, that's what makes them uncomfortable about it. It is an uncomfortable map to play for many, because attacking it can be so difficult. This is MnM's chance to shine, and if they fail on that chance, they fail on the best of 5.
I do wonder, however, with all of the changes coming through Neon Dawn, where there's been significant nerfs to Jaeger, Wamai, and as a whole that util sync meta,
10 seconds to go.
and also add to the fact that Thatcher is on the table, removing utilities such as these electric claws and loot jammers, and making that hard breach a lot easier. I feel like the attack shouldn't be too remiss here. Like the defense shouldn't be too heavily favored. The attack have got a lot of good assets on their side to use. This is a disgusting spawn peak. The Sloth gonna do it with the C4. Pre-ripped now. Waiting for that repel sound. The toss comes out, but it's too far. It doesn't find anything, just a wasted C4 for Sloth. Tries to shoot a drone. Barely gets away with his life. And MnM starts to push on forward.
He'll have to retreat because he knows that those players are there, and if he stays present in cash, then he's probably going to go down. And you want to play it smart and not necessarily hard. Sloth can be a huge deterrent for the opponent if he stays alive because of his aggression and his playstyle. And does he know that there are 2 players out there? He's got a little bullet hole that he's made in the soft wall that he can use to provide some information without peeking too much himself. But so far, no one has gone down in this engagement.
This is that thrown armory bomb site. Oh, that's a shot! Sloth on the long angle. And goodbye to Thatcher. He might not be banned, but he might as well be for the remainder of this round.
Not a good feeling there for MnM. They've got to continue on forward. Bearing in mind, this time they are going to attack onto Armory and Throne. Cowana having to move on from their less than orthodox choice of a first site. But it looks like Nafe's going to get ready to try and open up the maintenance wall. You can see Kayak has got the second Electro Claw, which he does throw out. Yeah,
it got it!
That's a goodbye to the Selma. There's a second one ready to go, but their Thatcher is gone.
They can try and nade off this claw, but once they do, Kayak's going to throw this second claw back on. Don't think there's much util really for MnM to clear that. Both nades gone. 2 more Sam Cams left in the pocket, but not really a decent way to... Oh, they actually are going to try it with the Sam Cam. Got to get on the Sam Cam and shoot it off using a little taser, but he doesn't manage to get it in time.
So far, this still means that there are a lot of issues with opening up this wall. And they've got just under 30 seconds remaining. Out come the smokes, but there's a quick death there onto Fonkers. And you can just see the kill feed fills with blue before my sentence is even able to be finished. And no way could MnM breach into the site.
Into the meat grinder they go. And that, my friends, is why your Thatcher is not the player you want dying at the start of the round. Massive credit to Sloth. A very early aggressive pick, but onto the perfect operator, and we saw that manifest throughout the entire rest of the round. Here's a replay of that disgusting wallbang. Let's get a little bit of a zoom on that bad boy. Oofa!
Spicy.
You love to see it. Yeah, drink that one up. Slurp it up with a straw. Alright, okay, that's enough. That's
Such a horrible noise.
Yeah, enough out of you, Gio. I think I'm going to have to solo cast now. I think I need a shower, actually, after that. Jeez.
You're 10,500 miles away and it affected you that much.
You're a very effective person, Gio.
Oh, I don't know what that means, if it's good or bad, but I'll take it.
Well, I'm sure that Cowana will take that flawless round, put it in the bank, and say, alright, let's move on from there. MnM surely realized that a large part of that was simply losing the Thatcher, and Jonka is going to make sure he's extra careful he doesn't expose his head. Difficult to have that attitude when you're simply dying to wallbangs. Yeah. Exposing your head is illegal, depending on where you are at the moment.
5 seconds left.
Yes, that is the joke I was making.
Haha, I understand.
Anyway! Cowana do have a nice comfortable lead so far, and if they can continue on this momentum, it's going to set them up really well for when they are to come in for that more difficult half. You did say that these days the attacking side maybe not so difficult as it has been in the past because of the withdrawal of that utility soak meta, but that doesn't mean that Theme Park is not still a defender-sided map. And so the more rounds you can get on the board now before you have to go into that situation, the better, especially as Cowana have very much looked like a team that have been stronger on the defense. Same said for MnM. So they still can look forward to their defensive half, but you of course want to get those rounds in nice and early. Dats is going to get in nice and early as he jumped straight through to top Dragon. And just flipping through the cams of Cowana, looking out for these attackers heading on in.
Good info. Breaching activated. Good breach here. Don't believe there's a counter to that. Actually, the mute jammer, perhaps? Indeed, the mute jammer has stalled that. A C4 tries to destroy that, but it is not successful. Somehow that mute jammer was destroyed. Didn't hear whether it was an EMP. Nice little Wamai disc thrown out, but spotted as well by MnM. This east across take has proved to be somewhat fruitful, but still a lot of work to be done for MnM.
Here the Wamai discs going off as MnM looking to get ready to move in towards the control room wall, which they have already opened, and everything is on fire.
Goya be like that. This is fine, he says. An R-kick with the shotgun ready and waiting. Sees the player. That's a nice pre-fire there from Nathan. And Fonkers as well adds to the mayhem. Cowana starting to feel this pressure now. Off is still not taken though. Gorgona with the shotgun, so he switches to the pistol. Uses. Finds one with 0. MP7. A formidable weapon, even in the attacker's hands. And now it's just Grizzly and Gorgona to fight off the remaining MnM members.
Difficult position here for the last two members of Cowana to be in. Most of MnM look to be moving in from the same direction. Haven't seen anyone rotating down through arcade. So Grizzly could find that his back is mostly safe for now, but it's still going to be quite a force applied to him. That said, he applies one back in return. He's going to be defending this with all his might. Can't even get the C4 off as he's killed before he has the chance. And it's all onto Gorgona. But Nafe's going in with the diffuser.
What a shot there for Gorgona. 1v2 now. I wouldn't rule this out as impossible. If you can keep landing these shots, gonna have to bait out some fire from the enemy's side. That's a nasty angle though for Nafe on the other side of it. And while Gorgona gave it a good crack, MnM aren't gonna let that lead slip. And they do manage their first attacking round on the back of a very strong map clear.
And this seems to be a kind of pattern, I suppose. You get excited about the first two rounds because it looks like one team is going to pull away, and then inevitably that isn't how things go. Now, Cowana are going to be returning back to that same site. determined that they can make this work. That means that the only site that they haven't been to so far is Initiation Office. And interestingly, Theme Park is one of those few maps where you do expect to see all 4 sites be used, at least a lot more so than on many of the other maps that have been in the map pool for some time longer. So whether we do end up seeing all 4, I suppose we'll have to find out, but for now the answer is going to be no. Cowana feel like they have more to offer. They can hold MnM back more successfully than they did in that last round.
A lot of it's going to come back to those free picks. You can't offer free real estate to your opponent, but you also can't just let them walk all over you. Sometimes it does just come down to a good gunfight here. Particularly, though, it was great pre-fire from Nate last round onto that prone player. I can't remember, I think it was Kayak. Oh, sorry, Anarchic it was. Actually, yeah, a couple of switches around here. Anarchic's moved onto the Goyo, taking that off Kayak. Kayak takes the mute off of Anarchic, just a direct switch. The Bandit is the addition here for Cowana. Don't really see why the Ela was chosen, honestly. So it seems like a good idea to me to bring more wall denial. Hopefully hold on a bit longer to... Wait, are they actually extending initiation this time? Or are they just going to bandit trick the wall into initiation? Let's have a look. Yeah, indeed. They're forfeiting initiation. The idea is just to bandit trick this wall into initiation. So they're actually giving up more free real estate, but trying to hunker down even more hard in what they do hold.
Maybe that'll make it harder for MnM to move in because, you know, to be honest, like, these two teams have been in situations where most, if not all of the players have been alive by that final engagement time, and it's been very backwards and forwards, and it's entirely reasonable to assume that Cowana would be able to win out those fights. So if they can force MnM into that kind of scenario where Cowana have more men in their ranks and are not risking so much by potentially having those further out engagements through the extension, maybe it'll work for them. But as you say, you do then run the downside of giving away a lot more space. Now there's you can see on the arcade stairs, there was a bit of a not quite sure whether to move forward or not. Angles being held from both sides, but Kayak moving further up as he wants to put some attention onto the window and prevent those attackers from coming through.
Another nice use of the SAM cam there, simply to burn some Wamai discs. Funnily enough, after that Wamai disc magnetizes the SAM cam, when it detonates, that camera will just stick to the wall wherever that disc was, so you don't actually lose the utility of that camera.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, MnM really like to kind of play into this flank watch, whereas Cowana go for the sort of operators. We've seen them pick people more like Dockerby and Yana, who are not necessarily for putting, not necessarily for putting stationary cameras, but Cowana bringing 2 kills in for the ranks. I mean, that's and Jonka who are eliminated, and Kayak is just ready to go with more.
He's having a good old time at the arcade, and that's a second flawless round for Cowana. Right on the back of losing that bomb site to MnM, they say, hey guys, let's change a couple things. Let's forfeit initiation. Let's cling to what we want for dear life, and that's exactly what Kayak did. A 3K, I believe, at the end of it from the arcade stairs, having a grand old time, but not letting anyone else join in.
They really said, as long as we have each other, no one can bring us down.
This is actually
that was
beautiful.
Their strategy.
I know.
I'm
There's a tear in my eye right now. Look at that. That is a bam, nasty shot there. You just can't peek a shotgun at close range. When the shotgun can swing like that, there's just about nothing you can do aside from use utility. Kayak set himself up very well for that.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
yeah,
they can.
it was definitely, again, the pattern kind of comes up with Cowana and adaptation. It was a good example of that. And now they're ready to move on, go into initiation and office. So things slightly different here. It's the first time that we've seen this site, and it means that MnM are forced into this scenario where they have to have yet another attack strategy. Now, I'm intrigued to see how this one is going to go. There isn't wall denial in this sense of electric wall denial, so no Kaid, no Bandit this time. They do still have the mute on the defender's side. So I want to see if Jonka is going to have some troubles with surviving as long as maybe he should be, because we have seen that trip MnM not having the Thatcher later on in the round. But given that they won't have to deal with the Kaid or the Bandit, it might not be quite as big a deal.
Let's see what MnM have to say about this. As we've talked about quite a lot, this isn't a map where we would expect to see the attack win a lot of rounds, but throughout history it has been a good map for MnM. And Cowana showing up here, yes, granted they are on the defense, but two of these have been flawless rounds, for goodness sake. Like, MnM, this is meant to be your map, and Cowana, well, they only need this map to earn their spot in EUL 2021. They take Theme Park off you, and you're going to have to go and battle a very ferocious and, well, desperate rogue tomorrow for your place in EUL. You're not going to be able to have a second chance here against Cowana.
There's still the rest of the series to go. We can't write anything off yet. And as mentioned, MnM are not on the favorable side. I don't think it'd be fair to say, but another really jammy shot from Sloth in a very similar position to where he did it before as well. And MnM are going to have to get rid of this shield if they want to dislodge him, but actually he's going to move on up. Very aggressive there from Sloth, and more kills just come raining in for Cowana. That leaves just Usus on his own.
Here comes the Keratos, though. Quite the revolver, packs a serious punch. He thinks better of it. Instead decides to reload that Orc. Uses on a cheeky boost. He can finally take down Sloth, that pesky teammate, on the other side of the box. And now Gorgona, after a spray, backs off. Usus is got Fortify, and this will have to be a 1v5 ace clutch. And let's be honest, that ain't gonna happen. So what have MnM got to take away from this? I think for one, it's that Jonka's head's got to stop being a bullet magnet. Like, how does it keep happening that Sloth lands these impossible shots onto poor Jonka? I feel like MnM have got nothing to say about this.
It's because he's not Gonka anymore. He's gone back to being Jonka.
Ah, that'll be it. The old account switcherooning. Finally, Gorgona finishes off Usus, and Cowana up 4-1 on their defensive half. Not unexpected for Theme Park, but for MnM, this is their map pick. Cowana only need to win Theme Park, and they take the series. And that means MnM, you've got to step it up right now.
I'm sure for the fans in the chat, they're going to start getting very antsy, very sweaty, regardless of which team it is you are supporting and hoping for. And from what I can tell from social media in general, I don't think many people have a definitive team that they love more than the other, because they know that both of these teams really deserve to be in the EU League. And I think people are just here for they know it's going to be a great series. And that is exactly what it has been so far. I love the fact that we are this far through with still very little idea of who it is who's going to take the victory on this series, purely because we know too well at this point that despite seeing a score like this, despite knowing what the overall score of this series is, it could swing very, very easily.
Definitely makes for quite the contrast to our match earlier today, which, well, I will say BDS made it look like it was going to be a breeze. Na'Vi gave it a really good shot. I will credit them, but...
Went to 3 maps. I was impressed.
Yeah, that's true. I was impressed by Na'Vi as well. Not by the first map, though. Not by Consulate. But this match has certainly, I think, given even us a run for our money. It's been a very long series. We're on map number 4. It's on MnM to push us all the way to map 5. Cafe to settle their debts with Cowana. They've got to win their map pick first.
Drones experiencing some deterring from both the Mute Jammer and the Pest. That will, at the very least, slow down the progress that MnM can make on their information gathering, something we know that not just them, but basically any team likes to rely upon. And using the EMP, they've now freed their route forward, so they can actually start to gather that now. Now, I did, of course, mention that Mute and Mozzie are going back to kind of this time last year, I suppose, when you bring those operators out. Remember, they were what dominated SI so long ago now. It's coming up again. But Cowana so far are dominating Theme Park, and MnM are being proactive and making them move forward. Jonka's so far still alive, and he's going to open up the wall at top yellow. So far, no one found.
This is the thing with that Mute and Mozzie information denial strategy. It's all about wasting time shooting drones. Look, how many drones still remain? Only 2 have been taken down for MnM, but with half the round gone, it goes to show that while this strategy isn't necessarily destroying those drones, it's certainly whittling away piece by piece at the time MnM has available. Like the use of Zero, not only for cams, for info on the flanks aggressively, but also for that secondary hard breach gadget, which can deal handily with that hatch. A minute left, 5v5, but MnM have to get some more hard breach going. They have to start exposing some of these anchors.
Well, they have all 3 Selmas still in pocket. Only the secondary hard breach gadget from users has been expended so far from that perspective. Now, opening up the maintenance wall was a real issue that MnM faced the last time they had to come and attack onto this site. And so that could end up being a problem as well. Again, whether they go for that wall or a different one, the hard breach is going to be ever important. Down goes Grizzly to Dats, and that means the first kills are going to be landed onto Cowana, significantly weakening them. This could give MnM a way in.
That's exactly what it does. Jonka also found Gorgona in split. 5v2, but they don't have the bomb site. They've got to execute, and they've got to do it now. Nath, he has an entry onto the bomb site, but Kayak's in the perfect position! Jonka goes in deep, and he finds 4 of them! MnM retaliate with the flawless round of their own.
And they really needed it. They needed that, sending themselves into the next half with 2 maps on the board. Let's find out what happens just after this quick break.
Well, an explosive end to what looked to be a very Cowana-centric half leaves us with a serious chance here for MnM. Jonka, after having a real rough start to that half, wallbang time after time, goes massive with a 4K. And MnM hit par for the course here on Theme Park, 2 attack rounds. Now they switch onto their defense, and they've got a serious shot here at pushing us to Cafe.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
Oh man, I mean, this whole series so far, I've been thinking about which map comes next, which map comes next, and I totally forgot that the decider was Cafe Dostoevsky. Oh, I want to see it. I really want to see it. But the rest of Theme Park is to be played out yet. MnM have got 2 rounds to bounce off of and propel themselves forward as they are now on the defending side. I think this is going to be where the real challenge is seen in this map so far. Because it's MnM's map, they're on the favored side. Now Cowana have the uphill battle. And this is where they will be put to the test. Yes, they have the map advantage in terms of the series overall because they have won 2 maps against MnM's 1. So if Cowana are to lose Theme Park, as you say, we go to Cafe Dostoevsky, the series is not over. They have that cushioning, they have that comfort, but naturally they want to take it here. And I think this will really put them to the test.
And MnM, they picked this map. They have the depth of the strategy you can see from the setup that they're bringing right now. Castle, Clash, these are very much the kind of setups that they're not default, right? These are the kind of things that you've practiced and dry run and your analysts have put together. And this is what we expect from Cowana, playing a map that they are prolifically competent on. And so we'll see whether that translates into some very clean attacks. Good usage there of the Maverick Torch. Quickly gets rid of that mute jammer. MnM have made good progress. Or rather, Cowana have made some good progress against the MnM attack. Defense, my goodness. It's early, alright? It's early.
Yeah, what, it's like 8 AM for you?
Yeah, nearly 9 actually.
Oh, okay, well, there we go. Either way, you are very correct. Cowana have been making some good progress here on their attack, but still everybody is standing. About half the round is down. Slot is getting ready to remove some utility. We are heading into a bunk and daycare attack, in case I didn't mention it previously. So a lot of the map has to be cleared, has to be moved through for Cowana as they make their way over from the east side. And you have these players from MnM who are present and not just holding down the fort. That's Jonka and Nath. There's something that Cowana didn't have as much presence, I think, on the site. They extended a lot more until they got to their second time that they were doing this. But MnM seem a lot closer in general. That will make it hard once Cowana actually reach them to make the engagement in the first place.
Grizzly gets into initiation, but he sees that clash. The clash sees him. Kayak completely taken down outside Cafe. Attempted at a refrag, but Users is there ready to receive. He gets a double. And the drone for good measure looking for a third now. Who is the next victim? Is that Gorgona or Anarchic on the other side? Finally refrags his teammates as Gorgona pushes up from the yellow stairs. 20 seconds left for Cowana. All pushing from different directions. The G8's gonna have to come up huge here. Vonkers finds one. It's all on Gorgona. And with the clash, there's just about nothing he can do. G8 goes a bit burr, but he falls. And MnM starts strong on their defense with one round.
Absolutely surrounded were Cowana by the end there, and it just looked all a bit too overwhelming, with MnM very comfortable in their position. And I like the fact that they played the clash not in an extended way, not in a way to taunt the attacking team and try and draw out aggression, but they kept her behind and just ready for when she needed to be unleashed. And that caused a lot of pressure and a lot of problems onto Cowana towards the end, especially as they had not really cut a chip into the monolith that was MnM's defense just yet. So they had a lot to go up against by the time they got there. Not quite evened out the scoreline just yet, but only one more winning round from MnM will take them to that point. And if every defense is going to look like that last one, it does make you worry for Cowana.
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
That said, Cowana actually had some good elements to that attack. The way that they used that Maverick to enable hard breach to clear the map, they took good map control. It just happened to be that one player, Users, stepped up in Cafe and really thinned out the material that MnM had available by taking down two players. But if MnM relies on individual players to step up, then, well, I mean, everyone knows that individual players stepping up and making big plays, that is not the fundamental of Siege. That is the sprinkle on top. It's the other fundamentals, the teamwork, that you rely on. And then a player popping off for a multi-kill, that's an extra spice on top. But I know that MnM have got what it takes, and this is their map. But I'm still nervous for them, as Cowana is still in the lead.
Oh, well, only just. In Cowana this time, they've decided to bring Ying as well, which we've only seen them pick once so far in this entire series. And that was, if I remember correctly, on the final overtime round. Ooh,
oh!
Nice jump out! Oh, a really nice jump out!
He finds a double. That is so huge for Users. Yeah, he gets traded, but he has been worth his weight in gold. And the Ying, that adaptation from Cowana, is gone down. OXG! Thank you for the skin! You wouldn't talk mad S about the OXG skin at LAN. That MP5K skin is jacked!
Oh wow. It exploded the eardrums of many by letting them know that. But yeah, wow, that was a great start there for MnM. Very ballsy, very gutsy, and it paid off. Despite the fact the refrag was there, Users had already done his job. And what I was going to say was the fact that that Cowana had only brought the Ying on a round that they had lost and the Candelas hadn't worked for them. But now they don't have a Ying at all. They're going to be opening up the ball regardless with the Hibana pellets, but when you are at such a disadvantage, there's still such a fundamental weakness in your team. Grizzly's still holding onto the nades, and he's going to toss out one into the arcade stairs. Doesn't find anyone. I don't know if there was utility down there, but it looks like they're just getting ready to open up the floor, open up the hatches above the site, and stick together. That's going to be the crucial part.
This nade could be critical. Grizzly can land it. Oh, absolutely perfect. Nade goes down. It's a difficult nade to hit that one, but it's exactly what Cowana needed. So difficult to flush out someone in that corner usually.
Still, the floorboards come raining in. Grizzly's looking for someone below. He's going to send in a drone to aid Anarchic's jump through. The Goo Mine does get caught in his foot, and Dats is not far away as Anarchic goes in for the plant, but caught out by Grizzly from above. This can facilitate the plant by Anarchic, but not quite. And now it's just Grizzly on his own.
Anarchic faked off the plant just in time to find the one kill that made this winnable here for Grizzly. 1 versus 1. Jonko to push. The impact grenade does a bit of damage, but Grizzly still gets that diffuser down! And the clutch with the L85. A spray is all that's needed to get Cowana their first attack round and 2 rounds away from the EUL in 2021.
When you say it like that, it sounds really freaking exciting, and it must be for them, but oh, just seeing that from Users on the replay there, just getting a few. There's a nice nade from Grizzly too, but it must feel just so close right now for Cowana. I genuinely thought that it would be MnM who would probably take that last round, even out the scoreboard, and make it incredibly difficult, as maybe that would be the start for them to, you know, gain some momentum, start pushing forward, moving forward, get ever closer to going all the way to Cafe Dostoevsky. But given that Cowana won that last round, and suddenly you look at a score like 5-3 and you think, boys, this is winnable, that must feel good for them.
I think it really echoes the fact that round that MnM can make big plays all they like. It's not always going to cut it. Users, I mean, he's probably be feeling pretty happy with himself after jumping out on Cash Balcony, finding 2 players. It was the Ying and I think the Ash, like some really important utility that you're losing out on there. And Cowana say, look, we'll take that in our stride. We get the refrag, and then we just play like it's business as usual. And they got it done. The fact that they managed to play off each other and win that, what was it, 2 versus 3? The plant going down, the vertical play, the nade landing on the player at the furnace. Cowana are a team with so much potential, and they've already realized a hell of a lot of it so far. This is a team not to be underestimated.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Absolutely not. And let's not forget, of course, that if MnM do not bring Theme Park back and they don't end up winning this series, that's not to say they're not going to end up in EUL. They would still have to face Rogue tomorrow. And so these teams could feasibly end up facing each other a number of times in the coming year in the European League. And I can only see that rivalry get stronger and stronger as they each vie to be the best British team.
10 seconds left.
I mean, you could say Na'Vi, but like, do they still count as British? They're predominantly British, just. But they're also Ukrainian.
Jury's out on that one.
Bomb, defuse it.
But, of course,
yes.
we're not there yet. MnM still has a chance, but let's be honest. Cowana is looking very strong here. Going into this, we did not have a lot of hope for Cowana. Looking throughout history, Cowana, this is their most banned map, theme park. This is also a map that, according to my stats, looking through CL and UKIN, Cowana has never won it. They've only lost it twice. MnM have such a good record in comparison. And yet Cowana have stepped up. Way above their pay grade here.
I told you, like, my suspicion was that they knew they weren't going to ban it, and so they knew that MnM had the upper hand. This will have been a map that they have been practicing, studying, preparing for, scrimming again. They were ready for this because they knew that Theme Park would be in this series. And you can tell that the work is being paying off. Now, this time, they've decided to bring Ying once again. So far, hasn't been jumped out on and killed. We may still get to see how those Candelas are going to work. But first of all, we'll get to see how an exothermic charge works. Kind of an old gadget in this game, but it's a classic. And that has successfully opened up the wall, meaning that original or first hard breach has been done.
That hard breach in tandem with this vertical ability, thanks to Ash's breaching charges. Coana's gonna flush out those players from Armory and Throne and force them back to the west side of the map. But still, critically, Coana don't really have full control of the top floor, especially that west side. And here in Barrels as well, Fonkers lingers, ready to pounce.
And don't forget that when Cowana were on the attack, they did it incredibly successfully onto this site. Or sorry, when MnM were on the attack, they did it incredibly successfully onto this site. So Cowana need to meet those same expectations. Patience is definitely being employed, but less than a minute remaining. Everyone's still standing. They've also got to be aware of those potential frost traps that will be by the windows. That's going to make it much harder for them to just jump straight in. But they'll have to make the move at some point.
That point is getting ever nearer. 30 seconds. Fonkers up close and personal in the arcade entrance. Jonker finds the first pick. Fonkers in an engagement. He lands the shot onto Kayak. Is the refrag there? Gorgona. He goes hard in the bomb site. Everyone's screen is white, but he's caught in the crossfire. It's all on Sloth. He can't even find one. And MnM managed to convert a flawless rounds on their defense.
MnM perfectly positioned towards the end to be able to take basically all the players of Cowana as they started to feed themselves into the machine that was their grasping jaws, otherwise known as the site. And once something like the Candelas had been used, there was only, 11 seconds left? That's really, really late to try and rely on that kind of utility, especially when, 2, 3 of your team have already been brought down. It feels more like a panic attempt by that point than it does like an actual planned strategy that you are utilizing. And that is the difference. And that is the position that MnM put Cowana in very much. And now we're back in this situation where MnM are now just one round away from evening things out. And we've seen it before. We've seen a couple of overtimes. It could happen.
Very much so. And minimum to guarantee overtime for Cowana is just with one more attack here. And keeping in mind they will start in attack on overtime, which does give MnM the advantage. We may well see a repeat of Villa where we went to all 15 rounds and MnM wins simply because they get defense first. Cowana don't want to leave it to that. And I honestly think that Cowana do have a chance here to win this outright without even taking it to OT. But MnM have shown that they're not going to be a pushover. And now they go back to Bunker Daycare. They've already won this bomb site the once, albeit on the back of a massive multi-kill from Usus in Cafe. Not likely to happen again.
And that's the thing, when you look at certain rounds that have been won, you have to bear in mind how that is done. And the reason is because when it comes down to a clutch, or it comes down to almost like a freak incident, you can't rely on the fact that that can be replicated. It's not a reliable thing to say, this is a strategy that has been employed that just took advantage. Oftentimes that isn't the case, and it can be scenarios that can only be brought about in certain instances, certain environments, certain situations. You can't rely that they are going to be there again, and that means that it gets very, very difficult to predict in moments like that.
Device is going dark. The EMP disables any pests or mute jammers that may be resting on that wall and enables the drones to go forth. Info gathered, and it looks like there is an ingress through Cafe. Currently clear. Defenders may retake. Sloth removes that Malusi Banshee. But of course, this clash is something to be cautious of. Sloth, rather. 6 picked off the Ash. And onto that Zephyr. Is this the Ying execute? The flashes go through. Another one goes through again. And the third. Gorgona likely to drop. But Sloth goes down. Not out as of yet. An R-kick though. Diffuser in hands. And Gorgona and Grizzly go in massive! Kayak with the breaching charge kill! This could be match point for Cowana, unless the Fonkers can pull off an absolute miracle. The diffuser planted, 1 kill for Fonkers, but it's not enough to up the Varna. And that is match points, series points for Cowana. 1 round away from EUL.
Oh, I was about to say the exact same thing. They are 1 round away from taking the spot left by Chaos. The door is open for them, and it is looking inviting. I think those candelas in the yellow corridor were actually fireworks celebrating, maybe preemptively, the success that they are potentially about to taste. Now, we can't say definitively that this will happen. We've seen what these teams can do when put in a situation of pressure and they can feel it slipping away from them. And MnM absolutely have everything that it takes to bring these next 2 rounds in their favor, force it into overtime, and win the map outright. You cannot put it past them. We have just had 2 overtime games in a row, Clubhouse and Villa. 8-7, 8-6. You could see this happening here. But what you have to remember is this is MnM's map pick, and Cowana may be about to win it. That in and of itself is incredibly impressive. It's a testament to how much work these teams have put in, how good they are, and just how incredible this series has been. And it could be about to be Covana's.
10 seconds left.
There's a lot riding on this round for MnM. This is their last chance. They're going to have to drive so hard to weather this storm, come back into overtime, and then take us to Cafe, if it's even possible. Otherwise, MnM's going to face a very, very angry Rogue tomorrow for that final slot in the EUL. Cowana have made it so far. They've already done the impossible with the miracle run through the Challenger League playoffs, taking down the Russians, Windstrike, taking down the favorites, the French of Pensa. No one expected Cowana to deal with them so easily, and now they're ready to deal with their longtime rivals, their longtime superiors of MnM. And they're so close.
You also have to remember, Cowana, they were the favorite in Yukin, and the only force to stop them was Na'Vi. It forced them to go through open quals to get to Challenger League in the first place. And they did it. And they have fought, and here they are, 1 round away, and they are making their moves in on their attack. Not going to be too overzealous. They know everything that is riding on this right now. Getting rid of the black eye camera, just sitting there in waiting room. That's going to help Grizzlies move forward. Zanarkic starts getting ready, putting the Selmas on the wall.
Impact misses. Well, that first impact did not explode. I think it must have gotten destroyed by the impact. The second does explode, and Arkic also lands the shot On to Jonker. No more Evil Eyes. Dats comes back to the bomb site. Nath as well. A heavy roam still alive for MnM. Cowana starting to encircle the bomb site. Vertical pressure as well, but still roamers biding their time.
Just Jonker down so far. And still a few drones on the side of Cowana. Down go the Candelas and the smokes. This could be moving for the engagement.
Gorgona goes down, but it might be enough of a distraction to make this work. Yuzu's as well. Nath holding on desperately. It's all on an Arctic now. He had to plant the diffuser, but now he has to go for kills. A 1 versus 2. Rounding the corner, the pre-fire doesn't land, and Nath keeps MnM alive, at least for one more round.
I knew it could happen! I knew we shouldn't start calling things too early. These two teams, man, it was always going to be possible. And now MnM just have one more round to get through, to take this into overtime one more time. That's it. They just ripped away Covana's hope of getting into EUL in that last round. Now, it's still possible in this round. It's still possible at any point in this series going forward. But Cowana could taste the victory. It was right in front of them. And MnM said, absolutely not. Except maybe with a few more swear words in it.
And MnM have certainly not taken their bat and ball and gone home. They've certainly not given up hope. They have clinging to that tiny little strand that remains, and they've tugged on it until they've got something. And that is, well, perhaps some kind of adaptation to the way that Cowana is playing. Cowana, clearly they're so close they can taste it, but it might make them a bit rash. These executes haven't always panned out. And trying to do a Ying execute, flash out your team, the enemy team, against a Warden, such as we're seeing from Jonker, there's no way that works out well for Cowana.
Penguin run! I have to say it every time I see Warden run, because it looks ridiculous. Not
Go on. Since we're taking a moment to just appreciate some shenanigans, does anyone else get hungry when you're casting MnM and just like constantly saying the word? Because totally
yeah, I'm sure everyone watching right now can relate to your highly relatable casting jokes. Does anyone else like get hungry when they're casting? No, just me. I'm not like other girls.
Anyone get hungry when they hear the name of MnM Gaming? Maybe I'm sorry, Gio. Didn't sign on for this kind of bullying.
Well, anyway, what I was going to say is because the Warden was a 6-pick. Cowana don't know for sure, or at least didn't know for sure that he was going to be there. However, Jonker has been a very early pick quite a bit throughout Theme Park, so we're still yet to see if the Warden's even going to be around to do his job when it matters. That I think is something that is fair to say could bite MnM. But Cowana look like they are really sparing no expense in trying to kind of move forward and apply some pressure. One of the Vulcan shields has been detonated. That was right by Dats, but he's still alive and healthy in the vault.
Drones are starting to become a scarce resource now for Cowana. See, look at this confidence from Nath. Takes out another drone. He was hoping for a bit more than that, but now Covana's aware of that aggression. Sloth goes for the drop. Sees just a bare pixel of Nath on the other side. Minute 20 left, still a bit of time, but Cowana, they don't have full control of Cafe. They don't have full control of Office. There's so much more work to be done.
Shotgun in hand, as Nath still stays ready and prepared for anyone who may want to come in through Cafe. There are two players out there. Oh. Beautiful headshot with the SMG-11, but he gets flashed straight out in return.
And the refrag comes through. Fonkers in there, ready to protect his teammate. An Arctic to trade, 3v4, but Nath still unaddressed. He can find another kill. An Arctic The last player left for Cowana. MnM have said, there's nowhere we're letting you take Theme Park off us, at least not without going to overtime. A 1 versus 3. 30 seconds to go. Smokes off the angle where the deployable shield is to protect himself. Enables the cross, but he has to walk straight into that smoke grenade. MnM aren't even giving him anything. Just waiting to find these 1v1s, and Jonker shuts him down. MnM have forced overtime.
Absolutely insane. It was in Coawana's hands. It was right there. And MnM just decimated that idea. They're not going down without a fight. And a fight is absolutely what we are seeing. This is now the 3rd map in a row where we are going into overtime. It will be MnM as well who get to start off on the defense. Starting off on attack in regulation time suddenly doesn't seem so bad when they know that this is their chance to push it forward into Cafe Dostoevsky, the final map, the decider that is on the board here for this series. They want to keep themselves in the running. They want Chaos's spot. They don't want to be facing Rogue tomorrow. And they're going to make sure they give it everything to ensure that that is the situation that they are in. Oh, man.
It's getting that way, isn't it?
Of course they did it.
Of course. I mean,
I'm not even surprised.
We wouldn't get off that easy. The game would be over at this point. I mean, we're probably going to push this until maybe 11 a.m. I feel at this rate.
For your time? What, is it 9 a.m. now? So
it's
11
9 a.m. at the moment.
11 a.m. your time would be midnight in the UK. So
10 seconds left before
I only say that because
Anything's possible.
Well, I would just say that because I imagine there's quite a lot of British people watching this because it's British team, so I wanted to provide some context.
Attackers must locate and defuse a
I'm
bomb.
sure that the British appreciate you.
I'm not, but okay.
I'm an optimist.
It's very sweet, but for which team are you optimistic going into overtime?
I think that the safe answer here is MnM. They have the form of that resurgence coming back in the face of losing the whole series, and what's more, they've got the defense, which has been by far the most favored site here on this map. 8 rounds of defense, 1 versus 4 rounds to the attack. But I'll never count out Cowana after what I've seen them achieve, after the potential we've seen from them. They just need to start changing things. They can't keep banging their head against the same wall with the Ying, and they've not. They've changed tack, they've gone Jackal this time around, looking to focus on the roam clear. Sloth's been pretty sharp all day long. And after they find these roamers, I think it's only a matter of time before Cowana sets themselves up.
I like the fact that Cowana have changed this up because, of course, they brought the Ying. Last time they were attacking onto this site. Didn't work very well. They pushed in with about 10 seconds remaining, rushly used the Candelas. There was no one really alive to aid the push, and MnM could just eat them alive. Hopefully with this change up, they have an opportunity to make more of a decisive push. They're still going up against a decent amount of utility and some excellent skilled players in MnM in this instance. This is C4 that's been pre-placed, just ready to go off as Cowana continue to just open up the floor. C4 doesn't quite catch Grizzly. Deals him a decent amount of damage, but still continuing to open up the floor, and Fonkers is actually going to extend.
What's the play here for Cowana? They haven't cleared these roamers successfully. Finally, Dats actually finds the pick. It's on to Sloth. This is so difficult now for Cowana. This nade has to clear those frost mats. And it doesn't. It actually clears the shield. This is so difficult now for Cowana. Nafe on the bomb site. No way that Grizzly can jump into those 2 frost mats. So many roamers still alive. So many anchors still alive. Here comes the execute. Gorgona, bottom yellow stairs. It's a push in through the bathroom, and they take out the player in storage. Kayak on the forefront. But what is the play here? User, he has to hold on. He has to deny this plant, but Jonker steps up. Grizzly trying to hold on. The C4 denies the plants. And Jonker as well. Gorgona, the last one standing, gets 1 kill, but MnM, for the first time on Theme Park, have a match point of their own.
Third round in the row in which MnM have been able to bring Cowana down to just one guy standing. Left floundering at the end. Gorgona just had to try and take shots where he could. An excellent C4 to deny the plant. And suddenly, MnM could be about to deny Covana's opportunity to take that decisive move into the EUL by the end of tonight. All they have to do is win this next round. And they've won Theme Park, and the overall series score is evened out. And we go to map number 5.
Well, this has certainly been a roller coaster of emotions. I think regardless of which team you support, or which team, whether you maybe, perhaps you support neither team, perhaps you just are really looking to find out which of these teams is better. It's been a roller coaster nonetheless. Cowana have gotten so close, and MnM are that team that will never let Cowana have the last laugh. Even during the Challenger League season, these guys played a best-of-1 match with no overtime. Cowana had match point for 2 rounds in a row, and MnM forced a draw. They're used to fighting from behind. They know that they can do it. They'll never count themselves out. They always back themselves,
5 seconds remaining.
even against the biggest of adversaries.
Attackers are moving to
And now MnM themselves have match point.
It's one thing I have to say that I actually really like about these two teams in this series especially is, you know, you can generally tell, especially when watching a best of 5, when teams are starting to lose energy or starting to lose some self-belief, starting to lose some motivation. And it doesn't feel like at any point, even when these two teams have been on the back foot for some period of time, it doesn't feel like either of them have stopped believing that they can win this game. Or thought that actually things are too hard, that it's slipping out of their fingers, it's getting too far away from them. Because on multiple occasions have both of them been able to bring back a disadvantage and bring back a losing score. And it's been incredibly impressive because that kind of stamina is the sort of thing that even the most pro-iest of pros would just thrive on.
MnM on the attack. Struggled in the past to deal with this particular setup, this particular bomb site. And particularly with Sloth at the top of Dragon Stairs. Plenty of utility to protect himself, but Yuzu just dealt with at least one of those were my discs, thanks to the laser attached to Sam's cam. And there you go. The shield dismantled. Sloth now exposed and he falls back.
That takes a lot of damage. It's present here in control room, just trying to get some peek in through towards initiation. Getting on the drone though, as Gorgona gets another kill, or the next kill for himself. That's Fonkers. He's now lost. Still got a drone out somewhere, but the nades and the sledgehammer of the sledge no longer afforded to the team.
That's the play, trying to breach the wall. Cautious of someone below as well. Drone goes forth, and there's the pick. 4v4 now.
Evened out. Neither of the C4s on the side of Cowana are available. They've both been used. There is one impact in hand, but whether or not Gorgona decides to use that to kill someone, well, that may not be as likely. Cowana getting some kills in though, and now it's just 2 members alive on the side of MnM. Jonk is trying to peek on forward to get a kill. He secures it, but immediately taken out.
The last one left for MnM against 3 players. Cowana may well have the 15th round here of Theme Park that they were looking for. A trade is the final kill. And Cowana, let's be honest, Gio, we knew that these teams deserved it. We knew that this had to be settled in maximum overtime. And here we are, round 15, Theme Park, MnM and Cowana, both on match point. If MnM wins this, we go all the way to map 5. If Cowana wins this round right here, right now, they go to EUL in 2021?
Oh, back to Bunk and Daycare. This was the site that MnM came to on round number 13. They also played it on round 7, round 10, round 12. So I'm getting the vibe they kind of like Bunk and Daycare. As you just mentioned, they need to win this round. This is the last opportunity that they have. Overtime match point. So both these teams are on match point. Whoever wins this round takes the map. And that means different things for each of these teams. MnM need to make sure they're being very strong here. Now, interestingly, last time Cowana attacked onto it, they didn't bring the Ying. They opted for the Jackal. Now, he does carry smokes alongside Ace of Anarchic. MnM have decided to go for Warden. He can see through those smokes, so that's incredibly useful. But oftentimes we've seen him mostly picked against a Ying, and Ying isn't here this time. So I wonder if MnM are bringing him because they simply want to see through the smokes that are going to be brought by Cowana. At the very least, they know there's going to be an Ace. Or if they thought that there was a chance that there could be a Ying 6-pip.
I feel like MnM here in the defense are in the driver's seat, and it's Cowana who are scrambling to try and find something to work. And let's be honest, if Monty wasn't bans, Cowana would have been playing a Monty. They would have played that rounds and rounds ago, and this game would probably be over. But because MnM had the forethought to ban that after seeing what Cowana have done with Monty earlier this series when they're in a pickle, now Cowana, they don't have that ace up their sleeve. They don't have that, oh crap, this isn't working. We need to move back to this other thing that we have. And so we'll have to see what Cowana can do without it.
There's the shield going up from the Warden. Just having that extension into initiation out from the site. And that means that Fonkers can play a little bit further forward. He also has to rotate back in. I like that Users didn't commit to doing any kind of run out. He was kind of just peeking out at the start. It's smart. You don't want to get over aggressive. You retreated back more towards the site, as MnM have liked to play around. But it does give Cowana a bit more space.
Map control taken piece by piece for Cowana. MnM start to peel back piece by piece. They're happy to let Cowana have this control as long as MnM wastes a bit of time for it. Maybe shoots a few drones. Now Anarchic finally destroying the castle barricade, and Cowana look to take control of Office. Sloth, the man to entry on those drones, but everyone from MnM has fallen back. We even have a player downstairs. This is going to be difficult for Cowana, especially with no control of Cafe, likely where they will turn their attention to next.
It means they're definitely going to have to go out of their way to try and get a grasp in the throats of these players from MnM, and that could easily lure them into a position where MnM can collapse in on them, have a perfect setup in their defense to take advantage of those situations. Puts Cowana in a difficult one themselves. They're going to get going with opening up the wall, and Gorgona's going to open up the skull of Fonkers. That's as well. So many skulls being opened here. Okay, another one. And now Cowana are getting ever closer to making their way to EUL.
Users now on the flank, and that's the diffuser, but he's traded. It's all on Jonka. He finds a kill, but there's 3 more to go. He knows where the diffuser is, but Cowana, all they have to do is find him. They can't plant. They've just got to refrag this, but they can't make a single misstep. Not with EUL on the line. 3 players looking for the refrag. Cowana have done it. The journey from Yukin through the Open qualifiers, through Challenger League, and now to the European League 2020-21 is Cowana.
I made a joke at the end of Consulate that if all of the maps were that quick, this could be the fastest best of 5. And then we had 3 overtime maps, and Cowana proving that they were the better team, and they have secured their spot in EUL after clawing and battling and fighting. But my god, what an insane series that was.
Honestly, that was one of the most crazy series I've ever casted. Both of these teams are incredibly tightly matched, and they have quite the story behind them. Yes, the rivalry, the British rivalry, all the way from UK Island Nationals through Challenger League, where they met together, and you still couldn't separate them because they drew. And then they were on other sides of the playoffs bracket, thankfully, and it came down to this. An insane, absolutely insane time. It's going to take me some time to digest that one. We'll be back to break all that down. Don't go anywhere.